Alright. I think I'm set. Hi, Rudy? So yeah, I saw the Rev one before, so I already had that one on my list. I'll take a look at the other ones and then I'll consider them for Friday. So I try and have everything set up hours beforehand, so I have things in order, and I didn't even do that well today. So I just have so many things. It's crazy. Next year, I think I will move the Rev one up. We'll start with that one. And then I'm going to be talking about Halo. And that's a couple videos all on its own. So, it's been a long day. I looked at that. I can't get it to run correctly. So, I haven't been able to play it. It just lags. So, I've not been able to try it. I could probably optimize things so that it would work. But there's like a, I don't know, almost half-second delay when I move. So, unfortunately, I can't play it. I'd like to. It looks fun. Really does look good. But for all the anime style games that play really, really well, that one I have an issue with, and I do not know why. It's not really any more complex than Genshin is. I mean, what do they have in there that's making it lag so bad? I don't know. So I'd like to try it out. Because people were saying it's Genshin without the gacha. Like, okay. Well, you kind of had me sold already then. But yeah, when I opened it up and I hit play on it, it looked like it only had Korean. So that's a way to save money, so they're only spending, so you're not having to spend $80 for it because they don't have dubs in every single language. So that's where a lot of that cost goes. It goes towards all the translations and the dubbing and the graphics. That's where almost all of the money goes. Somebody was pointing out it's like 80% of the money towards a game is in graphics and voice. And I'm not surprised. Yeah, it's a South Korean game. Yep. Which I'm fine with. I'm good with that. You mean more of them? Just make it with a better engine. So I tried to see if there was someone who got it to work with the, what is it? Yago engine. It's a version of one that was optimized specifically for Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero. Optimized specifically for them. So they run natively, pretty much. I think that's why some of those companies are starting to go to the EU for their English, at least voices. If not localization. Because, yeah, they're sick and tired of the United States activist edits. I'm sure they're completely tired of the activist editing. Well, we are past 7, so I'm gonna get started here. I'm gonna see how much stuff I can get through. Because I have more stuff than we could watch. That's the problem. So, I'm gonna start here with Rev? That's not what I meant. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Okay. So, it is court dropped a nuke on woke journalists after trying to ruin the games industry with Me Too allegations. I brought this up the other day. And Grums brought it up again yesterday. And yeah, it's a mess. What they did was a disaster. They really gotta stop. But he'll get into it. They need to stop with the accusations. They really do. And until they do, they need to start watching out very carefully because they might start getting sued.
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about a very serious situation, an update on possibly the biggest controversy in the gaming industry involving Activision Blizzard. Now, I'm sure a lot of you guys have at one point or another came across this series of allegations made against this company where there was systemic abuse and discrimination going on in the company. This was something that was reported by outlets like Kotaku back in 2021 and by journalists like Jason Schreier, who even wrote
because I was talking about a post that had him in it yesterday.
A book, a New York Times best-selling book, trying to release all of these allegations, and well, all of these parties have been awfully silent ever since it was discovered that Activision Blizzard settled with the California government for $54 million. But in that same settlement, it was revealed that no investigation substantiated any of the allegations against Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, it was just cheaper paying out $54 million and $250 million defending yourself.
The last 5 years, we have seen countless lives, careers, and reputations destroyed by
and that happens often. That's why you make these deals like this.
These allegations, many believing it's fact because it was reported by so many different outlets, but here we are. And now we pick up the pieces. The truth is coming out, and well, it's not what the media was portraying. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? But let me give you the timeline of events. Let me take you back to 2021 when major outlets were reporting on a series of very serious allegations against the company, ranging from sexual harassment to discriminatory practices and some very specific allegations we'll get into in just a second. But it wasn't private citizens who raised this lawsuit. Instead, it was the state of California itself. And throughout these allegations, we had the infamous Bill Cosby suites, which of course was portrayed as a literal abuse room where all of these Activision Blizzard employees.
Yeah, the Believe All Women stuff was a disaster. And they knew it was a disaster when they started it and did it anyways.
Would take women in and abuse them. And we also had the very interesting situation. They were accused of drinking the milk of Mannoroth, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, that's right. That meme you've seen probably at one time or another where Activision Blizzard employees were accused of stealing breast milk from the female employees. And during all of this, it wasn't just one settlement that we're looking at. There was a series of attempted settlements for years. But every time a settlement was about to be reached, the state of California blocked it and began to ask for more and more, including at one point up to $1 billion. But during all of this, we saw many attempts by
which is why you just make a settlement very, very early on so that the state doesn't get involved because this stuff happens.
Activision Blizzard to do damage control, where they're pledging to add resources to ensure that Activision Blizzard's hiring practices were more diverse, making it clear that they were going to hire people based on their identity and not their merit, which is something that has a very clear impact on the quality of the games that they're producing. But all this was not enough for a lot of the Activision Blizzard employees, including 1,000 of them who petitioned to remove the CEO, and they staged protests and walkouts like this. And looking around, this is the most 2021 image I think you could ever produce. And looking around,
Yes.
it's very obvious that this impacted the quality of the games. As a World of Warcraft player myself, things have definitely changed over the years. We ended up with Pride events. We also ended up with bizarre meme-worthy images like this, with one of the most
Yes.
powerful mages in the universe, Khadgar, reduced to a floating pink wheelchair. A guy who could literally fly and pretty much do anything he wants, decided to plant himself in a pink wheelchair. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is gaming in the current time, am I right? But there's also a lot of
The same kinds of people who were at that protest who were saying that gamers love our games.
regret in the company, including this clip that I'm going to share, where World of Warcraft
Goddamn Bethesda.
bosses are talking about how they regret calling the game World of Warcrafts.
And I just want to bring it to as many people as possible. And that means, evolving what Warcraft means, what it is, and where it's going.
That fuck not there on the right, just nodding.
We want it to be approachable. And that's also part of it. Even with Chris Metzen, we talk about, sometimes he's like, man, I wish we hadn't called it Warcraft. It sounds kind of intimidating.
But going back to 2021 and beyond, Kotaku was one of the
Neither of those guys were impressed. They're just nodding along. It's funny.
biggest outlets out there reporting on this almost daily. They released dozens of articles reporting on everything happening. In fact, they even made an article implying that the CEO of Activision Blizzard not only knew about everything happening with these allegations, but was also bad to women himself. Another then Kotaku journalist, Jason Schreier, tried to use this for a profit. Now, you have to understand, this is the go woke, go brrr, top the charts guy who was talking about Dragon Age the Veilguard, trying to masquerade that as a success story based on Steam numbers. And of
My glasses look somewhat like those. I should throw them away. I don't want to look like Jason Schreier.
course, he said that was only
I know, right, Demi?
to own the chuds. He's also the same guy who has routinely tried to demonize studios for having too many white men in their ranks. He's also the guy who called gamers predators for liking characters like this. But of course, the big thing with Jason Schreier is that he knew about these supposed allegations for nearly 2 years, and he held on to them to publish them in a book. So if this guy actually cared about any of this and believed
That's true. That is what WoW is now.
these women were in danger at their workplace, he waited 2 years to release it in this book because he wanted to monetize it. This is supposed to be the good person, right? And enjoy your New York Times bestseller, but your reputation is absolute garbage now. And Jason Schreier, Kotaku, the activists, and the state of California have been very quiet ever since this decision has gotten a lot of attention.
Yeah. Yeah, they better keep their mouth shut because they caused all this.
This is the settlement, where, of course, the main takeaway is that no court or any independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard, that Activision Blizzard senior executives ignored, condoned, or tolerated a culture of systematic harassment, retaliation, or discrimination. In fact, this post has gone viral, summing up what happened here,
Yep.
saying, in case you didn't know, all the allegations of sexual misconduct, abuse, harassment, and frat boy culture was entirely fake, and the state of California even admitted that there was no evidence substantiating any of the claims. The entire controversy around Blizzard was
They're just gonna have to keep their mouth shut and hope it goes away.
set up by California to force the company to stop hiring white men using Me Too allegations to strong-arm them. Some of these accusations were so bizarre and insane that they included theft and consumption of breast milk during work hours, a R-word room named after Bill Cosby, which, by the way, was named after him because of the very thick and colorful carpet in the room, which reminded them of a Bill Cosby sweater, but also the sexual harassment to the point of an employee ending their own life. All of these claims were essentially a theater performance over the fact that only 1 in 5 Blizzard employees were women. As a result, Blizzard agreed to pay roughly $18 million in fines and set up HR hiring practices that would discriminate against white men. Internal messages between California Civil Rights Division officials showed that the entire thing was a ploy to send a message
That's because MMORPGs are so expensive to run.
to the industry to literally ruin video games. It was so effing fake that Brack and Kotick literally paid their own employees to stage a walkout. After Blizzard capitulated and announced it would discriminate in its hiring, the state walked back from a $1 billion lawsuit to a $55 million settlement and announced that all the allegations were false. And the reaction to this has been explosive. You can see some posts saying, no, the government would never spend time and resources just to ruin your video games. The state of California literally funded the smear campaign against Blizzard.
Yep.
Here's another one from Grums, who was a former
That's the one I talked about before.
employee at Blizzard. It was all fake. I had friends at Blizzard telling me how nasty DEI people were digging through emails and Slack messages, trying to cancel people so they could take their jobs. And you can see another one saying this freak destroyed a game studio out of jealousy, with Jason Schreier here, this absolute weasel.
To be fair, I do think they kind of ruined themselves, but yeah. I think it's partially both. They both fucked up.
Who not only helped lead the charge against Activision Blizzard based on these allegations, he held on to them for 2 years until it was convenient and most monetizable for him through his book. But you still see people defending this situation, saying, how does this get 11K likes for such an obvious lie? Jingling white men oppressed keys for Twitter babies. Activision settled for $55 million. Not understanding that the settlement doesn't prove the allegations.
Right. It's because it was all false. That's why the key jangling was there, that you like to call it. It was there because it's true.
Okay, they admitted in that settlement that there was nothing to substantiate any allegations. People are being willfully ignorant because this is the narrative that has been painted for 5 years. In fact, a lot of people just have outright accepted that this is the reality. And the one thing I haven't talked about is the impact on those involved. There are many developers at Activision Blizzard, or current or former, who have had their reputation destroyed by this. They are blackballed from the industry. And it wasn't even that they were personally accused of anything. It was that they were a part of the workplace that was being
Yeah, see, I never believed it because I've seen this pattern before. I've seen it a lot before.
accused. And of course, that affected not only their job, but their lives. And also with these changes and forced
It's what happens when you hire too many women.
hiring practices, this is also something that affected the quality of games. I mean, it goes all the way down to the customers, ladies and gentlemen. This whole situation is a massive mess and reflects upon the mob mentality of not just the California government, but journalists and all of these activists who participated in this massive smear campaign, because that's exactly what it's looking like based on this settlement. Until we know anything else, this looks like it was a giant smear campaign that was led out of many factors: jealousy, activism, trying to force will onto this company to change their practices. I mean, it's all just a giant mess, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm very curious to hear what you guys think.
See, basically, I saw all this back in the 90s with the whole politically correct thing. We just not call it woke, but it's pretty much the same thing. And so I saw it then, and it's like the AI hate now. I remember that from the 80s and 90s too, with Photoshop being released, with people switching from writing on or drawing their comics on paper and switching it to pen tablets. Switching it over to the computer was like a catastrophe, and it was gonna ruin art, and we should have something that says made with pen tablet so that that this is all these artists are frauds. Yeah, a real artist can't use undo unlimited amount of times, that type of stuff. I mean, we've seen all the stuff that's happening right now before. And so this doesn't surprise me.
Think about this. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section.
Okay,
But
so he's at the end there. And so I actually have another thing that I was going to talk about yesterday, and it was about Halo. And there's a whole lot of stuff going on around it, and Legendary Drops decided he is going to make a video on it. And I saw one by Endymion, and I actually still have it. But I think this points out all the problems way better.
Tell me, how can you be handed the answers to the test? They are handing you guys the blueprints, and all you got to do is just copy this word for word and line for line, and you still find a way to mess it up. Honestly.
Exactly. You're making a remake. And you don't remake it correctly. You just have to copy and paste, fix the graphics, and call it done.
It's so pathetic that it's actually kind of impressive at this point. I have seen so many people that have been trying to defend Halo Campaign Evolved, bending over backwards, talking in circles, calling you a grifter or calling you a tourist for not liking the game or criticizing it in any way, just because nobody wants to come out and admit that Halo is completely fried. And this game
It is. I don't know. I'm going to let him cook.
has been for a long time, and this one is no different. Campaign Evolved can be good at times, but it's only that good.
That's what I've heard. It's good at times, but there's serious issues. And so I was going to stop there and show this again. Okay? The top one is the new one. You'll see the character pop in and out. And you'll see them actually move from the back to the front in 2015. Now, somebody pointed out that this isn't an issue of, well, Bungie just knew how to make better games. No. These are both 343 studios. Yes, I know they're called Halo Studios now, and no, I don't care. This is 343 Studios in 2015 and 343 Studios in 2026. It's actually a downgrade. So, ooh boy, look, better graphics. And then it's stuff like this. It's like we were talking about before when people were pointing out, a side-by-side and saying one looks like garbage, and people are just going to look at the graphics because of how they worded it. This is more than cutting corners, it is. Way more than cutting corners. If you want true Halo, this is how you do it, let's see.
You always play on controller.
Okay, but it feels different.
Okay.
You always play on controller.
Okay, but it feels different. Wait, why does she look not like her here? What the fuck?
No, it's
What?
weird.
Yeah, she does look a lot different all of a sudden.
She's not Sheva.
She looks like Tomb Raider.
That's weird.
Did you put a fucking mod in this?
No.
Nice. Very nice. I like it. So yeah, I mean, this is just, God. This is just being lazy. Sorry. It just is. If you had something better and you downgrade it in your upgrade and say, but look at the pretty graphics, just stop. So let's go back to this here.
But because it's still Halo underneath it, it's still Combat Evolved underneath it. Like, it's only good despite itself, despite all of the just heaps of useless added garbage that they threw on top of it, and changes that are honestly pretty offensive in some cases. Changes, mind you, that feel like they came from people that genuinely hold a grudge against both the original and the audiences that played them.
That'd be the next video. Keep this in mind. He said it first.
In my eyes, Halo should be the pinnacle of gaming. There is absolutely no excuse whatsoever for this not to be one of the best games in the industry. It is Xbox's entire identity. It is a cornerstone of this entire industry. Yet year after year, like many other franchises.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I was talking about the graphics thing. People were having a 2011 graphics, or 2015 graphics versus 2026 graphics, and the graphics themselves looked better, but the fact that it looked muddy and it had lens flares and shit like that in it, people were saying it looked worse. Well, people were seeing something look more realistic and not understanding or intentionally misleading people into misunderstanding what they were actually saying. And they were saying that it lost style at the expense of what was originally there. And they're right. Yeah, there's a scene that was in there. It had a very darker mood to it, and it added a whole bunch of lens flares and light beams and shit like that from Unreal Engine 5. It was like baked in Unreal Engine 5 stuff, and they were just putting it in the game because it was there.
Is we have to watch it get drug out into the town square and contorted into something that nobody can recognize anymore. Mostly because these guys have no idea what it even is. So today, I'm sick of it. I want to talk about my experience playing Halo Campaign Evolved. I want to talk about how the conversation around this game has gotten to be completely unhinged and how these guys are just going to continue to ruin these franchises because none of these guys understand what they are. Also, this is a really good opportunity to introduce you to Dio. And also today's sponsor,
Kitty.
Displayed. Got you. That's right. Today's video is sponsored by Displayed, and if you have somehow never heard of them before, and a new guy working on No Frames, want to upgrade your or use Mike for sponsoring today's video. I need people to understand something. I love Halo. I love this franchise. And man, watching what it has become over the years has to be one of the most painful experiences of my life as a gamer. Combat Evolved was the game that helped me make friends. I went to LAN parties and I played it for hours. And I did the exact same thing with Halo 2. These were the games that made gaming a social experience for me. Hell, I didn't even own an Xbox or either game, but I was playing them constantly, like every single week. Then I saved up all summer and bought an Xbox 360 at launch and played Halo 3, and that was effectively just my identity for many years after that. But I don't think people understand the respect that Halo deserves. Combat Evolved wasn't just a good game, it was the game. It controlled so flawlessly that it felt like an extension of your own body. It became the blueprint for how first-person shooters are still played on controller today. The story pulled you in, the scale felt impossible, the characters were unforgettable, and the music was just so perfect that it possessed your own gameplay. Halo changed how shooters controlled, how stories were presented, how cutscenes were made, and the role that music could play in all of it. These games quite literally changed the course of gaming, and it all started with Combat Evolved. So you would think with
See, I think that people don't understand that.
that kind of legacy, with the legacy of this franchise, the nostalgia surrounding it, and the original being such a known quantity, deserving of respect, a remake of that game that started everything would feel monumental. But somehow, these guys managed to make a game that nobody gives a shit about. And there's good reason for that, because Xbox and Halo Studios have completely decimated this franchise's reputation and relevance so badly that they felt like they needed to go into witness protection and change their own name. Then, for whatever reason, they thought it was worthwhile to come out charging $50 for a campaign-only remake with no competitive multiplayer, while also charging $70 for the premium edition that got you a couple of days early access and some
That some people couldn't access and didn't get a refund on. Keep that in mind.
god-awful looking skins. A game, mind you, that cost more than the entire Master Chief Collection, which is the first 6 games. Like, this is such a joke. The value proposition here makes absolutely no sense. Why
And that's why graphics doesn't matter, is why. You need to look at these things.
would anybody want to buy this? Oh, wait, that's right. They didn't. Campaign Evolved launched to a whimpering 25,000 peak concurrent players on Steam. And like clockwork, I'm already starting to see people use Game Pass and the fact that the game was multi-platform to try to excuse
Yeah? So is Palworld.
those numbers. Never mind the fact that we just watched Palworld for now the second time reach nearly 1 million players, and it's on Game Pass and also on every other platform other than Nintendo. Now, I've seen a lot of people that have been talking about this game, so I went and gave it a shot. Now, I've played a good bit of Campaign Evolved, and I think the best way to describe this game is that it's like Halo, but with a smoke detector that's chirping at you every 30 seconds.
Oh, god damn it.
The game is still good because it's combat evolved underneath. It's one of the best games ever made. It largely has the same maps, the same story, and the same gameplay, but every time I started to comfortably slip back into it, something would happen and immediately remind me that something was wrong. I loaded up the game, I heard that iconic theme song start playing, I got a little bit excited, and then I found out that I couldn't even play this game without connecting a Microsoft account on Steam. Tell
God damn it, Legendary Drops. Why'd you have to make the joke?
me why.
For those who don't know, that's a chirp that you get from a smoke detector when the battery is running low.
A campaign-only game requires a non-optional Microsoft login for something that I have already purchased multiple times at this point on multiple platforms. God, I hate modern gaming. It's like every single one of these companies is just trying to figure out a new way to inconvenience the player before you even play some of these games. It's all for their own benefit, likely just looking to farm my personal data or something like that. Of course, the annoyances don't stop there. I swear they upped Cortana's dialogue, tutorializing every single action that you take in the game.
This is what I heard too. I heard that before too.
Go left, go right. Let me mark the cloaked enemies on screen so that you don't miss them. They even did it with these elites that were hiding in trees that are supposed to jump down and surprise you. Mind you, this was on legendary difficulty. The main selling point of this game is that it's a massive graphical overhaul, and at times it does look great. I thought the Silent Cartographer looked gorgeous, but Halo Studios' interpretation of the original completely ruins the texture of this game. Everything has this glossy finish to it. Like, the entire game is just...
Yeah, because if graphics mattered that much, Pokemon would have been out of business years ago.
laminated and covered in Vaseline. Everything related to the Covenant is just another shade of shiny purple. Then we get to some of the more creative liberties that they've taken with cutscenes and voice acting. They brought back most of the same voice actors from the original, but the direction is just so weird in this game. There are so many scenes that were recorded, and it feels like there's just no context that was given. They have strange inflection, long pauses, these delayed reactions, and also these really weird Marvel movie shots where the character is just staring into the camera and smiles. It feels like a parody of a game that you love. In trying to make everything more dramatic, they just kind of suck the soul out of the entire game. They removed the intrigue and the mystery of the ring world. They spoiled certain parts of the story with
They have to add hand holding to every goddamn thing right now.
these added and completely
I hate it.
pointless cutscenes. They turned Cortana and Sergeant Johnson into cartoon characters, and it just doesn't feel like Halo. It feels like a caricature of Halo made by someone who knows what it looks like but doesn't understand why any of it worked. And that's when I realized that 343 or Halo Studios or whatever these guys want to call themselves, they still do not understand this franchise. After more than a decade of them making these games, all the answers are sitting directly in front of them. Every tool is at their disposal, and they still don't understand how to faithfully copy someone else's homework. And the more that I played, the more that I realized...
And yeah, I think that's what they need to do when they have these remakes. They need to be copying the homework. Not remaking things, not redoing things, just copy the goddamn homework. And make it pretty.
that I don't even think they ever wanted to copy it. They don't want to make Halo for the people who already love it. They want to make Halo for somebody else. They want to make Halo for themselves. And this became blatantly
Sergeant Steve Harvey, yeah.
obvious when you look at some of the more pointless additions that they made to the game, like going through the entire game to add more female Marines and soldiers for whatever reason. Halo's audience has always been overwhelmingly male, so seriously, what does this accomplish? Like, game developers that are watching this video right now, why do you guys do this? Has any woman ever looked at a few generic female NPCs in a science fiction shooter about aliens and galactic genocide and thought, you know what, now I'll play Halo? No. It has to be all performative. I mean, they added these prequel missions centered around Lieutenant Williams, an ODST who spends most of her time talking down to Master Chief and acting like she's the main character. I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she has more dialogue than anyone outside of Cortana. These missions honestly feel like they exist almost entirely just to showcase her, and they all take place aboard a ship called the Triumph of Tolerance.
I forgot that. Oh, God.
I am dead. I honestly, you guys couldn't have made this more obvious if you tried. The defense that I have seen is that the ODSTs have always hated Spartans, and anyone who thinks her hostility feels forced is apparently just a tourist that just doesn't.
But why not just call it the USS Woke and just get it over with?
Doesn't understand the lore. All of it, by the way, is complete bullshit. That entire argument comes from one section of the book, The Fall of Reach, where a 12-year-old chief kills 2 ODSTs in an incident that was covered up. Something, by the way, that apparently Bungie tried to cancel because they didn't want a defined backstory for Master Chief. That's book lore. Bungie has never built their games around that idea, and they never built their idea around ODSTs hating Master Chief and spending entire missions trying to prove himself to these people. No. Williams talking down to Chief is not some deep, lore-accurate detail only real fans understand. It's a newly invented character being shoved into a remake just so she can posture over the hero that everyone actually came to see, because the people that are making this game don't respect the audience or the franchise. Even an original Halo developer came out
God, Halo even looks like something I'd have fun with, but oh, God.
mocking it, and the response to that was that apparently, well, old Bungie developers are just horrible people. What are we doing? Look, man, some of the gameplay changes are fine, and honestly, I think the game can actually look absolutely gorgeous at times. I don't think that everything has to play exactly as it did 25 years ago, and I'm not against modernizing an old game, at least, you know, to some degree, but do these changes actually improve Combat Evolved?
And that's the difference. Do they improve it? Apparently not, because nobody's buying it. They should have.
Or are you just doing it for yourself? I mean, everything that I enjoyed was already made for them. The weapons that Bungie designed, the enemies Bungie created, the levels Bungie built, the story, the music, the characters, and the gameplay loop, all this stuff was inherited by Halo Studios. The new missions don't meaningfully expand on the original. They interrupt it. The added cutscenes that they put in don't make the story deeper. They just over-explain things that were better left mysterious, spoil missions way before they even happen, and also give newly added characters more attention than the Master Chief. They didn't add anything to Combat Evolved that it was missing. They were adding things just because they wanted their fingerprints all over it. And that brings me back to the question, who is this game even for? This wasn't a Halo game that was made for Halo fans. This is a Halo game that was made for Halo Studios, for Xbox, for their investors, and for an imaginary audience that these guys still think they can find. And looking at these numbers, it doesn't look like they're showing up. But better luck next time, champ. I'm sure you're going to get them. I'm tired, man. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of watching some of the greatest franchises out there get drugged through the mud just because somebody has a chip on their shoulder over the
Exactly.
direction a series had took, over the people that originally had made it, over the audience that they inherited. No.
That probably came out when they were kids. That too.
I'm tired of it. This is not your opportunity to inject your own fan fiction about how you're going to correct that audience and correct this game. If you are making a remake, it needs to be faithful, especially for a classic like this. There is no in between. And instead, what do? We get Combat Evolved that's layered in millennial cringe, shiny surfaces, and over-tutorialization. Fantastic. Thank you for the $60 or $50 remake of a campaign. What are you guys doing? You know, I saw somebody that was in response to the people that were mad about the game saying, oh no, I can't believe it. The Chuds found Halo. Those were
the Chuds made Halo, and they were the ones who bought Halo, and they were the ones who made Halo successful. The Chuds were the ones who were always there, and the ones who made it.
Are the guys that were forged in Halo 3 lobbies. That is the audience. That is the people that is supposed to be buying these games. In any other world, these guys would be the ones that would be making it one of the most played games this year, but that's not the case because they've sat around and watched studios like 343 and publishers like Halo Studios turn these games into corporate Frankensteins.
That they've got to stop doing that. Yeah, Pep. That they feel at their brainwashing campaigns, but they keep going. Exactly.
The slower these guys are to realize that those chuds are the actual audience and the people that would normally be buying your games, well, the more money
Not just the audience, they're the first programmers.
you're just lining up to throw away.
They have people there who never would have made Halo in the first place because it's too toxic or whatever.
Halo already had Cortana, Miranda Keys, Sergeant Johnson. Hell, it even had Veronica Dare. So when I see people that are getting upset and talking about, oh, you just don't want females in your games, blah, 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 blah. No, that's not the case. It's never really been the
The people who are saying that about Halo never played Halo.
case. Nobody needed to lecture anybody about those characters because they were so well written. They made so much sense for who they were and what they were. The problem isn't the inclusion of, it's that these writers, they substitute personality for characteristics. And it just falls flat. It's just so amateur and it's so transparent. They're just so bad at their job. That's why people get mad. Simple as that. People aren't angry because a franchise has changed. They're angry because the people that are changing them don't understand what they're doing. They don't even understand what they're working on. They don't even respect the thing that they're working on. And when you think about that and you look at Halo, you kind of realize that it's not
Yeah, they're guys who are trying to get it in women's pants
just Halo. This is something that's
because they don't wear skirts anymore.
basically just the worst example of everything that's happening everywhere. So something that I hadn't noticed until it was pointed out on social media is that in the opening scene with Captain Keyes, the developers had swapped out the guy that was operating the ship in the original for a woman. And lo and behold, the person that they had replaced was actually the face scan of one of the game's original developers, something that was later confirmed by Halo's composer, Marty O'Donnell. And while I would love to believe that this is some grand conspiracy trying to purposefully erase the former developers from the game, I actually think the truth is a lot more simpler and honestly a hell of a lot more damning. They had no idea. They probably had no idea at all. They didn't know who this guy was, why his face was there, or that they were even removing a small piece of the actual team that created Halo. They just looked at the original, saw some generic guy in the background, and decided, hey, that guy needs to be replaced. And that single change represents the entire problem with Campaign Evolved, and honestly, with a lot of other games. The people that are remaking Halo don't understand the history that they inherited. They don't see the human fingerprints that are left throughout the entire game or care why certain decisions were made. They just see an old product filled with things that they can update, correct, and replace with their own ideas. That's what happens when we have franchises that outlive the people that created them. The names, the characters, the music, and imagery all get passed down, but the understanding doesn't. The new developers inherit everything other than the reason why any of it mattered. And I think this is where we get into the real problem with not only Halo, but almost every single franchise that has gone on this long. The original games were made because somebody wanted to make them. Bungie had an idea, they had a vision, and then Halo existed because they thought it should exist. Now, Halo exists because Microsoft owns Halo. The people that made it are gone. The reason it existed is gone, but the name is still worth money, so somebody has to be making it. And the people who inherit the game are handed all the recognizable parts, the green armor, the purple aliens, the music, the ring, and assume that that means that they understand it. They know what Halo looks like, but they don't know what Halo is. And when I look at all the changes that 343 and Halo Studios have made over the years, almost every single one of them feels like it's an attempt to run away from the audiences that built the franchise because, well, those are the people who actually know what the game is. Halo 4 chased Call of
Not only know what it is, but they know what people want because they were there.
Duty with its custom loadouts, armor abilities, and story that was buried under book lore that made the entire thing just so damn convoluted. Halo 5 pushed that even further with advanced mobility, loot boxes, and no split-screen multiplayer, even though sitting next to your friends and playing this game was quite literally the foundation that this game was built on. But the worst of the damage was always the characters in the story. Halo was about humanity facing extinction and somehow still holding the line. It was about duty, sacrifice, brotherhood, and people trusting each other even though everything else around them felt impossible. Master Chief wasn't just some emotionless guy in armor. He represented strength, responsibility, and the humanity that was still buried underneath it all. Cortana wasn't just his sarcastic AI sidekick. She was still his connection to that humanity, the one person or the one AI that he could trust, and their relationship became the emotional core of the entire series. Then 343 turned Cortana into a villain. And looking at how she's portrayed in the remake, it feels obvious that they're just trying to make her seem slightly unstable or more unstable from the very beginning, just so they can make it feel like their version of Cortana is inevitable.
I think there is a sense of their version that is all over this from all the descriptions that I'm getting.
They're doing the exact same thing with these bonus missions, trying to
Almost like they hate the original.
fabricate this divide between ODSTs and the Spartans to inject hostility into a story that was fundamentally about people standing together against something much larger than themselves. And I think that's where the divide with players comes in, and it comes in every single time with series like this because we already know what this series meant. We already knew what these characters represented, what these stories were trying to say, and what Halo meant to us. But then we have somebody that's coming in, inheriting it all, and starting to force their own version of reality into a franchise like the audience somehow misunderstood it for the last 25 years. Suddenly the heroes need to be torn down. The people that are fighting to save humanity need to be treated with suspicion, and every single relationship.
You know what somebody should make if they want to buy up this property? Lego. Make a Lego Halo because the name would be funny. And as you shoot them, parts and pieces of Legos fly off. At least it would look funny.
Needs to get reframed through the same generic, tired idea that modern entertainment has been pushing for years. What if the good guys were actually the bad guys the entire time? None of this makes Halo better. They're only doing this because they want to subvert the audience, correct the original, and try to attract some imaginary group of people that supposedly just wants their version of the game. It's revisionism.
I think they are the only people who want their version of the game, which is why nobody is buying it.
That is just driven by whatever political or cultural arguments are happening.
They should have had well over 100,000, 200,000 people playing on day one on Steam consecutive.
Right now, forced into stories that
It's fucking Halo.
people have loved for decades, and instead of just creating something new that reflects their own worldview, they take something that already means something to millions of people, hollow it out, and then just wear
Yes.
it like it's a costume. And I think this is where these games eventually just start turning into these corporate Frankensteins because the people that are making these games either don't understand the audience or don't want to have anything to do with them. And because of that, every single part of it just starts getting pulled in all these different directions. You have executives that want more growth. You have marketing departments that want wider demographics. You have developers that want to put their own spin on it. And whatever made the franchise successful in the first place is just something that is just fighting for more space. The game has to keep that recognizable name, the characters, and the imagery because that's what carries value, at least in their eyes, but everything underneath it can get replaced. It needs
At least she still has a nice ass.
the current writing trends, the current gameplay trends, the current politics, the current monetization strategy, and whatever else these companies think is going to make it appeal to more people or make them more money. And eventually, well, it just becomes a collection of things that all tested really well in a meeting, but really didn't make a whole lot of sense when you actually put them to a video game. And Halo
Yeah.
is nowhere near the only franchise that this has happened to. We have watched Battlefield move further and further away from the class-based, team-driven warfare that made Battlefield what it was because they decided they needed specialists, quippy characters, and whatever Call of Duty was doing at the time. Saints Row went from a franchise with a very specific identity and an audience to a reboot that seemed embarrassed of both, replacing the entire cast with characters built for people that, I probably never even wanted to play a Saints Row game in the first place. Assassin's Creed became so obsessed with size, retention, and selling content that it barely even resembles the historical stealth games that people fell in love with. I mean, these people that are making these games today are openly embarrassed about the games that they are working on and the past that they came from. Ubisoft just remade Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and they censored all of the women's outfits to make them less problematic. Oh, God, cleavage. How disgusting.
Okay.
Censored
gonna go
all the
back.
women's.
Yeah. Yeah. The one on the right's the new one.
Outfits to make them less problematic. Oh, God, cleavage. How disgusting.
Again, the one on the right is the new one. Okay, so we're talking downgrades here all the way around.
How dare they have something like that in my video game? You can go throughout the entire industry and see the same process everywhere. The name stays the same because that name makes money, but the actual identity gets watered down one decision at a time. Every new team comes in and wants to modernize it, try to broaden it, try to make it their own, and nobody seems willing to admit that maybe the reason that the franchise was valuable was because it already belonged to someone. I just don't get how these guys don't understand this. You cannot spend decades removing everything from a specific franchise and still expect the name to carry it by itself. At a certain point, people are going to stop showing up because, well, the thing that they loved is gone. The logo is still there. The characters might still have the same names. The marketing is going to tell you it's a bold new era. Oh, man, this game is going to look so good. But the soul of it has been replaced by whatever the current people in charge want it to be. And when these new audiences that they're chasing,
This is a big problem with Disney, too. That their name is there, but every time they get somebody new in the office, everything changes, and it's nothing like what it was before.
never arrive. These guys never go back. They just blame the old audience, reboot it again, and then drag out another piece of the past and hope.
The only thing that really doesn't change much is the parks. And that's because they take way too much money and way too much time to change. Everything else changes. Movies change. Animation changes. They redo the entertainment parts so that they added cruise lines, stuff like that.
Hope that nostalgia can carry these guys one more time. And that's exactly how we end up with a game like Campaign Evolved. You know, I'd
Yeah, bring back Medal of Honor.
recently seen this article that was talking about how we may never see another Dragon Age the Veilguard game or Dragon Age game again. And part of that is due to what Dragon Age the Veilguard did to the game's reputation. But the other part of it is, well, because the studio actually doesn't have any of the people that used to be there that still understand the old tech, and there's no third-party studios that understand the old tech that those games are made under as well. So nobody actually has access to any of the old files, and they can't even remake or remaster those games or continue forward with them because there's nobody there to do it. Now, part of
You know who you could contact if you want to remake those games? Modders. Modders probably know more about your game and your engine than you do. You fuck nuts.
that is institutional knowledge not being passed down, some people being let go. But I think this is what happens when you have a publisher or a studio that's investing into something just out of obligation, and then you have people that are making it that clearly just have no interest in doing anything other than things for themselves. These guys had an opportunity to be able to learn about some of the older games and where these games came from, but they were more focused on the game that they were involved with rather than the past that made them. It's all this factory-made mentality that is just absolutely infecting the games industry at this point, where these guys think that just because they have the mold and because they have the IP rights that they can just continue to make these games with different people. But I think that that couldn't be any further from the truth. These guys
I can't unsee that cat flopping around on those steps. Sorry. Just had to go there.
simply just do not understand these games. They do not respect their past, and they don't respect their audiences either. And I think that shows in a lot of the AAA games and a lot of the AAA franchises that we've seen come and now go in a lot of cases over the years. You know, part of me is of the mind that a lot of this stuff should just be left out to greener pastures. Maybe it's time to let some of these IPs go. At least
I think it is time to let a lot of those IPs go because they're not like their IPs when they remake them anyways.
for now. Because today, things are just way too locked into current day culture. Everything in
Yes, exactly, and that's why.
AAA today, everything in entertainment has to be about what's happening in the world right now or some reflection of what's happening in the world right now. And I just don't think that I don't think it's good for video games. I don't think it's good for entertainment. If you look at a game like Halo, Halo was not it wasn't a reflection of the times that made it. The only reflection of the times that made it was the fact that these guys weren't distracted with anything else. It was a timeless game because it was allowed to be that way. It wasn't trying to tell you about any social affairs that were happening in the news that day. It didn't have anything to do with that. But today, everything has to have some level of embellishment or some level of inclusion of current day culture in one way, shape, or form.
And it's ruining everything.
Think that it absolutely destroys these games, and it makes absolutely no
Yep.
sense when you're doing it inside of games that already exist, especially in games that have a long history like Halo or something like that. A game that was never created from that kind of climate, now trying to be adapted to it, just feels wrong. And that's why people get upset. Which is sad, because I think mechanically, Combat Evolved is actually pretty much fine. Like, a lot of the things that I thought would really bother me, things like sprint or being able to ADS with certain weapons where you couldn't before, or maybe even use weapons that normally wouldn't fit that, Halo Evolved archetype. A lot of that stuff was fine. And also, at a lot of times, the game could look really good. I didn't really like a lot of the art direction that they had in some cases.
That's what I'm hearing a lot of complaints about, is the art direction. Like I said before, it's like the Unreal Engine 5ification of the game. All the lighting and stuff like that.
These guys also completely destroyed any sense of scale. I don't know if you guys ever looked at the difference between the starting screen from the original Combat Evolved and Campaign Evolved, but like all the added detail actually just makes the ring look smaller and a lot less intimidating, or a lot less interesting in a lot of cases. And I think like that's just another thing that sometimes gets lost.
Yeah, the Halo should look monstrously big.
It's just sad to see something that was turned into what it was, especially when it used to be so good. Sad, man. Anyway, tell me what you guys think. Do you guys think that some of these franchises should just be, look at the flowers, Lenny? Just let them go work on something else. Maybe 343 and Halo Studios would have probably done better just trying to make their own game for once, rather than trying to make a game that they never had ownership of. I don't know. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. If you guys enjoyed the video, like the video, subscribe.
I think it was all a huge mistake, and I think they should try and take it back, but they can't. Because what could you possibly do to take it away? Nothing. I mean, there was one game recently where they took it all back. It's Concord. But, yeah, you can't take that back. So, this is where they apparently talk about who they hired for this. And they hired devs who hated the series and wanted to change it. Gee, that kind of sounds like what he was talking about before, doesn't it?
It is so sad to see a game series as iconic as Halo being in the garbage. Halo has had so many problems over the years, and 343/Halo Studios hiring activists to work on this series hasn't turned things around for them, and we know that this game clearly has not sold as well as they were anticipating, given they haven't boasted about the numbers on social media, and people are bringing up older...
You can always tell something's not doing well when they don't post the numbers, or when they post the amount of players and not sales.
Interviews where they admitted that they were really hiring people who hated Halo, and gamers are furious all over again. I have a
Because where are the Game Pass numbers even? Oh wait, we don't have those either.
few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy them and consider supporting through Patreon, work on Halo, because it is such an iconic IP that there are millions of people out there who would love to work on this series, and I'm sure...
Oh yeah. And a lot of those people who would want to work on the series are the kind of people that they would have actively made sure couldn't get in. Because, oh, you just want more of the same. We want something that's better. And of course, by better, they mean more women. By better, they mean, more detail. And it's like, no, it needs to be like the original because it's not a new game. It's a remake of an old game.
sure hundreds of thousands of game developers who know something about Halo who would respect it better than the DEI hires that are at 343/Halo Studios. It is so depressing to see this happen where they will take it, they will modernize it, but this is just what cultural Marxists do, and there are a lot of those in the video game industry right now. And older interviews and posts from Halo developers and producers have been popping back up over the past couple of days. Halo Studio is being really re-exposed, and you love to see this happen. So, Not Akira had posted on X, hire people that hate Halo for fresh ideas. Shit all over the IP. IP
Yeah.
gets derailed into oblivion. Why did this happen to us? It's always so hilarious to me when these developers will sit here and cry and moan and groan and whine and complain and say, what went wrong? Why did
But again, that's like those Bethesda people who were fired and were protesting outside, were striking outside, and saying that the players love their games. Yeah, no. I think that's the same thing that would happen if you had 343 people fired. And they did the same thing. They probably believe that people love their games, and it's just the silent minority that doesn't like us. And then you ask them, okay, then show me your sales. Oh, it's that loud minority that was stopping people from buying our games. The people who did buy it love our games. What about the 60%? Oh, those are just activists in there review bombing. It's like, no, it's simpler than this. People don't like your games, you fucknut. Stop it. People don't like what you're doing and you got fired for it. And that's probably going to happen to these 343 people.
gamers not show up to support our product? And then they turn it into, oh, the chuds just hate us and you're all bigots for not buying our experience, when really you only have yourselves to blame. People will show up to consume really good content. Look at what's happening with Spider-Man right now.
I was about to say that too. Look at what's happening in Spider-Man. Everybody's been saying for years, oh, it's because of COVID, people just aren't going back. Oh, look, it's just an issue with all these superheroes. People are just tired of all these superheroes. And here we are with Spider-Man. By Monday, today is Tuesday, so we have Monday's numbers. By Monday, they had $8 billion. They just did.
It has made over $1 billion in just a handful of days, almost hit the $1 billion mark during its opening weekend, because something like superhero fatigue isn't real. It's bad movie fatigue that is real, or bad superhero film fatigue.
Bad game fatigue.
That is real. People will open their wallets if you're providing them with a
Hi, Ubisoft.
really good product. And
Fuckers.
then they followed up with asking, has this approach ever worked? And why do they keep going for this
All right, Demi. Have a good one.
same strategy so many times? Yeah, the Halo campaign evolved main campaign is not necessarily bad. There are some changes. They did add certain enemy types from other games and weapons from other games, which I don't mind. It's just the
But why did you add more to the cutscenes?
NPCs that look very different, a bit of dialogue that is different, designs like Cortana's, which are horrendous, and then the primary issue I had with it came in during the prequel missions that are filled to the brim with modern dialogue, girl boss modern characters. You really get a feel for what a modern Halo game would be like, and I want to burn it with fire. I do not want a follow-up. I absolutely love Halo. It is such a nostalgic game series for me, but let's be honest, Halo hasn't really been good since Halo 4, and Halo 4 I wouldn't say was particularly amazing. It had a lot of problems. It did a lot of good as well. It wasn't the worst experience we've ever had with Halo games, especially when you look at 5 and Infinite had a lot of problems too. But yeah, when you see that they are hiring people that admit they, don't want to work with guns in their games and that really
Yeah, that one killed me.
they just hate Halo, it breaks your heart. So it says, we hired people who hate Halo. Having the Halo franchise was burdensome in a lot of ways, meeting expectations, for example, but it was great for hiring, O'Connor admits. Oh yeah, guys, because you definitely are having a hard time when you have to go to your job and actually do your job. Oh my goodness. Many of 343's problems were big, practical, logistical conundrums having to do with growth and recruitment. The studio needed to attract top AAA talent that was in high demand and probably already employed at other AAA studios. All of 343's staff came from AAA. The studio staff now represents over 25 AAA studios.
Maybe there's your problem. It's the double A's that are making your money now.
343 actually couldn't tell interviewees that the studio was specifically working on Halo 4, just that the studio was working on something involving Halo. And at this point in time, when they were making Halo 4, sure, they were looking for AAA talent, but look at how much the industry has shifted. They don't care about AAA talent anymore. They are willing to hire 20 juniors instead of one senior and one legitimate and solid and good game developer. That is not an okay situation to be in. We had
No.
people who we hired who hated Halo because of X, says O'Connor. But what that really meant was, I feel like this game could be awesome because of Y input that I'm going to bring into it. I want to prove it, and I'm passionate about proving it. So we ended up with a bunch of people who were genuinely passionate about the product. That is a huge advantage, and that helped in hiring and forming our team. So they admitted to hiring people who didn't care about Halo. They were like, oh, I hate Halo. Wait a minute. I can shove my worldview and propaganda into it. Okay, you know what? I will work for you and I will make Halo. This is not okay. You should not be hired.
Yeah, that whole thing of I don't like or I hated Halo because of X and you can fix it because of Y. No. No. People liked Halo because it was Halo. Do not go changing it. That is your problem.
Hiring people who admit to
Fix this probably like, oh, I didn't like Halo or I hated Halo because there weren't enough women in it. And it's like, okay, but any real Halo fan is going to tell you they don't give a shit.
hating the product, especially when the products before this point had been smashing successes. We were talking about Halo 1, 2, and 3. Those mainline entries did phenomenally. And so you're bringing in people who want to change it? Yeah, absolute red flag. And then we also know that back in 2024, there was a massive Halo controversy because a Halo developer could not tell the difference between real life and video games. A tweet from
Yeah, it is the era of indie.
Nick had been posted, and it came to the forefront of Twitter. By the way, Nick has many different flags in his bio. Again, he is a developer in the industry. He was at the time working for 343 on Halo Infinite. He said, honestly, I don't think I could work on a game that glorifies.
I remember when this was posted. This pisses me off. Oh, look, I'm making a shooting game, but I don't like guns. I don't think I can work on another game that has guns in it because it makes my PP hard. And I don't want to be hard because that makes me a real man. And I don't want to be a real man because I'm supposed to be a fucking fairy. Fuck you, Nick.
Or fantasizes modern guns, COD, Battlefield, RB6. I've had moments I've struggled with Halo, but the weapons and world is pretty sci-fi, which creates a large enough separation from reality. And look, if you personally are bothered by guns in your entertainment, that's fine. You're a
Just watch one of these times I'll say something like that and somebody will quote me on it.
human being. You are allowed to feel unsettled by this in a lot of cases. You're supposed to feel unsettled by what you are seeing on the screen. That's why so many games give you the choice between being good versus being evil. But you are working on a game that has guns in an industry where there are guns that are going to pop up. Stop being such a sensitive Sally and leave the industry. If he was just a normal dude, I would
He's from Washington. He's not a real man anyways.
say, I completely understand this take, but Halo does have guns that look similar to real world weaponry, and so this argument doesn't really hold up that, like, there's enough of a separation with Halo. There really isn't. So if you're going to be a sensitive Sally, that's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. Then leave the industry and go work somewhere else, or go work on indie games where you are going to be an animal who is just eating berries off of a tree, and maybe that will suit your sensibilities a little bit better. Let a legitimate game developer take the lead here.
He decided to become a game developer because at the time when he was going to school, everybody was talking about teabagging, and so he thought that if he got into one of those games, which were always shooting games, he would be able to be the guy who, coats the nuts of the guy teabagging, and so he would be able to look at the guy's PP and his balls all day, and then he'd be able to make the emote for the... That was really gross. Anyways.
Feel free to give up your seat at the table, Nick. But of course, somebody like this only cares about their bottom line and virtue signaling on social media, which is what he is doing here. And it's just so
Are we sure that's a he?
depressing that they've hired people who don't care about Halo, and that's why it has fallen so far so fast. Halo Campaign Evolved was the 4th most popular game
It could be non-binary.
on Xbox at launch in the US, but only 29th on PS5, and it didn't do that good on PC. But the 4th Halo Campaign Evolved should have easily been number 1. Halo,
Yes.
years ago, would have dominated the charts. Everybody would still be playing it, but because there's no multiplayer, that is a massive turnoff. Because people know the general experience that they're getting, a lot of people are waiting to play it until it goes on sale. And when
Yep.
we look at the Steam numbers, I mean, they are not good. The game is currently sitting at 2,951. The 24-hour peak is 8,700, and then the all-time peak.
This was posted 4 hours ago, so she probably ended up actually making it. Maybe today. But I have a feeling she probably recorded a lot of this stuff yesterday, so...
At release was 25,370.
Nope, there's August 4th. Okay. Yeah, so that was recorded today.
It's just not a good look, because this also isn't a full price game. Yes, there's a deluxe edition that you can get for $70, but that is not the standard, and so they are making even less money on it than they could have, and it is just very
To be worse, they could have split it into 3 games. Because we know how well that works, right? Square Enix. All right, Square Enix. The company that fucked up Squaresoft. Nothing's been right since.
depressing to see that Halo is in the state that it is getting modernized, that you are seeing people be hired that hate Halo, and it's no wonder why Halo has fallen so far, so fast, why Halo is in a state of disaster. You hire activists, and they are going to push their activism into the game, and then as much activism as they're pushing into the game, you are going to lose twice the amount of players. So they made their decision, they've made their bed, now they're lying in it. Some of these people may still work at 343/Halo Studios, wouldn't be particularly shocking, but ultimately, it's no surprise to anybody that this IP has gotten derailed into oblivion, and you just hate to
Yes.
see this happening, because Halo was a part of so many of our formative years, I guess you could say, childhoods, teenage years, into adulthood. You still loved it, but
I was already into adulthood, so it wasn't like my childhood thing.
it is in a state where I can no longer defend it and just blindly praise Halo because of the name. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you
Ah, yeah. So they need to be stopped. I'll just put it that they need to be stopped. They've completely lost the plot, and I don't think there's anything they can do to recover. You can't do something like this to your main IP and expect to sell anything after. Be based on your name, which is how a lot of these places sell stuff. Yeah, it's like a lot of people probably never would have watched the Star Wars, but because it's named Star Wars, they watched it. And that's why those movies sold. It's the same thing with games. I think because 343 Studios and Halo was on it, people were willing to give it a shot. But that means that next time, they probably won't. And for an example of that, going back to Star Wars, that's what happened to Solo. Solo was not a worse movie than the previous one, which was the second movie. People were just burnt so much that they didn't give Solo a chance. I'm not saying it was a good movie. Don't get me wrong on that. I did not say that. But you know what I mean. So we're going to go from that to something else that has to do with the Xbox. Because, you know, that's where Halo is basically from. Fable may be the last straw for day one on Xbox Game Pass. They are banking on Fable. Are they insane?
It is absolutely insane to me that Xbox is banking on Fable. They really think that this game is going to be a smashing success, and if it isn't, this could change a lot of their business strategy going forward.
They hurt the name way too much. Even if it is a good game, it's not going to be the smashing success that they need it to be. It might sell well, but they spent so much money on it that it's not going to be like really profitable for them. They'd have to get so many new signups for Game Pass that it's not funny to make up the money that they spent on this game.
Forward, because now we're hearing that it may be the last straw for
Yeah, old game too.
Day one on Xbox Game Pass. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description.
How many people even think about Fable anymore?
Join the community. I don't think that anybody is really excited for this, and I don't really
It's been in limbo for so goddamn long.
think anybody expects this to be a massive game for them. They thought that Avowed was going to be a smashing success, and it wasn't. They thought the Outer Worlds 2 was going to be a smashing success, and it wasn't. And now they expect Fable to be able to do them good numbers. No, that is not going to happen. And
That's like, I think the Intergalactic Heretic is just gonna fall flat for Sony.
apparently their new business plans could revolve around this game being a success or a failure. So it says it's clear even to Microsoft that something is broken at Xbox, and there are a million ideas as to how to
Yeah, I was constantly told maybe you should try and play Fable, and I never got around to it, and I don't feel any worse off for not playing it.
fix it if it's possible to fix it all. Old Xbox leadership has been cleared out, with a new team brought in to correct course, though it's pivoting an aircraft carrier with holes in the hull after a decade of questionable decisions, and the upcoming release of Fable is a summation of some of the most problematic ones, and it is almost entirely divorced from the quality of the actual game. But Fable combines two issues facing Xbox in one: the somewhat recent position of allowing almost almost any game, including a storied IP like Fable with a new game 16 years in the making, to go to a competitor system like PS5, in this case, the very same day it comes to Xbox, and two, and how is it coming to Xbox? Day one on Game Pass, of course, the perceived main benefit of the subscription service where no one has to buy the game so long as they're paying the monthly/yearly fee. This is true for essentially every Xbox first-party release and has been for years. The latter point has been a good deal for consumers, at least most of the time, depending on how many games you were planning to buy on Xbox that year, but the long-term hope of explosive Game Pass growth has not panned out for Xbox. They thought that their subscriber numbers were going to be doubled at this point, which is crazy to think about, especially when you
Yeah, there is no way it was going to get doubled. And that's why they had to drop COD.
know that they have already got a massive amount of people paying into this subscription. This right here proves
Well, in a subscription like this, maybe COD should be on there, but it should be the previous one, not the newest. That type of stuff should happen with Game Pass. Not all this new stuff, not all this stuff made specifically for it.
how out of touch they are. Microsoft expected 77 million Game Pass subscribers in 2026, but it only has 30 million. And at the beginning of the
Ouch.
year, when they raised the prices, it had dropped by several million subscribers. Now, we do not know the exact number. They have not told us, but I would assume they lost like 3
We might find some more once they have their annual meeting.
million subscribers, perhaps 4
The shareholder meeting, I mean.
million. So it did drop down, though they expected the numbers to be doubled and then some, which is insane. It says, though, after a huge surge in the COVID years, growth has stalled and actually reversed after the terrible decision to increase prices by 50%. That was walked back by the new Xbox CEO Asha Sharma almost immediately, though not all the way, and with the caveat that Call of Duty games would no longer be day one on Game Pass. And look, I do think that Game Pass is a good price and a good subscription if you are a casual gamer, if you are somebody who doesn't have a lot of time to play games or doesn't have a lot of extra money, it is
Oof, we're not going to find out for a long time. Their fiscal year ends on June 30th. So, I don't think it's going to end up on any quarterly report.
worth it to buy into, but the problems come in when they start taking the content that they initially advertised it with away. Do I think that Fable is going to get
Fable is not going to get any more people. It might help retain some, but it's not going to gain anybody.
millions and millions of people jumping in the game because of Game Pass? No, I do actually believe that Fable is more niche, the same way that I never expected something like Avowed to take off the way that they wanted, and the Outer Worlds 2 should have done decent, but all of the controversy leading up to launch, then paired with the fact that people just really didn't like what they saw, yeah, that ended up underperforming. And I'm sure a lot of you who have followed the controversies with these games can tell that there is one overlapping theme here, and that is ultimately wokeness. They don't care about doing things like diversity naturally. They care about shoving as much in your face as possible. They want to shove progressive themes into these games. They do things like add in pronouns. They use modern language. They force characters to identify the way that they do in the real
Make Doom guy a Doom girl with a rainbow flag. Just do it, Bethesda. Come on. We know you want to. I know this isn't Bethesda, but you know what I mean.
world in 2026, and it does take people out of these experiences. Pair that with the fact that femininity is dead in Western video games, and they make every single woman look as ugly as possible, and the men are soy boys, and an average person looks at the marketing material and goes, ugh, I really don't like the aesthetic of this game. The environment looks bad. I don't think the characters look cool. It takes away from potential sales. People want fantasy again. I don't want to play a game as a 500-pound blue-haired nose ring wearing land whale. I don't want to play a game as a 115-pound soy boy with a shirt that's 3 times too large for him and he's drinking a matcha latte. I want to play as the peak of humanity. I want to play as somebody cool. I want to play as a sexy feminine woman or a
Like Eve. Oh, wait, that did so well, didn't it? Right.
hunky masculine man. I want to play as a hero or, in some cases, as a villain. I want to play as an interesting character, and these developers that work at these studios are too worried about pushing modern day political narratives. They are too busy adding in what they see in 2026 into a game that is supposed to be a high fantasy world, and it does take people out of the experience. So you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Maybe you should actually make experiences that are entertaining. It does say, though, that
Yeah, that won't happen.
the situation Xbox now finds itself in, however, is that Fable will be released for PS5 with early access just days after PlayStation drops its huge God of War Lao Fei release, which also is a problem. The rival shrugging at the prospect of stepping on the toes of a rival who is handling its biggest game of the year, no questions asked. And on the Xbox side, what's happening here? Drastically reduced sales because of customers already on Xbox Game Pass, few new subscriptions added because of Fable arriving 6 years into the console generation, and no need for anyone to buy a box if they already own a PlayStation. And it says that this could change the course of Game Pass, which is so insane that
They need to change the course of Game Pass. They need to change how it works completely. They need to run it like a movie studio. And by that, I mean that they need to have they need to have windows like theaters have, or movie studios have, I should say. You have the theatrical window, okay? And then you have pay 1 window and pay 2 window. Theatrical is literally when it's in theaters. In the sense of a game, maybe that's your first 2 months. And then you have pay 1 window. That's when you'll have like POD video, VOD. That's where you're basically renting. You have that, and then it goes on a streaming service where you can look at it with your normal, monthly payment or whatever. In this case, it would be your subscription to Game Pass. And so maybe Game Pass doesn't need to kick in until like a year later. Or at least 6 months later. So you can have your pay one, that's where people are going to buy it in the store. And they'll pay full price, and that will be several months. 2 to 3 months at least. And then you'll have your sort of pay 1 window, and that's where it's going to be, like your Steam discounts can start then, stuff like that. And then it can go to your pay 2 window, your regular release, and then that's when it goes on Game Pass, and everything else kicks in. That's what they need to do. They need to give these games a chance to make their own money first. That will stop them from making these games. These really stupid, half-ass games that would not be able to sell on their own. Because they would be obligated to sell on their own first. And then they earn the right to be put on the streaming's like streaming type treadmill where you're going from service to service.
they are banking on Fable, right? They really need Fable to do good. They had high hopes for Fable when I don't think that it should have ever gotten probably a quarter of the budget that they gave it. We had heard recently that it is uncomfortably over budget, and we do not have confirmation on what this is, but we had heard that it could have been like $200 million, potentially even $250 million.
With the amount of time that they spent on it, I'm sure it is over $200 million.
Now they are over budget, and we have no idea about the marketing either. So this cost them hundreds of millions of dollars to create. And are people going to show up to play this? I don't think so. Yes, it is obviously going to sell some copies, but I think a large chunk of people are going to play it on Game Pass, and I think a lot of people are also going to wait for a sale. And when we just had gotten the release of Halo Campaign Evolved, that apparently didn't even do the numbers that they were expecting. So it's just L after L for Xbox, and maybe they should have actually listened to their customers, or they wouldn't be in such a bad position. Because if they had listened to us, they would have known the content that we wanted, the content that we didn't want it, and then they could have judged, well, is this game going to actually make us money? Probably not. So we need to cut this before we invest too heavily in it, or we need to tell them
They never want to seem to cut their losses. When something is going wrong, sometimes you need to cut your losses. What game was it? It is by Capcom. Resident Evil 2, I think. I think it was Resident Evil 2. They simply cut their losses and started over because the game just wasn't good. And instead of spending years and years and years fixing little things, they just started over. And it was a really good game. I swear it was Resident Evil 2.
you are getting what you have been allotted and not a penny more. So, yeah, things are looking really, really bad for Xbox. Things are looking really, really bad for Fable. And apparently, the future of day one Game Pass releases are riding on Fable's success, which is crazy to have to say. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below if you found this important.
I think Xbox is toast, and I think that Game Pass is going to take the brunt of it until they come out with a new system or fix something. And then they'll be able to not really start over, but they'll be able to push their services more. Because remember that the new system, whatever they end up calling it, is going to be diskless. And so they might be able to push a Game Pass type system or even a cloud gaming type system or both on that console. They might be able to do something like that. But I don't think they're just really going to get a whole lot more people. I think the people that want it have it, and they don't have anything good that's coming out that would be able to sell a completely new service. Because they're going to have to get new people. The people who left aren't coming back. They need new people. And so for them, it's going to be a new service. And that's why I think it's going to be a new device, a new service, and then some really big, maybe not brand new, but some big new-ish games on it. And you advertise it that way. I think that's what it's going to take for them to make Game Pass profitable. And right now, cutting back on things that they put on there so they're not further in debt with it is probably the best thing they can do. So, Ashley Sherman's not exactly wrong on that one. cutting back on some of the stuff that's on there because they went overkill is probably the best thing they can do right now. There it is. So I wanted to go into this real quick. Because I'm going to go from this into Spider-Man and some other movie stuff. But I wanted to start off with this. I'm going to go over this real quick. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Paramount Warner Brothers is like 100% ready to go. And it's basically all the Democrats that are fighting it because they don't want David Ellison to have CNN. And he's actually said that before, that he thinks that CNN is the thing that's holding it up. Yeah, it's gonna be paywalled up the ass and expensive as fuck, yes. So I'm gonna read this first part here. The judge overseeing the lawsuit from the coalition of 12 states looking to block Paramount's $111 billion takeover of Warner Bros. Discovery is scheduled to start in March. Now, there's a problem. Starting in October, they're going to have to start paying $7 million a day until it goes through. So they're going to have to be paying $7 million a day because the court is stringing them along. And just because it's the court holding them up doesn't mean they don't have to pay. They still have to pay. And somebody was asking before, when there was some sort of date that they're like, all right, this isn't going through, we're squashing the whole thing. They actually do have a date. And I forgot to mark this thing up. So it is June 2027 is the outside date. And so if they're having a court case that's going to happen in March and run until the 19th, theoretically until the 19th, that's how long they've been scheduled to be able to have this case, is 12 days. So March 2nd to the 19th, because it's 12 days minus your weekends, holidays, stuff like that. So we have a problem here where our politics are getting in the way of businesses being able to run business. And they are being strung along so long that if something happens after this court case, they could put it past June 2027, in which case the stockholders might say, we've been getting our $7 million a day up until now, and we can get a $7 billion payout immediately if you cancel this. I think that is what they are doing. They're trying to make it so that he cannot buy it because they are running him through the ringer for years. I think that's what they're doing. I think they're intentionally trying to sabotage this whole thing, and they're doing it by stringing everything out. So they're being strung along. They wanted to have a court case in November, which meant that they would already have been paying the $7 million a day. And they put it out until March instead. Well, the thing is that the opposition actually wanted to have it further out than that. I heard at one time they were trying to put it out until April. So they're hoping that by the 19th there on March, then you have the final pretrial is in February, both sides completing the briefing by the beginning of April. So, I mean, you're talking Yeah, just April itself and part of May. Because it doesn't just get approved in a day. You don't just cut a check and it's done. You're going to have, like I said, almost the entire month of May to get everything ironed out and people paid. Stock transferred, however they're going to end up buying it. You need almost a month to do that. So, I think they are trying to sabotage this simply because they don't want him to have CNN. Period. That is the only reason they're doing this. And he has said it himself as well. But they did get Beth Wilkinson, who defended Microsoft bid to acquire Activision Blizzard when the FTC tried to sue them. So they have somebody who does know how to deal with this stuff, but is still pushing it out so damn far. And they're just like, little bit after little bit going after them. This should be illegal. They shouldn't be allowed to do this. Because you know they're up on a date where they're going to have to start paying daily. And they said that they're looking at somewhere around a $1.5 billion payout because they're being strung along. Just because of those payments. And then if they push it out even further, all of a sudden they have a $7 billion fee and it gets terminated. Because they're going to say, you know what, this has been going on long enough. You're just going to keep getting sued over and over and over again. So we're just going to call this whole thing off. Because that's what they'll do. It's just such a disaster. And yeah, that they're facing lawsuits from the United States, the Writers Guild of America, Paramount shareholders, looking to stop the deal. Paramount's bid to acquire the Legacy Studios in limbo. In an earnings call on Wednesday, Paramount CEO said that David Ellison stressed that the financing for the deal remains in place, so they are good. They have the money, they have the stock, they have whatever else they need. The line of credit is ready to go. There's nothing at risk, and we're confident we'll lose the transaction, so we're working towards it as fast as we possibly can. So this is getting out of hand. It's completely because of CNN, and it's because the Democrats are pissed off that they're losing CNN. When the guy's just going to buy it and he's going to make them release the same stuff they have been. Maybe back off the stuff that's going to get them sued. Just like what they did with The View. The View is still playing, but they're making them say stuff. When they say stuff that can get them sued to try and mitigate it. That's probably all that's going to change with CNN, because you're not going to change the entire staff. But, I believe this fight is not necessarily about market share. I believe it's plainer worry sits beneath the beliefs that the news releases the news. The issue is whether I can be trusted as a steward of Warner's CNN. There has been speculation about my politics, my loyalties, and my intentions. Unfortunately, I can't give anyone a view into my heart and mind, but I can share this. I have regularly voted for candidates of both parties. I hold some views that would be called conservative and others that would be called liberal, just like most Americans. And when it comes to our news operations, I don't aspire to lead these companies to bend their newsrooms to my views. He would lose his entire audience on CNN anyways because conservatives are not watching it and they're not going to move there. And the Democrats are just there because they want to watch fuck Trump. And that's it. So all that would happen if he changed that is CNN would collapse. Well, he doesn't want CNN to collapse because he just paid for it. He just needs to make sure that they get sued less. So, yeah, he even addressed the fact that it was straight up because of CNN. So, I just want to go into that real quickly. I have this out of order. How did I manage that? We're going to watch that, but not now. That was later. Oh, come on. There we go. So, I was talking before, we have Spider-Man. Let's see if this updated sense. Probably not. Nope, it did. So, it broke $1 billion. Spider-Man broke $1 billion. It took until Monday, but they did it. They broke $1 billion. This puts it in about second place overall for opening weekend. That puts it definitely behind oh God. Which one was it? Endgame. Yeah, it puts it behind Endgame, and that's really it. CNN will collapse regardless, and it's going to happen after Trump is out of office because they have nothing else to say. CNN only exists right now because Trump got back into office. So that happened last time he got out of office. They stopped talking about him for a while, and their ratings tanked, so they started talking about him again, and their ratings went back up. And so that's why there were so many Trump stories, even when he wasn't in office. It's because it was the only thing keeping them alive. So, yeah. So with the amount of money that I got here in mind, I found this, and we're going to watch it, but what I really wanted to show is what's on screen right now. John's 9652 said, took my kids to Spider-Man yesterday, even checking 2 hours early. I had to look at 5 different showtimes to get 3 seats together. That is how big this movie is. Meaning, they probably would have broke $1 billion even earlier if they had the IMAX. That the Odyssey is in. That they're going to have, I think, starting today. So they're going to get those today. And then, basically, if they got more theaters, I think it actually suffered because it could have been in more theaters. Like Endgame was. Endgame was in more theaters. It had all the IMAXs. And so it was able to make those dollars off of higher dollar tickets than what we have now with these smaller theaters. Despite the increase in prices since 7 years ago. Because IMAX tickets then were still more than regular tickets are now.
So
Look at what Packing Protons just did. He confirmed in the live chat that he paid him to see Minions, and that he hasn't seen it yet.
your job is to see Minions tomorrow. Well, okay, well, I've seen it. I liked it. It wasn't my favorite, but I mean, I
need a donator like that. $460. Holy shit.
I'll go see it. Do you want me to go see that or something else? Damn it, don't you tell me to go see the Odyssey.
It's Packing Protons, so I mean, they know each other.
That would be torture.
That
where
would
it's
be
like,
mean.
oh, you feel obligated to go.
Packing Protons. Okay, your job is to see Minions tomorrow night. Take RJ with you and make a video review. Be sure to shame Jeremy for not honoring his super chat.
Dude, I think that
Nice.
I think that last part is alone worth it.
Oh, I absolutely. You want me to go post something on X right now? I'm gonna post something on X right now.
He'll do it live. He'll shame Jeremy live.
I'll do it live. We're doing it live. All right, hang on a
Oh,
second.
God.
Now, okay, so packing. Thank you so much. I really.
Oh, he upped the ante. He upped the ante. He said, "Okay, Minions and the Odyssey."
Oh, come on now. This is just mean. I can't do there's no way to do those both in one night. I've seen the Odyssey and I've seen Minions. I don't mind going to
That's like 5 hours in the theater.
see Minions again. And look, that's that's easy enough to do tomorrow night because it's like an hour and 40 minutes long. The Odyssey's like 3. It's really full.
Plus the downtime as you're waiting for the next one to start. Yeah, that'd be killer.
4 hour. Okay. Oh, 2 nights. You really gonna make me go sit through the Odyssey again? Now you're just being an
Okay, 2 nights. All right, that's not as bad.
asshole. No. Okay. So wait. Let me.
Come on, get to the call. There is. Call Jeremy. Yes, it's Culture Casino. Culture Casino is on his channel sometimes.
Is he streaming right now?
He is. He was streaming when they did this.
The day ending and why? I mean, there's a high chance.
This is he's usually streaming on CobraCast this time of night. All right, so we're about the 10-minute mark here, and I just noticed Packing Proton said for $5. D-Day just said he still hasn't seen it yet. He just read my chat. So am I still calling him?
Oh
I'd say
God.
it's on the 10.
I told him I was going to do it. All right, he knows it's coming, so here we go.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear?
I can hear.
All right, hang on. Getting a phone call. Valiant Renegade calling me while I'm live trying to grift. Hello, Valiant.
Yeah, I mean that's never happened before, right?
It's never happened. How are you, man? What the f are you bothering me for?
Well, it's not me bothering you. It's Packing Protons. He sent me money so that I would call and shame you live on air. So I'm doing the grift too. You sent him, or he sent you $460 to go see Minions, and he just sent me $460 to chew you out for not seeing it.
Wow. So this is
God.
griftception now.
Oh yes, this is and but Odin's right here with me, so he's on the stream. So
Hey, tell Odin how about that Odyssey box office? So I guess I can say that to you too. Have you guys said it's a 40% cut for Nolan now, and have we pushed those numbers up even more?
Still at 20%.
no,
it
it's
hasn't
still
made
at
its money
20
back.
according to Puck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary. It has not made his money back yet.
Okay, it's interesting how we never took those into consideration.
And he's not getting 40% of the profit. He's taking 40% of the studio take. So even if the movie doesn't make its money back.
When we were making the predictions for the movie came out, now all of a sudden we got to add that into it.
It's only when the news dropped, man.
Even though we got the same deal
Oh,
on
God.
Oppenheimer, it's interesting how we never talked about that until after the movie started making money. We had to invent more numbers.
I didn't know about the deal for Oppenheimer.
I read that one, but no, actually, if anything, it's a compliment to Nolan. And believe it or not, I've said this before. I may not
Yeah, I mean, Nolan was able to con a studio into giving him money for free.
have liked the Odyssey, but I've been a big Nolan fan for years since Memento. The fact that he is still able to get 20 studio gross points in this day and age, there's only like 5 people that get that kind of money, and he's one of them. So it's a compliment to him.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Packing Proton says, so going to see Minions now. For $5, so we're operating off
Nice.
internet logic now, Packing Protons. So we have to reset the clock now. Okay. So I
Oh,
don't, for
God.
$5, I can't acknowledge your 460. I can't do that. Not allowed. Valiant Renegade taught me about this.
Grifting
wait a
ain't
minute.
easy.
You
Grifting
taught
ain't
me how to
easy.
grift. I'm glad to know somehow I became the grand wizard of grifting now.
2 streamers shitting on each other as they're on stream.
Now.
Nice.
Hey, Ogdog is claiming this is pre-recorded. So I pre-recorded all this, apparently. That's what's going on.
It's not,
y'all can hop on over to my show that's live right now and see that Owen and I are sitting here doing this live.
Did you just hear this try to steal my audience live by
Yes, he did.
pretending like you guys could just come over to my show? You could just come over to my show.
Oh man. All right, dude. Well, thanks for putting up with the grift here. We appreciate it.
All right. Hey, and tell Odin, I've been watching his box office breakdowns every day. I see him trying to keep these people in line. So hail to him.
So,
Inflation bros.
later, guys.
Inflation bros.
Later, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I couldn't help it. I had to watch those two guys shit on each other, literally shitting on each other live on 2 different streams. Anyways, it was short, so I had to do it. And I had to take y'all down with me. Now, where is the other one? There it is. I had all this crap out of order. There we go. So, this has been bothering the crap out of me. This whole Mamdani stores, the government-run stores that always fail every time they've been tried. So, I found this article after I saw a video of a grocery store that actually knows how to do it. So, you know, we have all these stores, 76,000 supermarkets in the United States. Yet the leftists are constantly trying to convince us that we need government-run ones. And yet, and of course, he promised to open 5 city-run markets to combat the out-of-control grocery prices. By getting rid of profit motive, passing on the savings to customers, he doesn't understand where it's like bread lines, yes. He doesn't understand where this cost comes from. He's blaming the grocery stores, and it has nothing to do with the grocery stores. The grocery stores aren't making much. They're making 1 to 3%, usually closer to 1.5%. And so, as you can see, I highlighted a bunch of stuff here. And actually, I'm going to switch over to the web view. So, yeah, he said he looks forward to the competition, but this isn't competition. You have tax dollars to float these things as they fail. That's not competition. You're able to undercut them, the real grocery stores, because you don't have to make money. This is why they failed. This is why they've always failed. Every time that we or any other country has tried to create a government-run grocery store, it has failed horribly. So, the Mamdani Mart in East Harlem, for instance, will be built on land already owned by the city, and is still going to cost $30 million. $30 million for a grocery store. The grocery store we're going to talk about only spent about 1.5 to 3 million. They could build at least 10 Aldi's for what they're spending for this one store. Yeah, they're going to have to learn the hard way, but as they're learning the hard way, the regular grocery stores are going to go out of business because they are going to lose out on the profitable stuff. They will only be able to sell like the Coke and the Pepsi in cans where it's a loss leader. Loss leaders are what you sell at a loss to bring people into the store to buy the stuff at regular price. Mamdani was actually asking, so what are you making on certain goods? You know, what are you making a profit on? Because he wanted to make sure that the high profit stuff was in his stores at a discount, so that they would sell, so that they could only sell the low profit stuff and the stuff that they were losing money on. And so, like I said, we'll go into all these. I have a video on them and on how they actually work because it's different from what normal grocery stores run. Like, other chains cost 3 to 5 million. That their stores are bigger. That the layout requires more stuff, and so you have more shelving and stuff like that that you need to buy. Only keeps its profits or keeps its costs as low as possible because it is governed by the profit motive. It needs to make profit, so it needs to undercut everybody else because that is how they make their money on really high volume, very low cost stuff. As opposed to a regular grocery store that relies on high income specialty items and drawing people in with loss leaders. Aldi's doesn't have loss leaders in the same way that like Walmart does. And it found a way to save money. People will make fun of the whole, Aldi's quarter. Well, there's a reason why you have to put a quarter in the slot to release the shopping cart. And when you put it back in and you latch it on, you can get your quarter back. It made it so that they didn't have to hire someone to go out and get carts anymore. It's all this little stuff they use to save money. But we'll get to that when we get to the video. So Aldi can be built in as little as 7 weeks. Mamdani Supermarket won't be open until 2029, maybe. And they're probably not going to have to pay any property taxes because it's already government-owned property. They don't have to pay for the property itself. Well, guess what? Walmart and Aldi's do, don't they? Yes, they do. And so, what they could do is stop blocking stores like Walmart from opening in the city because they could do that. And that would be completely free. But, another city, when the KC Sunfresh supermarket opened in Kansas City, it was supposed to help alleviate the local food deserts. This is one of those markets like I was talking about before. But when it first started, it was run by a private grocer. But then a nonprofit took over, and it went from having 14,000 people show up a year or a week to 4,000, and now they're losing $1 million average. And they eventually closed last year. Yeah. Once fuel prices come down, it'll make like dominoes, everything will follow, yes. That is why we are focusing on fuel right now, and that's why when we started going after all these countries, which countries are coming first? Well, the first one was actually in our backyard. Why was that? Well, we did it because they have oil. Who am I talking about? All right, Venezuela. Venezuela has oil. They have lots of oil. They have a problem processing it, though. It's very dirty oil. Well, we can do that. If we want, we can do that. So, we can get oil from them, and now we can deal with the Middle East. And if we deal with the Middle East, then we screw up China. I think all of this stuff that's going on right now is to get us more fuel independent and mess with China so that they're off our back. But I think a lot of people can't see that far. There's a term for it. It's single order thinkers. But a lot of people can't see that far. And I think it's just how you grow up. And with the single order thinker, they're going to see, oh, look at what this is happening here, like they're seeing with Iran now. They're like, look, we're attacking Iran and oil prices have gone up. Okay. Well, they don't have to, because you know what? We have all of our own oil reserves right now that we can use for years and years and years and years. We have enough of our own. We could pump our own for decades and be fine. Our only real problem is the fact that we can't refine it fast enough. We need more refineries in the United States, but we're being hobbled on that. We can't build more because of all these stupid regulations that have nothing to do with anything. It's just, they came up with the regulation probably in the 20s, and it's just still in place today. And it's something that was probably solved 80 years ago, and the law just never changed. And so we have all these regulations in place stopping us from dealing with, 100 years. We could deal with this. We could deal with it really easily. And we don't do it. And that's why our fuel prices still go up anyways. Yeah. Yeah, and what we're doing with Iran right now is people are just looking at Iran and thinking, oh, look, see, he's attacking Iran. That's where our gas prices are like this. No, they're not. That's not it. It's because we're relying on other people who are relying on Iran. If we could refine all of our oil as much as we wanted, we could use just the oil that we have right now in the United States for decades. And we'd be fine. Our prices would go down like they are in the Middle East, and we refuse to do it. And we can't get past this regulation with an executive order. That's where we're screwed, because that is up to the states in a lot of cases with some of this regulation stuff. And so if we could get that price down on the fuel, like Cyber saying, once those come down, everything else follows because everything is shipped. And I'll go into that when we go into the Aldi video. Yeah, the whole orange man bad narrative isn't working anymore. It is working to some degree, but it's only working like on a political level. That's why they're unwilling to pass the Save America Act, because it would pass under Orange Man, because even the Democrats want it. It's not political. It is completely just, well, it is political, just not on our level. It's on the, I want to shit on Trump because if I do this, I can get more votes. It's that kind of political. And so, yeah, if we can get past that, get everything working in, that would be great. And then with what Aldi does, plus gas prices going down, we could have a lot of things fixed. So if Mamdani wants more supermarkets in Harlem, he should work to cut the bureaucratic hell that potential business owners are forced or diverse to open a store. New York City is already home to one of the highest corporate taxes in the country, yet Mamdani supports an effort to significantly increase them. Yeah, I mean, if he wants to lower prices, how about stop charging grocery stores property taxes and lower their taxes? And there you go. You know why they will go down? And it will literally trickle down because there is too much competition between them. It has to go down. Because if they don't go down, somebody else will, and they will go out of business because everybody moved to the other one. Because it's only a one bus stop longer, it's only 5 more minutes walk, whatever. It will drop because that is how they compete, is always with the lowest prices. Because they have to do massive, massive volume. Otherwise, they end up with stuff in their store that goes bad. They end up with stuff that's rotten or expired. So they have to keep their prices low to get people to buy that stuff. Otherwise, they're just losing money. That is something about grocery stores that is different from all other retail. Is that expiration date on everything. So today, grocery store chains are often depicted as predatory monopolistic endeavors by Marxist Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. It's easy to rile up customers or consumers who are agitated by inflation, but supermarkets have some of the lowest profit margins in the industry in the country, usually around 1 to 3%, usually somewhere around 1.5. Successful chains stay competitive by adapting quickly, leaning on high volume, high turnover sales, and cost-cutting and intricate supply chains. Many in the media depict Mondani's plan as a harmless effort to help poor people deal with the vagaries and inequities of capitalism. When few affordable grocery stores are nearby. But in the long run, the government subsidies will make the groceries more expensive, crowding out value-producing competitors, and American leftists will have to relearn these most basic and obvious lessons of history and economics, which is capitalism. Yep, his is still the first profit motive. Even the largest economies of scale and most successful national grocery chains operate at 1 to 3% profit margin. Think the average is less than 2. Usually it's closer to like 1.5 to 1.7 is what I've heard. And that's local. So maybe it's a little bit different nationwide, but yeah, it's low. Prices being any lower, they'd be losing money. And I think that is Mondami's plan. I think he does want to get rid of the grocery stores. I think he wants it so what he has is the only other choice. So that there is nothing else you can go to. Because then he will have one. If he takes away all of your options, and he has the grocery store chain, because it's the government one, that's funded by your tax dollars, so you're still paying the same amount in groceries. You're just paying some of it in taxes and some of it out of pocket, and that's the only difference. So, why is Aldi's different? Why is Aldi's cheaper than a regular chain? Now, I don't want to name any regular chains because I'm not sure how many of them are local. Now, Kroger isn't local. So there is Kroger. And IGA is nationwide. But those chains rely on a lot of things that Aldi's does, but they have, like, massive sales on things. They have end caps with all sorts of stuff on them. There's a difference. And when we run out of money, it falls like a house of cards, exactly. So here is why Aldi's is different. And for people who don't know who Aldi's is, they are, I think they're basically a Hungarian or German chain, but they're all across the United States. I didn't know that. And they sell on a massive, massive discount. And it's because of how they deal with their stores, that the stores themselves, that they're able to lower their prices. But I don't think other places know how to deal with that. So let me switch over to my video. So Yes, it's a German grocery store chain just spent $9 billion reshaping how America buys groceries.
A German grocery chain just spent $9 billion to reshape how Americans buy groceries. And if you buy groceries every week, what happens?
This is what the inside of their stores look like. They're very plain. Floors are just plain. You don't see like big stuff advertised, that this is just their own advertisement here.
Next affects your wallet, whether you shop at Aldi or not. In the last 12 months, 17 million Americans.
Very, very plain. Boxes just stacked at that angle. They don't put anything in shelves. They just take the old boxes in there off and put the new one on. And maybe put some of the old stuff that was in the other box in there. And that's it. They just take the old box back. There's no weird stuff they have to do. There's no making fancy piles of stuff.
Walked into an Aldi for the first time. 1 in 3 U.S. households now shops there. The company just announced 180 new store openings in 2026. The most.
You see those wide gaps between shelves. You don't have. You see on those jars there on the bottom shelf. You see on the bottom left. Those would each be on separate shelves in a normal store. They're just putting boxes 3 and 4 high, instead of having 3 and 4 shelves.
In its 50-year American
It saves a lot of time stocking shelves too.
in history, while quietly converting hundreds of former Winn-Dixie locations across the Southeast. By the end of this
I'm surprised Winn-Dixies aren't too big for them.
year, Aldi will operate nearly 2,800 stores in 39 states. And here's the part that should worry every other grocery chain in America. While Walmart, Target, and Kroger are
I'm not a fan of their breads.
raising prices because of tariffs, Aldi just dropped prices on over 400 products. They're not absorbing the hit. They're built differently, and most shoppers don't understand how. Today we're exposing the Aldi
I know how. It's easy.
secrets that separate shoppers who save hundreds every year from the ones who never realize what they're missing.
This guy needs to make commercials.
A return policy so generous it sounds fake. A tariff shield that makes Aldi deals better right now than at any point in.
Why would grocery stores have to worry about tariffs to begin with? Why isn't it to the point where hardly anything in your store comes from out of the country?
the last decade.
It's food. It expires.
And a stacking system that turns the cheapest grocery store in America into something even cheaper. Let's get into it.
See, I talk about something important and everybody leaves.
Number 9. The German machine that makes everything cheaper and why no American store can copy it. Walk into an Aldi and the first thing you notice is what's missing. No giant displays, no end cap promotions, no army of employees restocking shelves, no music, no loyalty cards, no coupons, no self-serve deli. The store feels stripped down because it is. And every single thing
And it should be.
they stripped out is money that stays in your pocket. Here's how the machine works. You need a quarter to unlock a shopping cart, so you return it yourself. No cart collectors needed. You bag your own groceries. No baggers needed. Products
No bags needed.
sit in the same shipping boxes they arrived in, torn open
Yes.
on the shelves. No restocking team needed. The store carries roughly 1,400 products. A typical Walmart carries over 30,000. Fewer products means smaller stores, fewer employees, lower rent, lower electricity, lower everything. And the biggest piece, over 90% of what Aldi sells is its own private label. No middleman, no brand licensing fees, no billion-dollar advertising campaigns. Aldi controls the product from factory to shelf, and every dollar they don't spend on marketing is a dollar they take off your price tag. The result is groceries that cost 30 to 50% less than the same items at a traditional
Yeah, I know. You never hear about them anymore.
supermarket. They don't cut quality. They cut costs you never wanted to pay for. Number 8. The $9 billion invasion most shoppers haven't noticed yet. Aldi isn't just growing. It's conquering territory faster than any grocery chain in American history. 180 new stores in 2026, entering Colorado for the first time, and the move that changed everything. The acquisition of 400 Winn-Dixie and Harvey's supermarket locations across the Southeast. If your local Winn-Dixie recently closed or looks different, there's a good chance an Aldi is about to open in its place. 80 stores are being converted this year, with 200 total by
They would literally take what is there, take shelves off, and have more stuff in it. And like they said, just opening up the cases and shoving them on the shelf. No, like stocking shelves, putting one thing in at a time. No, you just rip the top off the box and shove it on the shelf and it's good enough.
2027. Same parking lot, same building. Prices 30 to 50% lower. And here's the part that benefits you even if you never step foot inside an Aldi. Economists call it the Aldi effect. When Aldi opens in a new community, nearby grocery stores drop prices by an average of 7% within 3 months just to compete. Every Walmart, Kroger, and Publix near a new Aldi quietly lowers its prices. You save money at every store in the neighborhood.
Yep, you recycle the cardboard.
Simply because Aldi showed up. Number 7. The tariff shield that makes Aldi the best deal in America right now. In 2025, tariffs hit imported goods hard. Every major grocery chain in the country started raising prices. Walmart's CEO publicly warned shoppers to expect higher costs. Target followed. Kroger
Why are you importing so much food?
adjusted, but Aldi did the opposite. They dropped prices on over 400 products heading into summer 2026 and promised shoppers $100 million in collective savings. How is that possible when everyone else is raising prices? Because Aldi's 90% private label model means they control their own supply chain. Aldi skips the middlemen other chains rely on, locks in long-term supplier contracts, and keeps costs low enough to absorb the pressure. Their overhead is so thin that tariff exposure barely registers. The gap.
For people who haven't been in there, they'll have a cart sitting at the end of the checkout, and they will take the stuff that you put on their counter, and they will put it in that other cart. You then take the cart over where there's like a really long counter on your way out, and you take the bags that you have with you, and you can bag it there. Most people will just take it out to their car, put it in bags, or just set it in their car.
Gap between what you pay at Aldi and what you pay everywhere else is wider right now than it's been in years. A market basket comparison in early 2026 showed Aldi beating Walmart on 77% of comparable items. On staples like eggs, milk, and bread, the savings reached 40%. While other stores are testing how much more you'll tolerate paying, Aldi is cutting prices and opening 180 new front doors. That's not a coincidence. That's a strategy. Number 6. The app almost nobody noticed. In March 2026, Aldi quietly rebuilt its entire app from scratch in partnership with Instacart. The rollout barely made headlines, and most shoppers are missing one of the best free tools in grocery shopping right now. The new app does 2 things that directly save you money. First, it shows you every current price drop before you leave your house. Aldi runs permanent price reductions on hundreds of items at any given time, separate from weekly sales. These aren't clearance items being pushed out. They're staples Aldi decided to make permanently cheaper. The app shows you exactly which ones, so you can plan your list around the deepest discounts before you walk through the door. Second, the app previews this week's Aldi finds, the rotating limited quantity items that change every Wednesday. These used to be a mystery until you showed up. Now you can see what's coming and show up Wednesday morning before the best items sell out. Download the app before your next trip. Check price drops, preview Aldi finds, and build your list around both. That's the real value, knowing where the savings are before you leave your house. Number 5. The
How is a government grocery store going to do all that?
markdown calendar hiding in plain sight. Most grocery stores bury their markdowns randomly. Aldi runs them on a clock, and once you learn the schedule, you stop paying full price for anything that's about to go on sale anyway. Here's the system. Bakery items get marked down 50% exactly 2 days before their expiration date. Bread, rolls, pastries, half price, perfectly fresh for another day or two. Check the date on the package. The identical loaf with a 50% sticker is often sitting right next to the full price one. Most shoppers never look. Produce and meat follow the same pattern. Red stickers appear when items approach their sell-by date, starting at 30% off and climbing to 50%, sometimes 70% as the date gets closer. The best window is Tuesday and Wednesday mornings.
Yeah, but if you're buying it at the last minute and you're going to have it that night, what difference does it make?
When new shipments arrive, and older stock gets its deepest discounts. One shopper bought a month's worth of ground beef for half the normal price on a Tuesday morning, froze it all, and didn't buy meat again until the next month. Same quality, half the cost, zero waste. Damaged packaging
I buy a quarter beef.
is another hidden discount most shoppers ignore. A dented can, a crumpled box, a slightly torn label. The food inside is identical. Many Aldi locations offer an additional 10 to 20% off for cosmetic damage. You won't see a sign advertising this. You have to bring the item to the register
They could, but never do.
and ask. Number 4. The return policy.
I'll never understand that. And more stores need to strip down what's in their stores. Yeah, they don't have all sorts of advertisements and standees and shit like that.
That sounds too good to be real. Imagine buying groceries, eating them, deciding you didn't like them, and getting both your money back and another package for free. That sounds impossible. But Aldi does exactly this, and they've been doing it for years. Aldi calls it the twice as nice guarantee. If you buy any Aldi brand food product and you're not satisfied for any reason, Aldi will refund your full purchase price and give you a free replacement of the same item. You get your money back plus the product again for free. That's not a typo. You walk out with double. No other grocery chain in America offers anything close. Walmart, Target, and Costco give you a refund. Aldi gives you a refund and a replacement. The policy covers every Aldi exclusive food product, roughly 90% of the store. You need the receipt and the remaining product or packaging. One shopper bought a bag of Aldi frozen shrimp, cooked it, thought the texture was off. She brought the bag and receipt back the next day, explained she wasn't satisfied, and walked out with her money back plus a fresh bag of the same shrimp. No argument, no suspicion, no manager override. That's a $16 bag of shrimp that cost her $0 after the return. Here's why Aldi can afford this. Because the overwhelming majority of customers never need it. When your products genuinely deliver on quality, offering a generous return on the rare miss is the cheapest loyalty program in grocery. Aldi isn't worried about abuse. They're buying your trust, and it's working. Number 3. The store redesign Aldi is testing right now and what it means for your next visit. In April 2026, Aldi opened a completely redesigned store in Aventura, Florida. It looks nothing like the Aldi you're used to. New layout, new flow, new fixtures, 14 years in development. And this isn't a one-off experiment. It's the template for every new Aldi built from here on out. Here's what matters. The
If that's the new layout, that's not much different.
classic Aldi layout was designed for speed and cost. Get in, grab boxes off pallets, get out. The new format keeps the low prices but makes finding products faster and more intuitive. The low-cost philosophy hasn't changed. The shopping experience has. But store layout also changes how much you spend. In the old format, the Aldi Finds middle aisle was positioned, so you had to walk through it to reach staples. The new format still uses this trick. but refines it, making the store feel less chaotic while keeping the impulse triggers exactly where they work best. If it's not on your list, it's the store doing its job, not a deal you happened to stumble into. If your local Aldi gets remodeled in the next year or two,
Yeah, 3 in Phoenix, yeah.
expect a cleaner, faster shopping experience with the same prices. If it hasn't been remodeled yet, the rule stays the same. List first, perimeter first.
We just had some upgrades done to ours, so I'm sure it's a long ways out before they do a refit.
Distractions last. Number 2, the cashback hack. Aldi pretends doesn't exist. Aldi has no loyalty program, no rewards card, no coupons. They say skipping all of that keeps prices low, and that's true. But it also means shoppers walk out with zero
Yeah, coupons and points and all that shit. That actually raises prices.
cashback, while Kroger, Target, and Walmart shoppers earn 1 to 5% back every trip. There's a workaround Aldi never mentions. Fetch, Aboda, Receipt Hog. 3 free apps that accept every Aldi receipt. Open the app, snap a photo, and the points start adding up. Fetch rewards every receipt. Aboda pays cash back on eligible products. Receipt Hog turns receipts into PayPal Cash or Amazon Credit. None of these are Aldi programs, but they work with every Aldi receipt, every time. One viewer told us she scans every Aldi receipt into Fetch and Aboda. Over 12 months of weekly shopping, she earned roughly $180 in gift cards and cash back without changing a single thing about how she shops. Same groceries, same Aldi, same day. The only difference is she takes a photo of her receipt before she starts her car. Aldi's prices are already 30 to 50% below competitors. Adding 2 to 4% cash back on top through receipt apps is stacking a discount on a store that's already the cheapest option. That receipt isn't trash. It's cashback most people never claim. Number 1, the Aldi stack that turns the cheapest grocery store in America into something even cheaper. Everything we've covered saves you money on its own, but the real win comes from running all of it together, every single trip. Most Aldi shoppers use 1 or 2 of these moves by accident. You're about to use all of them on purpose. Move 1, plan before you leave. Open the
No, that's what you're supposed to do anyways. Otherwise, you end up walking by everything that sounds like it'll taste good and buying it.
Aldi app, check the current price drops. Preview this week's Aldi finds.
I did not see the one by Fat Electrician. I see that he made one, though.
Build your shopping list around what's already discounted. You walk in with a plan instead of wandering. Move 2, time it right. Wednesday mornings for Aldi finds when fresh, limited quantity items hit the shelves before anyone else gets to them. Tuesday
I'll have to look it up then.
mornings for the deepest markdown stickers on produce and meat. Never Saturday afternoon. Move 3, work the markdown calendar. Bakery items 2 days before expiry, 50% off. Red stickers on meat and produce, 30 to 70% off, depending on how close the date is. Damaged packaging, ask at the register for an extra 10 to 20% off. Check dates, check stickers, check dents. 3 scans before anything goes in your cart. Move 4, try new products risk-free. The twice as nice guarantee means every Aldi brand food product comes with a safety net. Try the Aldi version first. If it's good, you just saved 30 to 50% permanently. If it's not, you get your money back plus a replacement. You never lose money
I've had so many of their things. I even have their chocolate.
experimenting. Move 5, scan the receipt. Before you start your car, open Fetch or Ibotta, snap a photo of your receipt. 30 seconds. Points and cash back accumulate automatically, adding another 2 to 4% back on top of prices that are already the lowest in the country. Now, watch all 5 moves run on a real trip. You check the app before leaving. Price drops show Atlantic salmon at $8.69 a pound. You drive to Aldi on a Tuesday morning. You grab the salmon at the lowered price, then find a month's worth of ground beef on the markdown rack at 50% off. $12 worth of meat for $6. You spot a dented box of specially selected pasta, Ask at the register, get another 15% off. You grab an Aldi brand cereal you've never tried because the
My Aldi's actually marks theirs if they're dented. I know some don't, but ours actually marks it.
twice as nice guarantee means you risk nothing. You pay, walk to your car, and scan the receipt into Fetch. A grocery run that would have cost $85 at Walmart just cost you $47 at Aldi, plus $1.50 in cash back from the receipt app. You saved $39 on a single trip. Do that once a week for a year. That's over $2,000 that stays in your bank account instead of going to a
I found it.
grocery store that charges you extra for name brand packaging, celebrity commercials, and a parking lot full of shopping carts someone has to collect because they didn't think of the quarter trick 60 years ago. Every other grocery chain in America is built to make money off your habits. Aldi is built to make money off efficiency. Once you learn the difference,
Yeah, I think it's that efficiency that is what is really the best thing to do for a grocery store.
you stop paying for someone else's overhead. Next time you walk into an Aldi, pause and ask yourself, am I just buying groceries or am I running a system? Because now you know the system every other grocery store hopes you'll never learn. Drop your best Aldi find in the comments, your biggest save, your best markdown story. We read every single.
But I have their Roth chocolate sometimes. It's pretty good. Except for the mint. The mint one kind of sucks. There's hardly any mint in it. But the rest of them are good. So let me pull that up. Where? Oh, it's only 13 minutes.
All right, Unhinged Case. All right, Unhinged.
This is the one that I found. I didn't find it immediately because it's on the Fat Files and not his other channel. Actually, no. Oh,
right,
that's right. That's it. I found it because of Key 2. Because of course. Right. Then we can watch this one quick too. And then I'll go into some of the movie stuff.
Case Studies Grocery Store Edition. Today we're talking about my favorite grocery store. Ladies and gentlemen, Aldi. I'm probably going to refer to it as Aldi's at least 50 times during this video because I'm from Iowa and that's what we call it here. Anyways.
Ohioans call it that too.
First, a disclaimer and an ad. I am not affiliated with Aldi in any way, shape, or form. They have not paid me to say anything I am about to say. I am, however, affiliated with today's sponsor, my favorite sporting goods store, Shields. They are legitimately the best sporting goods store that I have ever been to in person. They have over 30 retail locations all across the United States, but if you can't make it to one, they have an even better online store with price matching and satisfaction guaranteed. I'm going to have that link down below. Let's get back to the video. Aldi is a grocery store that does things completely different than any other grocery store that I've ever been to, and that is probably because they were founded in Germany in 1946. If you don't know, World War II ended in 1945.
I thought it was 47. Oh well.
And living in Germany right after World War II was straight up not a good time. A ton of Germany's cities and infrastructure had essentially been reduced to rubble during World War II, and the entire country was going through a humongous economic depression to the point that people were doing the whole stereotypical wheelbarrow full of money to buy a loaf of bread thing. Okay, if you're not picking
Yes.
picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that the founders of Aldi, Carl and Theo Albrecht, are playing entrepreneur on hardcore mode. And obviously they did a good job at it because Aldi is a humongous chain of grocery stores today. So how on earth did these two brothers launch a successful chain of grocery stores in Germany in 1946? They kept it simple. They were goal-oriented. They wanted to make money, and they knew that not everybody had a lot of money to spare, so they needed to sell everything cheap. In order to do that, they said, we're not going to have 50 different flavors from 12 different companies of every type of product. We're just going to have one of everything. Like, instead of having 15 different types of peanut butter, we do.
Yes, that's a big thing. That's how you prevent the whole, we have this one kind of brand that we have to have in stock because you buy it as a set, and we're always going to throw this version away.
Just have one type of peanut butter, and that's how they got their products to be cheap, by focusing their buying power. Now, that's the simple part, but where the true genius comes out is that they realized that they weren't going to make a lot of money per customer, so they had to maximize the amount of customers that they had. In order for that to happen, they realized that they needed customers to get in, get their shit, and get out so that more customers could come in. So they German engineered this entire grocery store to streamline the entire shopping experience to make it as fast as humanly possible. And oh boy did that work, because in the first 10 years, they went from one grocery store to 300 grocery stores. Then the two brothers, Carl and Theo, got in a huge fight because one of the brothers wanted to have cigarettes in the grocery store and the other brother adamantly was opposed to it. So they decided that they were going to split their massive business completely in half. They were going to have Aldi's North and Aldi's South. They literally just drew a line across Germany, said all these grocery stores are mine, all the ones down there are yours. Yeah, capitalism and communism are split in Germany east to west. Aldi's is splitting it north to south. But here's the
That's great. I did not know that. That's
the brothers
great.
didn't have a falling out. They still worked together and they still wanted the other brother to succeed. So they were constantly sharing information with one another, and they would come together
Right, and you share your sources and stuff too.
to make offers with manufacturers when they were buying so that they could utilize their buying power together. So you have Aldi's North and Aldi's South, basically the same thing. The only real difference is one sells cigarettes and they have a slightly different logo. Now, in America, due to trademark law, you can't have two grocery stores with the same exact name and a slightly different logo. So in America, we have Aldi and then we have Trader Joe's. But really, it's all just Aldi, and they kept to the principles of cheap.
A lot of people don't know that Trader Joe's is Aldi.
And fast until modern day, which is something that no other grocery store in America has managed to do. Not only have they not managed to do it, they intentionally do the opposite. Pretty much every other grocery store on the planet has figured out that time equals money, and the more time you spend in their store is the more money they can get out of you. Okay, I know that you've been in one of these gigantic grocery stores, but I'm gonna go ahead and break it down for you anyways, okay? You walk through the door, congratulations, you've just entered capitalism's obesity thunderdome, because everything in this room is pretty much designed to hurt you, more or less. The first thing you're gonna notice is that you're there for milk. Well, congratulations. The milk is all the way across the store.
It's all the way back in the left-hand corner. In every Aldi's I've been in
the far back corner, and they stuck it there on purpose because they know you need it, and now you have to walk past every fucking aisle in the store to get to it. And pretty much
I had to walk past all the bread. And then there's some drinks on the right-hand side.
Every single aisle there is full of products where they have hired a psychologist to design boxes with pretty colors to trigger your lizard brain to being like, oh my god, I have to have it. They're trying to get you to buy as much shit as humanly possible on your way to get milk, bread, and eggs. And I know what you're thinking, all those fancy marketing tactics don't work on me. Maybe, but hear me out. Next time you're in there, just do some—
But it works on most
people watching. You're gonna notice that a portion of the population, their brain can't handle going to a modern grocery store. They turn into zombies. They're pushing their cart, veering—
Yes, they are zombies. They full band.
Side to side. They can't even keep it straight as their head's turning to look at all the different pretty colors. There's people straight up just standing still at a wall of cereal, like, as their brain desperately tries to calculate and process all this information regarding what type of Cheerios they need. There's people standing there with two different types of ranch in each hand, probably made from the same exact factory with the same exact ingredients, but they have different labels on them from different companies, and they don't know which one is going to be better for them. It's like—
Oh god. Quickly, you do that.
The island of the Lotus Eaters from Greek mythology. They go there for one thing and then they're stuck there for all of eternity. It's literally purgatory. This is why every other grocery store in America isn't just a grocery store. They also have a coffee shop and a little restaurant and a florist and a pharmacy and a bank where you can cash your check. They're trying to get any excuse to get you to come into their store for a second, because they know once you set foot in there, you're going to be in there for at least an hour and a half trying to figure out what type of products you need. And if that
Aldi's does not want you there an hour and a half.
doesn't convince you that they're trying to trap you in there, checking out in a grocery store today will, okay? The first thing you're going to notice with your cart full of groceries, there's 30 different lanes. One of them is open and it's the one furthest away from the door. So obviously you're going to have to spend some time waiting in line because
yes, Aldi's.
there's only one checkout register open and it moves slower than the DMV in Zootopia. And while you're waiting, you probably couldn't help but notice that there is a mountain of candy on either side of you as they desperately try to make that one last
I think that hurts always candy.
sale, but you avoid temptation and it is now your turn.
Candy and drinks.
You're up next. You are getting checked out at the grocery store. You're almost out of here. And that's when you realize that this has now turned into an interrogation. Okay, they're going to open up by taunting you. They're going to say something along the lines of, did you find everything you were looking for today, sir? They know. They know you found everything you were looking for because you just stood in line that says, I found all the shit I needed. But they're going to go.
But if the manager catches you not asking, did you find everything you were looking for? You can get fired.
Go ahead and rub it in your face because they knew it took you forever to figure out which flavor of ranch that you wanted. And just for the record, when I say they're taunting you, I'm not talking about the cashier themselves. They're just doing their job. They're doing what they were told to do. The CEO of the company, on the other hand, is laughing his ass off at you. I was a cashier at a grocery store for 5 years, and in 5 years, 0 people said they didn't find everything they were looking for. Okay, that entire question is just to fuck with you. But this is a portion where they're going to start playing hard.
Yes, it is.
Hardball. They want to harvest as much information as possible. It's going to be like, oh, did you have our fucking little super duper saver card where you spend $800 in groceries and we give you like 12 cents off of a gallon of gas? And you're going to be like,
you always end up buying the cheapest option. Exactly. That's what Aldi's relies on. Because their option is the cheapest option. They're peanut butter, not Jif.
no, I don't. Oh, did you want one? No, I don't, because I know for a fact that as soon as I give you my name, my email address, my address, and my phone number, you're going to turn around and sell it to a data broker, and then I'm going to have robots calling my phone for the next 10 fucking years, because that's exactly why they asked for that information, so they can turn around and sell it. Because there is a total of 0 gigantic superstores that are giving away shit for free, okay? Nothing is ever free.
Right.
If it's free, it's because you're the product. And then because you had the audacity to tell them no, they're going to shame more money out of you. They're going to hit you with the old, did you want to round your total up today for
Yes, now get it and get out. Exactly. Only one option, the cheapest.
puppies with maggots in their eyes? Really? You're gonna hit me with that with a full line of people behind me? For real? Every time we get all the maggots out of a puppy's eyes, we donate it to an orphanage so they have some type of family. Also, by the way, fuck, fine, okay, I'll take the money, whatever, just give me my groceries, I have to go. Okay, so that's your average grocery store, but Aldi's, on the other hand, is a goddamn masterpiece, okay? Can German engineering win a world war? Absolutely not, but holy fuck, can it build a grocery
Nice. I love that. That's great. Can it win a war? No.
store?
No.
Because immediately upon approaching Aldi's, you're gonna be like, oh, all the carts are outside. That's fine. I'm gonna go grab one. And as you're walking towards the carts, you see the enormous "We're hiring" banner across the front of the store, and it says that they pay.
Mine is never hiring. I swear to God, they never hire. They always have as many people as they need, and they must like hire family and friends because they never have that sign up.
Pay all their employees anywhere between $18.50 and $25 an hour starting rate. So now you're already kind of feeling good because, hey, this company takes care of their employees. Then you get to the shopping carts and you're like, oh shit, you actually have to take a quarter, stick it into this little slot, and unlock it from all the other carts. And at first you're like, oh, that's a really clever idea.
Actually, they're nice to work at, and they pay quite a bit.
Because now people are gonna
and they close early.
Put their own carts back so they can keep their quarter. That way they're going to save a bunch of money on labor by not having to have somebody go drag carts in from the parking lot all day long. And that's true, that is part of it. But the other part that you're not thinking about, this is actually an IQ test, you see, because if you're not fucking smart enough to remember to bring a quarter, guess what? You can't really shop here. And that doesn't sound like a big deal, but I'm telling you right now, it's a huge deal.
I love it. It's an IQ test.
Because as soon as you step into Aldi's, you're going to notice a distinct lack of motherfuckers in the way. Everybody in there is there to get their shit and get out because they have stuff to do. Speaking of which, as soon as you walk into the store, there's no like grand opening area where you get to like walk down all the other aisles and like weave in and out and do all this bullshit. You walk in, you're in aisle 1. You have to turn left. There's only one way to go. Now
Yes, exactly. You go in and there is no other way. No, they're in a couple countries.
all of the traffic is going
It started in Germany.
the same fucking direction. It's engineered to perfection. You walk in the door, you go down aisle 1, you go down aisle 2, you go down aisle 3, you go down aisle 4, and then there's checkout because there's only 4 aisles in Aldi's. It's perfect. Aldi's is 1/4 the size of your average grocery store, and it only stocks about 1,600 items, and your average grocery store stocks over 30,000 items. And at first you're like, well, that doesn't sound very good, but no, it's actually perfect because guess what? You need Cheerios? They've got Cheerios, but it's only one type of Cheerios. You don't have people standing in the middle of the aisle
Right. There's only one type of Cheerios, and it's probably theirs.
clogging up traffic,
It's in 18 countries, apparently.
taking forever. Grab your Cheerios and keep it moving. Buh! Generic brands never taste as good as a name brand. Buh! I mean, sometimes, sure, but like 90% of the time, it's the same exact product made in the same factory and it just has a different box. And all
Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me if Aldi's has a deal with, like, Kellogg. And they make all of their cereals and put them in bags instead of boxes and puts their label on it. And that's it. That's the only difference. The container.
Aldi knows that, and they went out of their way to prove it. And to prove it, they went to the biggest brand snobs on the planet, wine people. You know, the same people that can apparently waft or taste a wine and be able to tell how wet or how dry it was the year that those grapes were harvested. Yeah, Aldi enters wine competitions and wins all the time with their $5 bottle of wine. So now it's
Yes, they do. It's crazy.
time to check out. You get to the checkout lane, everything looks completely normal. It's like every
Yeah, only buy expensive versions if they're on clearance, yes.
other checkout lane in every other grocery store that you've ever been to, except for it's not. This is not your normal cashier. This is like the NASCAR pit crew of cashiers. This is a
Yes, it is. Ours is actually sitting on a chair, and you put the stuff on a little conveyor belt, and it's not really a conveyor belt. You put it on the counter, and she just scans it and puts it in the shopping cart that's at the end of the aisle. And you just take the shopping cart. And she takes the shopping cart that you brought and puts it at the end of the aisle, and that's it. It's that fast. I haven't seen this movie,
the
so.
fastest person at ringing out groceries you've ever met in your entire life. He's gonna get to your groceries on the little conveyor belt. He's gonna acknowledge that you exist, like, how's it going? And then you're gonna say good, and then you're gonna look down and all your groceries are already back in your cart. And that's when you're gonna be like, oh shit, what is happening right now? And you're gonna realize that he's not standing up like every other grocery store on the planet. He's sitting down in a chair, and you're gonna be like, that's kind of cool. And then in the back of your head, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, why did the grocery store that I worked at for 5 years all through high school make me stand up for absolutely no reason? Hi V, give me an answer. I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say because sitting down doesn't look professional, okay? Listen to me. That's fucking dumb. Just because you're making
You're just checking people out. It doesn't matter.
money and working doesn't mean you need to be physically uncomfortable for no fucking reason, okay? Then you're gonna look over at your groceries and you're gonna be like, oh shit, every single box or every single product has like 5 barcodes on it. That way the cashier doesn't have to search around for a barcode.
Yes.
He can just kind of shit whip it across the laser and it's going to catch it every time. That's how he managed to ring your groceries up at the speed of light. And then the cashier is going to give you your total, and it's literally like half of what you were expecting it was going to be, because apparently the front door at Aldi's is a magical portal that takes you into the past where groceries used to be cheap. So then you grab your cart full of groceries, walk off to the side, there's a huge counter with a bunch of boxes. You put your groceries in the boxes, put them in your cart, take that shit out to your car, and you're done. You went through the entire store.
Alice doesn't really have the boxes there. Every once in a while they'll have some, but it's rare.
Where you went through every aisle and got through checkout in literally less than 10 minutes. It's amazing. So yeah, that's Aldi's entire MO. Be fast and be cheap. And it works out amazing. They're the only grocery store in the country
They make a killing, too.
that I'm aware of that is just trying to be a grocery store. What do? They sell groceries. They don't have a pharmacist. They don't have a florist. They don't have a bank where you can cash your check. They don't even have a customer service counter, and you can't
Nope.
call
Your customer service is whoever's walking down the aisle when you're walking down the aisle. That is it.
Call them. They don't take phone calls from the public. You can go on their website and they straight up tell you, yeah, we don't take phone calls from the public because our employees' time is too valuable because they're busy selling groceries. And a lot of people probably think that that's horrible customer service, and maybe they're right. But what you're not considering is a lot of people don't always want good customer service, okay?
They want fast customer service.
Personally, I don't want to be Nick. I don't want to be an individual that needs to be treated special when I'm in the grocery store. I just want to be treated like a number. I want to get through this process as fast as humanly possible so I can get back to doing stuff that I actually care about. And I think a lot of other people feel the exact same way. And I know that because Aldi has been the fastest growing grocery store in the country for years now. And according to the Food Institute, they are ranked the #1 grocery store according to consumers. And
yeah, but did you see number 2? Of course, you're going to back up slow. And number 2 is Trader Joe's. You know who Trader Joe's is? Oh, yeah, they're Aldi.
And you want to know who's number 2? Trader Joe's, which is also Aldi. They are at first and second place. They are quite literally just competing with themselves to be number 1, and I'm pretty sure it's because they're the only ones that are just trying to be a grocery store. As it turns out, when you...
Number 3 is actually pretty good, though. Kroger is pretty good.
Only care about doing one thing, you end up being pretty good at it. And I think that's the big takeaway from this case study. Aldi's key to success is they figured out the one thing they wanted to do, then they figured out how to do it fast.
They wanted to sell it. They wanted to sell groceries, just groceries. They wanted to sell them as fast as possible, and they didn't want to have a massive staff to do it so they could sell them cheaper. I think they're successful with that.
Cheap, and still deliver a good product, and everything else just works out. Meanwhile, all the other grocery stores were too worried about competing with Walmart, and now they're not even really grocery stores anymore. They're just Walmart knockoffs that don't sell video games. So in conclusion, that's how Aldi became the last true grocery store. If you have a company that you want me to talk about next, let me know in the comments down below. Otherwise,
it is dope. It was just funny to say because it's a fucking grocery store.
Guys, thanks for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an adult. I made it through this entire video without making a joke about all of these nuts.
Nice. Oh, God. Yeah, if you haven't seen him before, he is very funny. He's very, very funny. So, yeah. All these nuts, yes. He can't help himself. No Aldi's near you, huh? Yeah, there are so many Aldi's out there. It's really good. And then they're taking over those Winn-Dixies, so I'm not sure how they're going to do that because Winn-Dixies are really big. They're not like Kroger big, but they're big. And their stores are usually very small. You know, like you said, there's only ever 4 aisles. And when you go in, the milk is all the way in the back. They haven't nailed down that much. And so, I'm not sure what they're going to do with some of those Winn-Dixies. Maybe they'll, like, have it reworked on the inside so that they have storage in there. I don't know. But, yeah. They're really nice. And, yeah, like you saw, instead of having 3 shelves for something, it'll have 1 shelf in a stack of 3. So, with that, with not taking things out of the box, you just take the pallet out there, put the whole box on the shelf. When it comes to the milk, they just take a pallet and put it up to the door. There are no shelves for the milk. You pick the milk up off the pallet. Literally, it's just stacks of milk. And when that top one is gone, you just take the little panel thing that's there on top to stack them. You take that off, and you start grabbing the next stack of milk. That's how they stock their fridges. It's crazy. It's how they stock them with milk. So, yeah, Those stores are really nice. I really like them. And they have all the things that they're not going to do in New York when they make those government stores. They're not going to make them like that. They need to implement all the stuff that they did to be able to make those stores affordable without fucking other people over. And then taking people's taxes when it fails, when your store fails. Aldi's and Trader Joe's is Aldi's Nord and Aldi Sud is over here in America. Okay. So, I mean, that's what the logo looked like. So, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. Aldi is proof that communism sucks, yes. Because they're doing everything that a capitalist would do to make those prices go down and still make enough to be profitable. They have the incentive that you need as a grocery store to do that. What they're going to do in New York is going to fail, just like the example that I had of Kansas City. Yep, he was just talking about that too, because of the copyright and trademark laws in America. That they can't both be Aldi and have different logos. Which is a weird thing to have, but I guess it makes sense. You don't have a quarter, well, see, then you can't go. See, Rudy? You tell Full Band to bring a goddamn quarter next time. Maybe they'll open a store then. At least not in the same line of business, you're correct. Correct. So we do have things that are named the same, but they're in different lines of business. They try and sue each other all the time. Well, I mean, the original name for the business that I ran, I eventually found out that somebody else had named their business that way, and before I became an LLC, I changed my name so that I didn't run into that problem. Even though it's a sole proprietorship. Because you don't have change, yes. And the fact that you would forget to bring your own bags, too. That's the other reason why they won't open it near you. Will you teach him this stuff, Rudy? Gotta have his sacred Aldi quarter. Is it on the shrine, too? Because everybody talks about the fact they have their Aldi quarter in their car, and they don't have it in, like, the little change thing. It's in a special place away from the change, so they don't accidentally spend it. Oh, people are great. Yeah. Oh, jeez. We're keeping a chain attached to a quarter that's anchored to your wallet. I know somebody who has one of the little pockets in their wallet has a credit card and the wallet and the quarter stuffed right in front of it. That quarter is just for Aldi's. They have quarters all the fucking time, and they still have that goddamn Aldi's quarter in their wallet. And you know damn well that they probably don't even hardly ever use it. They probably use one of the other quarters that's in their pocket to use for their cart. And it's just a thing. It's just a thing. That's what they need in a big city, is stuff like this. Do things like this. It's the emergency backup quarter, exactly. The emergency backup quarter. It's for when you forgot. Yes, it's for the emergency. I won't say the other store that I go to, because it'll give away my location. But there's another store, and it's another discount type store. And it does have a drugstore in it and a bunch of other stuff. But they're able to sell at some pretty low prices. So between that store and Aldi's, I have everything. Absolutely not. I refuse to go into a Walmart, man. I just do not do it. I do not like going into Walmart at all. Screw that. Because the worst of humanity is in Walmart. Always. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they're poor. They're just bad people. I'm always having to deal with somebody, or it just, I hate it. And I'm sick of seeing all those fat women in the pajamas. Yeah. Oh God, Phil. He's not old enough. He's only 44, apparently. Okay. Ah, God, Darkside Phil. Fucking peg roach. God damn it. So, yeah. Yeah, all these places that are complaining about the prices of food, they need to fix the prices of all the stuff that they have that is making those places expensive. And fix the gas issue so that the gas isn't so expensive. Which means refineries in the US. It kind of looks like you're dead from that picture. Nice. Oh, God. You know, I'm going to switch to the other video that I'm going to do. I'm going to do this one. Women ruin marriages. Women most affected. I'm going to make sure everything's still working. Yep, that looks good. So, what does Raging Golden Eagle have to say about marriages?
We tried to warn them, but...
Oh, well, that's not a good start. We already warned them.
But they knew better. Growing trend of hating men seems to backfire as anti-marriage movement leaves single women's losing out.
Okay. The only reason to get married is to have a kid. Otherwise, you're just getting married so that you can have a divorce later. Guys, don't get married.
While the men have never been better off.
Exactly.
Where a growing anti-marriage movement is being fueled by viral TikTok trends and high-profile celebrities painting men as the enemy. But
women are the enemy.
According to a new column, women's may
I should know.
Ultimately be the ones losing out. Yeah, the women are losing out of protectors and providers. while the men are losing.
God, I wonder what Kirsha would have to say to that. Her response would probably be worse than mine.
Out of having an extra child to raise. I've been making this argument since the dawn of my channel that women's liberation was actually men's liberation, because we're now no longer required by society to bring in extra children into our life to take care of. It's perfectly fine for us to just be bad.
Oh, Levin, yeah, you're not wrong. Levin here says, high cost of living in the United States is caused by due to a burden on taxpayers passed on to the customer. Taxes, regulations, permits, gargantuan wall of red tape, making it impossible for any small business to start, where only a corporation paying an army of lawyers can succeed. And that cost is passed down to you. Reduce cost of living, watch prices plummet overnight. Exactly. And I'm already getting derailed, but going to New York, so I'm not that derailed. The biggest problem with the housing cost in New York, especially those apartments, is they can't afford to fix the apartments and they can't get approval to build a new apartment. And so the cost of apartments goes up because there's a shortage. Stop giving us this shortage and stop making us spend so much in property taxes. And all that price goes down because those apartments are competing with rent and utilities or rent, utilities, and something else. They're competing with each other against those. It's going to be like the groceries. The groceries will go down because of competition.
Bachelors now. It's the women. I mean, they ride high for a little while, but after they hit the wall,
adamantium.
They're the ones that are left
by adamantium
with all the regrets.
Anyways.
While we're like, I mean, we'd like to thank you for freeing us. I mean,
Yes.
in our golden years,
Men have been freed from the women that are crazy.
we could have been stuck taking care of you, but instead we get to enjoy ourselves.
But we need more businesses that are good paying so that we can be back to single income families again.
This is great. In the USA Today op-ed, columnist Ingrid Jacques warned of a rising wave of heteropessimism, defining it as women's growing feelings of disappointment and antagonism towards relationships with men.
That were the financial benefits that are supposed to come with marriage, yes.
Trust me, it goes both ways. She argued that viral trends like divorce glow-ups and anti-male literature have actively widened the divide between the sexes. Studies show that married women are not only happier, but also live longer and earn more than their single counterparts, Jacques wrote on Tuesday. Now, this might be true, or it might, I mean, the part about them being...
I think that single women often only ever talk to other single women and rile themselves up. I think that is the biggest problem.
Being happier.
I think that's a big reason why they're unhappy.
Probably is. The earnings, probably not. But I mean, we talk about this all the time about how they manipulate these statistics when it comes to men. Like they claim that married men are happier, but they never account for the fact that single men
they count divorced men as single men.
Includes divorced men or
there you go.
Incels that want to be in a relationship but can't be. Those are not the same as men who are single by choice.
Correct.
And
that they need to pick people who are not divorced and do it that way.
And with the money as well. Like, oh yeah, married men earn more money. Yeah, that's because they have more people they need to feed. So they're motivated to earn more money. If you're single and your bills aren't that big.
But there are people who will do like these jobs that are just, they're terrible. They hardly pay anything, but they're super easy. And that way they can just work regular full-time, not get paid much, but they come home and they can just fire up their game console and have as much fun as they want.
You can afford to stay at a lower stress, lower paying job.
Correct. Lower stress, lower paying.
And a lot of guys opt to do that. Like they pass up opportunities for more pay because they don't need the extra money and they'll just be getting stressed for no reason. So I'm always very skeptical about these claims, even when they're in the other direction. I do believe the happiness one, though, just because multiple countries have done studies on women's happiness, and women's
happiness constantly goes down.
Happiness seems to nosedive as women's empowerment goes up, which is really funny. But then you realize how they fetishize The Handmaid's Tale, and
yes,
well, no, it makes sense. That's what they want. She explains that the media modern women's consume is increasingly hostile towards traditional relationships, pointing to the best-selling books like Yesteryear, which centers on a trad wife influencer. In that novel, Jacques notes men are reduced to lazy or toxic tropes. Either a man's an idiotic man-baby who lacks ambition and a brain, or he's a quintessential patriarch who pals around with the other sexist pigs in the manosphere. Husbands are at one point referred to as freaks. This is what our side has been warning about for a while, that this whole, treating men like shit in the media is being done on purpose. But I just don't care anymore. If anything, I think this is going to do a good job waking other men up before they make a mistake and they're trapped in a cheaper to keeper marriage. So on Amazon, the book's description includes a gripping, electrifying novel that is darkly funny as it is frightening. Yesteryear is a gimlet-eyed look at tradition, fame, faith, and the grand performance of women's hood. The trend coincides with the falling U.S. marriage and birth rates. Official U.S. Census Bureau data from December shows that just 47% of American households in current year -1 were married couples, down from nearly
oof. Wow, that's bad. That's worse than I thought.
66% 50 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the number is even still that high, but it's still going down. Of those,
it's because they're counting all the old people who were married 50 years ago.
Married households, only 37%
and are still alive.
Included their own children under the age of 18, compared to 54% in 1975. To be fair, the single mother epidemic should be more than making up for the difference, at least from what I can see. Jacques linked the shift directly to a liberal ideology, noting that left-leaning Americans choose to opt out of traditional family lifestyles far more often than conservatives. Yeah, yes. The conservatives, they still think that the problem is not the legal system. They're like, oh, I found the unicorn. This is safe. No.
Yeah, just ask Steven Crowder how that went. Talking about how everybody just doesn't know how to find the right woman. It's just because you're bad at finding women. And not long after that, he got a divorce from his woman.
Wherever you look these days, women who free themselves from the chains of marriage are being celebrated. She highlighted cultural figures, including who publicly championed singlehood or life after divorce, including Eat, Pray, Love author Elizabeth Gilbert and model Emily Ratajkowski. Let them preach whatever they want. I fully support that because they're ultimately setting men free.
They can preach that over there, and the rest of us are free from them. Especially the guys.
Because for every one of these washed up 304s that stays single, there's a man out there who's dodged a bullet. In April, comedian Leslie Jones,
She's not a comedian.
Wait, Leslie Jones was supposed to be a comedian? Oh, shit. I didn't know that. Criticized marriage, saying that most people she knew got married are now divorced and arguing that marriage is legalized slavery. Hey,
Yes, and it's the guys who are the slaves to the courts. They're the slaves.
I'm all for this message. Until the legal system is fixed and men can't get...
Thanks for the follow.
...gets completely destroyed in a divorce anymore, I wouldn't tell you to go get married either.
Nope.
A current year -2 American Family Survey found 37% of conservative women and 28% of moderate women between 18 and 40 reported being completely satisfied with their lives. However, liberal women of the same age reported only 12% feeling the same way. No, that's because they are caught up in a grievance ideology. That's why. Their entire worldview requires them to always be looking for something to be offended by and pissed off at.
Yeah, because it's profitable. And so that people are pushed that way.
They literally can never be satisfied.
Right.
The sentiment has taken hold of social media through trends like the TikTok divorce glow up, where women post before and after photos celebrating their split. Well, maybe if they looked in their before photo like they did in their after, they wouldn't have split in the first place.
That's probably true.
So Jacques knows that these videos
Get married, fall apart, and refuse to have sex.
the Whams typically look much happier and more radiant in the after photo. Citing Louise Perry, author of The Case Against Sexual Revolution, Jacques argued that young Whams are being alienated after getting burned on by hookup culture and lacking real friendships with the opposite sex. Yeah, so they scream like, why is it okay for men to sleep around, but I'm a whore if I do it? I'm going to do it too. So they sleep around, and then they get surprised that no guy wants to put a ring on it. And it's like, dude, I saw you sleeping with every single guy in this town, and you're expecting me to put a ring on it and wait my turn? No. I am not going to buy what you've been giving away for free for the past decade. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Jacques argued that, like Perry, returning to marriage, not abandoning men altogether, is a remedy for the cultural divide. No. You need to fix the legal system.
Yes, fix the legal system first. You have to make it so that guys aren't fucked after marriage.
Men are not going to return to marriage until their lives aren't completely destroyed just because I'm not happy. Like, you need to...
You should see how much of the stuff changes over once they found that some women were making more than their husbands. And all of a sudden, oh no, we got to make it 50-50.
Do something about no-fault divorce. You need...
No-fault divorce was a mistake. That was a mistake. They shouldn't have done that. You got divorced because you didn't feel like being married anymore. That's not right. That's not how this is supposed to work. Until death do us part. That's what it's supposed to be. Well, band, you didn't already follow me? Did you unfollow and follow me back? I can look back, I'm not sure why they have it in there, but you can actually see if somebody unsubscribed.
To do something about family court. Like, family court shouldn't even exist. There should not be a separate parallel legal system. Like, no, there's a lot of fixing you need to do before men even bother trying to come back. You might be able to convince women to come back, but there's not going to be any men waiting for them. That won't be
For the record, yes, he did unsubscribe and subscribe back.
true for everyone, of course, that concluded, but men and women need to find a way back to each other. Discounting marriage won't get them there. And I don't disagree. It's just, you're going to have to fix the legal system for men to consider marriage to be a viable option again.
Yeah, it's just not a viable option.
No man
Do I need to show you the screenshot of where I know?
wants to take that risk anymore. Even if you have the one, even if she's not like that now, there's no guarantee that that's still going to be the case 5 years from now. Yeah, winning small victories on that front. In one state, they made 50-50 custody the default. That's a good first step.
Yeah, the issue isn't the sleeping around. Yeah, it's the unearned pride and ego carried after having slept around hoe is a hoe demands loyalty treatment. Oh, I see where you're going with this. No, you're not a low-quality rake. If you at least acknowledge the fact that you've been passed around, want to retain value, have something you do that makes you worth dating despite hoeing. Yeah, there is a whole used goods part to that. But I think you're not wrong. I think basically what you're going for is they base their entire personality around it. And so when they bring that attitude to something that they want to be serious, it doesn't work. And they get called a hoe. And then they cry. So, yeah, I think that's it. I think it's safe enough to show this. I'm not going to show the screen, I'm just going to show. Here we go. See? 11 subscribed. Full band unsubscribed. Full band subscribed. That's how I know. Well, I guess I don't even know how they even thought that was a good idea to put in there. Not you, my ass. And I thought I had another one from... Not yet. Not that. Nope. 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 I swore I had another one from him in here. I guess not. Well, I'm gonna hold on to that one because I'm gonna hand that off to somebody else to take a look at. I think we'll just skip that one and we'll go straight to the Henry Cavill thing. Easy fixes. 1. Don't be a hoe. Option 2. Be a responsible hoe. Option 3. Be a hoe who's gone straight and has them vacuum cheeks. Yes. So, Henry Cavill actually posted, and this is from Facebook, that the 4K universe is still going. So Henry Cavill announces Mike Flanagan, I can talk, and Blur Studios for Warhammer 40K streaming series. That's a series that he was supposed to be in, and then we thought that might have just failed completely, but apparently not. Amazon has announced new talent attached to upcoming Warhammer 40K streaming projects. The massive corporation and its executive producers have announced new talent attached to the several projects, including the CG animation house, Blur Studio, and a certain acclaimed horror film director. So new talent working on the Warhammer 40K series. Stream projects are announced through a string of social media posts by Henry Cavill. Cavill, most known for his role in Mission Impossible, Fallout, Man of Steel, and Netflix's The Witcher. I bet he wishes he was forgotten for Netflix's The Witcher, because that was pretty bad. Even somebody who doesn't know about The Witcher game or The Witcher books saw The Witcher and loved it. And then saw season 2 and couldn't make it through the second episode. So, actually, I'm not sure she made it through the first. I'd have to ask. Lemon says, I've always had faith in Henry. He is a nerd above all else. I knew he wouldn't let Warhammer 40k down, hence why I fought damn hard as he did against Amazon on behalf of his show to prevent worthless DEI creep. I know. Uh-oh. What is this? Yeah. That's weird. Anyways. Yeah, with The Witcher, too much stuff was out of his control, and so it sort of got fucked. Hopefully he's looked into this far enough ahead that he has more say than he did in The Witcher, and the same thing doesn't happen again. I don't have faith in it at all. I mean, Amazon is also the one who made the Lord of the Rings of Power, which is hot garbage. I mean, I don't know what else to say of that. It's not good. So, I mean, he has become a notable executive producer on the Warhammer 40k streaming projects. I'd like to say that was meaningful, but somebody who puts a lot of money towards a project can be put on as an EP, but have no say. Just because you're an executive producer doesn't mean that you have executive power at all. So, Henry Cavill here. Some news got ahead of us this week, but we wanted to wait a quick beat for the dust to settle, some of the deals to finalize, and if nothing else, now confirm some rumors. First, any name said NI are indeed bringing Mike Flanagan to write the Warhammer live action series. So that's the part that he's going to be the writer for the live action. We have already been working with him to craft the creative, and we are making some considerable advances in the story. I'd like to know what those advances are, and if they're more advancing towards what it should be. Does that be nice? As fans will know, it's an absolute monster to wrestle, but Mike's extraordinary talents are helping it take form wonderfully. Secondly, yes, we have also brought United Artists into the fold. United Artists is pretty good. And I think they're pretty good at keeping a good budget too. They have such a deep wellspring of experience, oh yes, and talent that it was an easy decision to partner with them, especially after my experience with them on Highlander. Finally, we're also working closely with Dave Wilson and Dave Orloff and Blur Studio on the newest secret level animation, which will devote a whole season to Warhammer 40k, specifically Death Watch. Dave has proven to be a master at his craft, and he has led the project. We are supporting his titanic efforts, helping things line up with the overall universe plan. Importantly, some of you have been asking if I will be starring in the lead role of the live-action television series. Rest assured, I most certainly will. Who that character is, however, shall remain a secret for now. So, I mean, we'll see. Secret level was interesting. I guess that's just secret level was also going to have the Concord television episode. Yeah, he's been very careful about what he said about his time as cast on The Witcher, but other actors that have left or only spent a small amount of time there said it was basically a really expensive excuse for constant behind-the-scenes orgy, and everyone wanted to fuck Henry. And he was so, very God, that he just wanted to play Geralt over having sex. Amazon makes more hot garbage than Netflix, even though they're both horrible. Yes. They need to stay in the lane of really buying things, licensing things, and maybe helping fund things, but in a way where they don't have a say. You know, that they're funding it so that they get first dibs on release for streaming. That's what they need to do. But I mean, the people who are writing the Witcher TV series didn't like the Witcher. And as we all know, they wanted to make it the series. And so they did. And they got away with it. And he tried to say he tried to speak up, but it didn't do any good. So, I don't know. So everything else that's down there is basically a recap of what's here, but more wordy. And was this? Oh, yeah. I don't think we need to see that. We already know. We really do. We already know how bad Pixar is doing. Yeah, they are constantly having layoffs there. They tried to switch them over to making almost exclusively for TV, which is really for Disney Plus. And that didn't go well either. I don't know. In Toy Story 5, they spent so much money that I think they might not even be at profit yet. Oh, yeah. Universal should have. That Pip here says, to be honest, Universal should have made The Witcher, Fallout, and Warhammer 40k shows. Yes. But he said he has United Artists in there. They're really good. They've made lots of movies. They've made lots of TV shows. I think they'll be fine in their hands, and they don't overspend. Which is one of the big problems that a lot of those companies have. You know, Disney massively overspends. Always, they massively overspend. And that's because they were always making up with it in the parks. And they were saying, yeah, we overspent on this, but the character in this movie that we overspent on is selling gangbusters in the parks. Because we have this ride, and we have the characters there, you know, like they overspent on Toy Story. We knew they'd overspend on Toy Story. They always do. But that's because they're going to make an absolute mint off of all those toys. Yeah. I guess I should say this too, yeah. Levin says, I would understand if you're Jeff Bezos and are a huge fan of insert show. You say, hey, put me in a background character in show so I can say I was in show. Yes. But trying to make significant alterations to the story or cast for no reason preventing the hiring of the best actor for the job is inexcusable. Buy property, get good director, let director do what he does best. And yeah, really. But really, this happened because even though Toy Story is making mint, it's not all the money, and so they're gonna start cutting people. It's stupid. I know it makes no sense. I'm assuming it's not supposed to, and that it's just dumb people making dumb decisions all the time. Because I think, yeah, 1.1. It broke 1.1 billion. So it's in profit territory now. But 46 weeks. Or 46 days, sorry. And the Spider-Man got to that point in 4 days. Yeah, a little bit less, but not much. So, yeah, we'll see. It might be one of those things where they're gonna be really, really stupid and come up with a new project and hire a whole bunch of people back. And then once that project's over, fire them again. I'm sorry. They're going to lay them off because it's California. If you say fire, then there's a whole bunch of shit that goes with it. If it's layoff, it's not as bad. It has to do with California laws. You can lay off without reason, but you have to fire with reason. And then you have to pay all sorts of stuff, so there's this. It's only 5 minutes, so I was gonna go through this one real quick.
Of course, when it comes to the anime scene, one of the sort of traits that is popular is brattiness, right? Like, there's many characters like Tatsumaki who are very bratty, right? It's something a lot of people enjoy, but apparently, according to Twitter users, this is something problematic. In fact, it's something criminal. That is according to this individual right here named Sinzi, who is very upset about this trope in anime. As you can see, making this post saying, and if I said someone calling themselves and having an identity around being bratty is rooted in pedophilia, then...
That's nice. I'm taking away your account from you for being stupid. Toy Story isn't gonna be good enough. Yeah. Yeah. They took so many losses. Oh, that they're past being on life support. That they're in serious debt. People just don't know it. Because it's sitting in a line of credit that they're still good on. So it isn't seen as debt like normal.
What? Ah, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the personality of consent. We've seen it all.
Yeah, the appeal of the brat archetype is watching a character grow, develop over time, eventually warming up to a person they're hostile towards, a character you've already developed, connecting with, and want to see another character also develop and connect with. Yes. Oh, yeah. We're just gonna watch that after this.
Okay, we've seen the hairstyle of consent, the freckles of consent, the height of consent, the name.
I still like the height of consent.
Name of consent. We've seen everything at this point. But now the
Because the person who was complaining about the character being too short and comparing it to, like, how many heads high they are, because that you can kind of tell age. Because kids' heads are bigger in relation to their body than an adult is. The person who was arguing that the character was too young, by that standard that she chose, she was underage too. Yeah, but I was stupid liberal on X Twitter, so it's definitely pedophilia, not a character development. Yes.
Personality.
It's so dumb.
Of consent. Apparently being bratty is too much. It is pedophilia, according to these totally normal people on social media.
Yep.
And brattiness is a trope, not just in anime, but in the VTubing scene as well. But you can see W community notes hitting them with this.
I'm not bratty, I'm just an asshole.
Saying bratty identity usually means a consensual adult BDSM dynamic of playful disobedience. Word origin is spoiled child. It may overlap with age play, which is adult roleplay, not pedophilia per sources.
I'm not sure I even want to know what's next on the X of consent list.
And honestly, they're going way further than what they need to actually explain. Being bratty, that's fine, right? Like, it's like a normal human trait shared among adults, but for some reason, this user thinks it's pedophilia. But here's some of the quotes. You can see this one. The personality of consent added to the list. Ladies and gentlemen, here's another one saying someone's mad. They can't be a cute brat. Probably true.
Nice.
Here's another one saying, all right, let's put pedophilia on the shelf until y'all learn to use the word correctly again.
Yes. This, definitely this. Watering down words is not good.
Unfortunately, that is the most watered down term on social media for reasons that, unfortunately, I'm very familiar with. But watering down terms like this is not only reckless, but also waters down the importance of the phrase, where its actual real use is not being taken as seriously because people like this use it as a buzzword, okay? That is a very negligent and reckless thing to do, but social media continues to do so. But I'm glad the notes try to correct this individual. Will it change their behavior? Nah, not at all.
Maybe a little bit.
But here's another one saying
turned it
that
down.
feeling when people water down your trauma by saying random stuff is pedophilia now. And that's very true. You know how many people have been victims of abuse who have come out and said, please do not compare what I've gone through to drawings? Or in this case...
Yes. Don't compare it to drawings. Even the FBI is saying that. Like, don't compare it, or don't, yeah, is it fixed? Okay. Don't send us links about drawings. It's getting in the way.
A personality! We're not even talking about any sort of crazy trope or some sort of taboo or anything. Brattiness.
I turned it down a little bit, and then I moved my microphone so it's angled away a little bit more.
Is being compared to child abuse. Ladies and gentlemen. But of course, this Cinzy individual is not happy about the note, saying, absolutely hilarious note. Using age play in your argument against something that I personally think is inherently pedophilic is so moronic, all we can do is laugh.
Well, I am gonna laugh at you, Cinzy.
1 like, 4 quotes, replies locked, many such cases. But here's another interaction, this user saying, well, that would...
Yeah, a lot of places are having to speak up and say stop reporting this.
make us following each other quite awkward. Because I'm certainly not trying to cater to people who caused a big part of my childhood trauma. And then the OP says, let me rephrase. The term bratty is rooted in pedophilia, same way emoto and other terms are. The claimer may not understand the implications, but audiences seeking out or clinging to people using the term always do. I got nothing.
Just a whole lot of mental illness.
Whole lot of mental illness, projection, insecurity, delusions. What else can you say? Guys, you can't even use the term bratty in the year 2026 without being called a predator on social media. Abysmal state of affairs, if I must say so for myself.
That's crazy. There, that's the one. Chris Hansen can go fuck himself, though.
I can't believe that you guys would do this. It's unbelievable to me. All the failed games, all the millions of dollars that are being lit on fire, all the developers
I like money on fire. Come on.
that are getting caught up in this Thanos snap of layoffs that's been going on, and it's all because you just wanted to voice your opinion online using the microphone that Steam gave you. No wonder these guys are being sued. No wonder these guys are constantly being called for regulation. They're costing these companies a lot of money. We're costing these companies a lot of money.
Good.
It's unbelievable.
Fuck these game companies.
There's been a lot of instability in the games industry over the past few years, with more games failing at an ever-increasing rate. And a lot of these games, especially on the AAA side, in most cases would have normally been able to make back their money, but something is keeping these guys from being able to do that. They're having a lot of problems right now. But when you zoom out, you come to realize that while the rest of the industry has been declining, well, Steam has absolutely been exploding. And because of their rise to the top, well, they also brought something more deadly with them. User reviews. Something that we have probably always thought was relatively inconsequential to us. I mean, it's just us talking about whether or not we liked a game, trying to get people to play a game that we enjoyed or stay away from a game that we didn't like. But it's something that originally just really didn't have that much of an impact. But that was...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does now, because we're calling out their bullshit a lot.
Before Steam grew. See, now Steam is some odd 6 or 7 times larger than it was when Steam reviews came out, and now it's one of the largest platforms, or the largest platform in the entire industry, and the effects of those reviews are now devastating. So today, we're going to talk about the numbers, because we now actually have the proof of just how much our reviews impact a lot of these games that are coming out. We know how exactly...
Yes, good.
How much money it's actually costing some of these studios, and also, well, how quickly that money can disappear just because customers are telling each other the truth. I've also went out of my way to also poll my own audience and ask people exactly how they use the Steam store, and what I've come to find is that the industry has completely lost control. Before that, I wanted to give a quick shout out to Starforge Systems and thank them for sponsoring.
Yeah, they can't listen to anything else. That they just refuse to.
Sponsoring today's video. This has been the most reliable machine I've ever had. These guys have the best pre-built systems.
Because everything else they can say, oh, well, you know, that's just somebody talking. And pass it off. But they actually have to listen to these.
In the entire universe. If you guys are looking for a pre-built, these are the guys to go and check out. Check out the link in the description. Thank you to Starforge. I don't think people fully understand just how weird the games industry is right now. I've got a former PlayStation executive and another formerly of EA and Epic teaming up in my replies because I called them out for describing players who were voicing their opinions as self-centered and entitled over conversations about physical media and ownership. These guys genuinely think that they know better than you. They think that they are entitled to your money and somehow that the customer is still the problem while this entire industry is just spinning out of control. I mean, PlayStation and Xbox just recorded some of their worst months in decades. Layoffs are basically an annual tradition now, and franchises that used to print money are falling apart. Battlefield lost its players. Call of Duty has had its worst sales in nearly 2 decades. Dragon Age almost folded them out for describing players who were voicing their opinions as self-centered. And
let me look at that. The clear yet never discussed omission that cries over PlayStation ending physical media, yet it also reveals how self-centered these players are. Even as they claim Sony to be a hive-minded capitalist evil. We have former industry executives talking about how worthless and entitled the customer base is. Goodwill and customer service replaced by contempt and ego. The customer is always right in matters of taste. This industry's tastes like shit. Watch where the money goes. And Jacob says, I am a current industry executive, and why is it always a YouTuber? And he just comes
entitled
back with,
over conversations
keep
about
telling
physical
yourself
media
that.
and ownership. These guys genuinely think that they know better.
Yeah, their prices are still good. I'm surprised.
Than you. They think that they are entitled to your money, and somehow that the customer is still the problem while this entire industry is just spinning out of control. I mean, PlayStation and Xbox just recorded some of their worst months in decades. Layoffs are basically an annual tradition now, and franchises that used to print money are falling apart. Battlefield lost its players. Call of Duty has had its worst sales in nearly 2 decades. Dragon Age almost folded its entire studio. Ubisoft's biggest franchises have drugged them near collapse. Halo Campaign Evolved. Halo, out of all franchises, has just embarrassed itself with a peak of only 25,000 concurrent players on Steam and reportedly only 1% of their users being on PlayStation. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this and a lot of reasons that we've already talked about on this channel. Prices are going up, quality is going down, the cost of living is brutal, and, well, a lot of these companies are moving their games away from the people who would actually want them. But while the traditional industry and a lot of these guys, like these executives that are talking shit, have spent the last decade sliding backwards, Steam has kept growing. Basically the only company. And I think part of that is pretty simple.
And profit.
Players have gotten louder, our opinions have gotten louder, and Steam has given those opinions a place where they can actually cost somebody money. I don't know about you guys, but I don't think the players have been louder than they are today. If a game is good, you know about it. If a game is bad, you definitely know about it. And when one of these companies does something that the players don't like, they make it impossible to ignore. And nowhere has this become more consequential than the review section on Steam, where those opinions can now cause a game to absolutely tank. I mean, keep in mind, years ago, buying a game involved a lot more trust. You'd watch a trailer, maybe read a couple reviews from a games journalist, look on the back of the box, and just kind of hope that the thing that you were buying is what these guys were actually advertising, unless there was some enormous controversy.
I think they didn't lie as much back then either. Because we had to trust them.
That was surrounding the game, there's probably a pretty good chance you wouldn't hear about any performance issues or missing features, aggressive monetization, or some dog shit account requirement until after you'd already handed over your money. And what nobody has realized is that while all that had gone past, well, Steam has completely changed this process. Valve launched Steam reviews back in 2013 when the platform had just crossed over 7 million concurrent users, and at that time, reviews were useful, but Steam as a platform really wasn't all that big, so, well, those reviews really didn't have that much of an impact. But fast forward to today, and while the traditional industry has spent the past decade in a contest of who can suck harder, Steam has absolutely exploded. The platform now peaks at a concurrent player count of more than 42 million players, and that's roughly 6 times the audience that they had when reviews.
Well, and if they lied about what was in the game on the box, then yeah, that'd be just catastrophic because you'd never trust them again.
First launched a system that once had just collected the opinions of a relatively small corner of the PC gaming space, now places the collective verdict of the largest gaming audience in the entire world directly in front of every potential customer. And you can follow a game for years. You could watch every single trailer. You could get swept up in the marketing. You could reach that store.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an accelerationist myself.
Page with the full intent to buy. Man, you saved up the money, but then you see one word before you even reach that purchase button. Mixed. Suddenly, that game doesn't look all that exciting anymore. You start scrolling to find out, oh, the performance is terrible. The servers barely work. Half of the features are missing from the game, and the publisher also slipped in something that was conveniently never in the trailers for the game. The entire marketing campaign now has to survive contact with the people who already bought the game. And we finally have an idea of just how powerful that has become, how powerful we have become by extension. Games Discover Co. recently published the results of a survey looking specifically at how people are using Steam reviews and how much those reviews influence their purchasing decisions. And when players were asked how often they check Steam reviews before buying, more than 70% said either always or most of the time. And the rating itself doesn't even have to be that bad for these guys to start walking away. More than 20% of people said mostly positive already makes them less likely to buy. 30.8% draw the line at mixed or below, and 34.6% said mostly negative or below. The sales data makes this even more brutal. Games that are sitting between 60 and 70% only convert about 18% of their wish list into first month sales.
Oh, damn.
Once they cross the line to 70%, that jumps up to 29%, and games that are above 95% positive convert 51% of their sales. Dropping into mixed doesn't just cause you a small decline, it can wipe out more than a third of a game's potential sales and nearly 2/3 compared to the best reviewed games on the platform. Now, I wanted to see if these numbers would actually
wow, that's massive.
hold up against a much larger
I like it.
Group of people, so I ended up running my own poll.
Power to the players.
just to be able to check the data. And I asked people whether a negative Steam review score had ever stopped them from buying a game that they had already intended to purchase. 17% of people said always. Another 71.8% said sometimes, and only 11.1% said never. Then I had asked what people do when they actually notice a game has a mixed rating or lower. 63% of people said that they always go and read the reviews to find out why. Another
I was part of that always.
29.8% said sometimes, and only 6.3%
Yes, actual power.
said never. So nearly 9 out of 10 people have had Steam reviews interrupt a purchase that they intended to make already, and more than 9 out of 10 will also investigate the moment that they see that warning. These are not people that are aimlessly scrolling through Steam with no intention to buy anything. These are people that already knew about these games. They already had seen the trailers, they followed the coverage, and they developed enough interest to be able to actually go to that page, and they were considering spending money on it. The publisher had already done the hard part. They got them all the way to the store page, and then the people who had already bought the game first convinced them to walk
But that's why they want it to go away.
away. That is an insane amount of power for one little section of a store page to have. A company could spend 5 years and hundreds of millions of dollars trying to make a game. They could spend another $100 million trying to convince you to buy it. And then the most important part of the entire campaign comes down to 2 words written by Steam, and some guy that played it for 2 hours already returned it and said that the game deleted his save. At that point, the rating is now a part of the product. A $70 open world RPG is not just a $70 open world RPG anymore. It's a $70 open world RPG with a mixed rating next to it.
Yes. Yes.
And for most people, that basically means, do I really feel like dealing with this? And looking at the data, most of the time, the answer is no. Now, if we go and we flip that, well, we get a completely opposite answer. Some random indie game can come out of nowhere from a developer nobody has heard of with no massive marketing campaign. But if it says overwhelmingly positive, people immediately go, okay, what is this? Thousands of people have already taken the risk, and those people are giving that rating a level of credibility that the developer would have never been able to actually buy through advertising. And
I say this game here is the weirdest shit ever.
that's huge. It's a huge reason why we're seeing a lot of these games exploding on Steam right now, while a lot of these massive AAA releases are struggling. Steam doesn't care.
Also, you know what? I think that's part of the reason why these cheaper games are selling so damn well. It's because people are more willing to give it a break. They won't nitpick. It's like, you know what? For a game that's half the price, this is fucking awesome. As opposed to, God damn it, why does this have this, and this in it? Because it's $80.
Care how much the game costs. They don't care how famous the publisher is or how bad some executive needs their bonus. If the game is good, the reviews can actually become the best marketing campaign in the entire world. If it's bad, well, it's probably going to bury it. Criticism used to live somewhere else. It was in magazines and videos and forums and social media posts, places that you would have to go looking for it. Steam took all of that and put it right in front of you while you still had your wallet out. Publishers have been dealing with people complaining about their games for years, but what they've never had to deal with is people that have been standing right beside the buy button telling everybody else not to press it. I really
Yes. It is right by the buy button, isn't it?
think that the Steam review system is having a massive impact on the games industry right now. And most of these
Yes, it
guys
is.
probably didn't even notice it happened because
Steam charts too. If you see a game and it's just tanking, yeah, you know something's not right.
it just kind of happens slowly but surely over time. When you see a platform increase its player count by 6 or more times, that means
And I think people should be more picky if they spent more money. I think that's completely valid. So,
that the volume of reviews is going to increase, but it also means that the amount of people that are reading those reviews are going to increase even more, because somehow like 3% of players are the ones that actually leave any of these reviews. So if you put that into context with the percentage of numbers of people reading them, it's absurd how many people are actually reading these reviews and making decisions based on what those reviews are saying. And it's making them matter more and more. And this has all
Yes.
been happening while the rest of the industry has been declining. And
and they're declining because of their own decisions. It's not because of what we said. We're saying their decisions were bad, and they don't like that part.
think that these two things are lining up almost perfectly in this case. And the other thing that I think is really important to bring up, I really do, is that
yeah, $70 AAA game company. I better be receiving, but never be receiving something fucking transcendent. My favorite games right now are all exclusively indie. Yeah. The two games I'm playing now are Pal World and Duck Off. And those two were nowhere near full price. Not even remotely close. Duck Off, I think I got for 18 and only $2, I think, for Pal World. Versus a $70 game. I have 2 games right now. And it's less than half of some of those AAA titles. Fuck
on
that.
Steam, you see the review score before you see anything else. It's literally planted right there next to the game's trailer. You have to scroll down to actually see the purchase, like whether you're going to buy the regular edition or collector's edition or whatever else. That stuff's lower. So the first thing that you're going to see is what everybody else is saying about the game. And of course, that is going to have an impact on what you're thinking. This is a complete inversion of the dark patterns and just general marketing practices of basically any other industry. In most cases,
The gaming industry is very, very unique in that way. In how it sells things. But these companies should be using that as a way to make things better and aren't. Instead, they're fighting against it. With gamers, we speak out. We tell these companies what we want. We complain about very, very specific things. We don't say your game is shit. We say this thing in your game is shit. Most companies don't get that kind of feedback. And so whether they like it or not, they need to take those things as hints on what to do next time. And don't do that. And I will never understand why they won't do it.
companies want buy now to be the very first thing that you see, the option for you to be able to do that. But Valve, putting transparency first, transparency above all in this case, throws everything that you need in front of you before you can even add it to the card. Like, psychologically, it's such an inversion of what so many of these companies are wanting, and I guarantee it just makes these guys so mad. And, you know, from a business perspective, it makes sense for these guys, because by doing that, they are lowering their rate of returns. They're also lowering any, like, customer service tickets that they have or anything like that. This is more of a strategic move than it is a benevolent one, but it absolutely drives these companies crazy. I know that for a fact, because if you go and look at their platforms, buy now is the first thing that you see. It's the first option you have in some cases. The second you select that game screen, it automatically puts your cursor onto the, onto the buy now thing. And it just kind of goes to show with these, with this review system, we don't have to trust anything that these guys say anymore. We can just,
because we can trust each other. We can trust the masses.
Just listen to each other, listen to other players, their influence over the media, their marketing, their sponsorships, any of that stuff. None of it matters in the face of other players just explaining their experience to other people that bought the game before they buy it or whatever it might be. And they actually really can't do anything about it. The only choices they have is either remove your game off of Steam, which you're definitely not going to do, but they either have to fix the issues, which is what we oftentimes see with games on Steam, or they just have to be okay with it being out there that players do not like this game and do not agree with the media and do not agree with anybody else about the game's condition or what the game represents. And man, these guys do not like that. That doesn't mean
do not.
They don't try to stop it. Now, I want to be clear, I love Steam, but I don't think that Valve is doing any of this out of the goodness of their heart. Their approach to transparency is just old school business. Trust is currency. The more trust that you have with people, the more likely they are to spend money, the more likely they are to come back, and also to create fewer problems for you in the future. I learned this when I used to work in commission sales. One of the best salesmen in our entire company was a guy that nobody could ever catch on the day-to-day, but this dude could never hold on to any of the money that he made because he was constantly dancing around prices, contracts, and just straight up lying to customers. Those customers would then find out later, charge back, and return anything that he had sold to them, and it would just create more problems for everybody else. Man,
oh God, that'd be terrible.
Management constantly would berate me for not selling as much as this guy, but over the course of a year, I would always come out on top because I was just being honest with people. I would explain everything, including the parts that would make some people walk away that would cost me some sales up front, but the sales that I did make well, they stuck. And also those customers would be more likely to come back to me later and buy something else. That's exactly what Valve is doing right now. Putting everything in front of you might cost them some impulsive purchases in the future, but it also means fewer refunds, fewer support issues, and customers who just keep coming back. Valve is making more money by helping people avoid bad purchases, and publishers, well, they hate it because that same trust in Steam is costing them sales. Multiple outlets reported that Ubisoft has had internal conversations with Steam about hiding concurrent player counts. Journalists and developers
Yeah, Ubisoft has been complaining about that for a long time. It does not surprise me at all.
have called out for tighter moderation of user reviews, arguing that Steam allows for too much freedom of speech and not enough censorship. Developers got angry when Valve was clearly showing whether reviewers had bought the game or received it for free. Others have criticized Steam for allowing reviews that they consider to be hateful, letting users tag games in ways that publishers can't control, or create groups like Sweet Baby Detected to single out games that they don't want to support. These complaints all sound different, but they all say the exact same thing. We want control. Concurrent player counts show whether or not anybody is actually playing. Purchasing disclosures show whether or not that praise is actually coming from a customer or somebody that was handed a free copy. User tags let players be able to describe the game.
Yeah, that whole free copy thing, they need to fix that on Amazon too.
In a language that publishers never approve of. None of this stops a company from selling a good game. It only stops them from controlling every piece of information surrounding a bad one. And that's not to say that Valve ignored problems with review bombing. In 2019, they added warnings for off-topic review activity, showing players exactly what had happened and giving them context before they made up their minds. But that still didn't mean that they would remove or censor any of those reviews. The score
they were not removing them.
that you got is still the score that you got, and that wasn't enough for some developers who had pushed back.
But the problem is that it wouldn't affect the overall score. That they stopped it from affecting the score.
Against Valve and asked them to delete or alter their scores, only for Valve to respond, I understand how frustrating it can be to see inaccuracies or exaggerations, but we aren't in the position to verify the accuracy of statements made in user reviews, and we don't try to moderate reviews based on accuracy. On top of that, removing reviews can easily lead to concerns from players about censorship or even that malicious behavior is being hidden. It is much better to continue to work on the product while letting the community use the helpfulness feature to surface reviews they actually agree with or find to be uninformed. Valve is basically saying that we understand that this is upsetting, but the trust of our users and the integrity of the system matter more. They'll label the activity and give people context, but they're not going to silence the people behind it, which is honestly unbelievably based, especially right now as we're seeing more platforms that are pushing for heavier censorship and some of them even requiring your identity just to be able to play a game or exist online. It is refreshing to see a company that is willing to stand on business and say that players have a right to voice their opinions without being censored for it. And because Valve doesn't wipe any of that criticism away, publishers just can't wait for everybody else to forget what happened. Review scores have now gone way further than I think a lot of people expected. They don't just decide whether a game gets punished right now, they decide whether a game even ever gets forgiven. Publishers love to announce that something has been fixed. They'll tell everybody that they've listened, they've learned, they've completely turned the game around, but none of that matters if the people actually playing the game still say that it's broken. And I went and I asked my audience, what are they?
And I think that is important too. I mean, if people aren't going to go back, then it must not be fixed enough.
They trust most with a poorly reviewed game claims that it's finally been fixed. 71% of you guys said recent Steam reviews. 23% said content creators. 6% said patch notes. Games journalists got 0%, not 1%. I couldn't even round it up. I am so proud of you guys. These guys lost the patch notes. And I think that says everything. The publishers can make the claim. Developers can list every single change that they made. Journalists can write a comeback story, and content creators can test it for themselves. But most people still want confirmation from actual customers. They want to see whether or not the people.
Well, and when it's a content creator, they're actually seeing it on screen. That's the difference.
Who were angry before have actually changed their minds, and I think that's another thing that Steam gets right. Recent reviews give developers a way back, but they have to earn it. They can't declare that the game has been fixed, launch a redemption campaign, and then reset the entire conversation. The score changes when the experience changes, and customers get to decide when that actually happens. That's probably why this system drives so many of these publishers insane. They don't.
And it drives sales too.
get to control the original verdict. They can't erase what actually happened, and they don't get to decide when the audience forgives them. There is no reset button for these guys. Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the clearest example of all of this. That game is sold 10 million copies in its first month, but performance issues drag that game into overwhelmingly negative territory on Steam, and it only managed to get another million over the course of the following year. Capcom now says that the game has been fixed, but recent reviews still say that the game is mixed. Players are still reporting performance issues, and sales still haven't recovered. That game is now still being outsold by Monster Hunter Rise, a game that came out 4 years ago. That's what happens when the customers do not agree with the comeback story. Capcom can say that it's fixed, but they don't get to decide when everybody believes them, and that's the beauty of Steam reviews. A terrible launch can still stay attached to the game. A bad update still shows up in their review graph, and when these developers genuinely fix things, recent reviews can move things back in the opposite direction. Steam keeps it all there in case anybody wants to see it before they start handing over any money. One review means almost nothing. 10,000 of them can stop sales, force a response, reverse a direction, or drag a game back from the dead. Steam took people yelling into the void and placed their collective opinion exactly where it can cost a company money or make them even more money. And I think that's a huge reason why Steam has continued to grow while so much of the industry has spent the last decade.
Again, I think that's why AA is succeeding so well. They're seeing these cheap games for $70 and being told it's mixed or bad. And then you see these AA games that are inexpensive for you and they're getting overwhelmingly positive all the time. It's because people are actually able to speak up, and that's almost more of an advertisement than an ad is. That great score on a game that's only $20 or $30 or $50. An overwhelming score. Yeah, I think that's even more of an advertisement for a game sometimes than those 2-minute intros and shit like that they put online.
Falling apart. Valve built a platform where customers don't just blindly trust the company selling them something. They can see what happened, hear from people who have already paid, and also make the decision for themselves. That system isn't always clean. People are always going to do stupid things. There are going to be some angry, political, dramatic, unfair, and sometimes completely wrong stuff that you're going to see posted on the platform, but the alternative is giving publishers control over what customers are allowed to know, what they're allowed to say, and what they're allowed to complain about, and that's just not fair to anyone, even the games themselves. And I'll take the messy version every single time. Steam reviews didn't just give players somewhere to complain, they gave those complaints consequences. They gave good games a way to succeed without permission, bad games nowhere to hide, and customers
a way to
more
succeed
power.
without permission. I like that line. That's good. A way to succeed without permission is pretty much it.
Over this industry.
It used to have to be like all over the news or all over like gaming news, or all over all of your advertisements or whatever. And that was the only way you got noticed. Now something gets a good review, somebody talks about it on social media, and boom, you're good.
Industry than I think any of us have fully realized. As I said before, you are the one that did this. You, voicing your opinion and voting with your wallet, have made consequences come to these companies. You have made bad decisions so incredibly expensive for these guys to make. And as they continue to rack them up, well, things only continue to get worse for them. And that's why we see the industry in the state that it's in today. And it's because much of the power in the industry is starting to shift in our direction, and a lot of these companies are not able to survive it. It's one of the reasons why I've been arguing with a lot of these executives online recently, because it's just like these guys have completely lost the concept of just having goodwill towards the customer and treating them with respect. In a lot of cases, you don't even need to respond to some things that you're doing, some changes that you're making. All you need to do is just try to make sure that you're providing the best possible service and the best possible product to those customers, and keep your mouth shut. These guys
keeping their mouth shut would have helped so many situations recently too. They really just need to stop talking.
Just can't help themselves. The industry has been wanting to frame a lot of these changes recently on market headwinds, on just the market adapting to new trends and things like that. But the only headwind that I've seen is that consequences are arriving a lot faster than they used to. When you go out and you launch a scuffed game or a game that's just not working or there's just something wrong with it, whatever it might be, just because of how quickly...
Exactly. Rudy has it exactly. Case in point, do you guys not have phones?
Information travels now, thanks to Steam.
God, that was such a bad line.
Reviews, thanks to social media, thanks to content creation and all these other things. There's not really a way for you to get away with it anymore. It's just going to get dogpiled almost immediately. And we see that with like every single launch, and it's within days, if not hours, of some of these games launching it sometimes. I mean, look at Halo Campaign Evolved. That game got fried the minute that it came out because the game itself was fried. It was absolutely deserving of it. I mean, I actually just saw recently that the Master Chief Collection actually has more players playing it right now than the Campaign Evolved, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, because at least those games actually have multiplayer.
I'm going to have to look that up.
You know, instead of just complaining about it, I think what a lot of these companies need to do is they should just embrace the business model.
We're going to look that up live.
That Steam has taken. These guys want the same money that Steam has, but that for whatever reason, these guys just won't adapt to the same model that these guys use to be able to make that money. They don't want to put in the legwork. They don't understand how profitable it is to be trustworthy and just how much trust can actually buy you. And in the case of Steam, looking at them, they're the most profitable company in the entire games industry, and they're that way for a reason. It's because people feel safe when they make a purchase there because they have every bit of information necessary for them to be able to make a good purchase. And that's something a lot of people are looking for. Yeah, the internet is just not a very trustworthy place pretty much across the board. You have no idea who anybody is or what their intentions are, but at least with Steam, when you have a collective of so many people that are sharing the same hobby, have the same interests, and are looking for the exact same things, it becomes pretty strong when they can actually all voice their opinions together. You guys are driving me crazy back here.
Anyway, damn tats.
But, you know, whether it's their review system, whether it's their refund policies, whether it's just anything that they do to operate their platform, they could learn so much from all of these guys. And that's really what needs to happen. Otherwise, things are just only going to continue to get worse. That's all I can say. Anyway.
Get off my N64, you little shit.
Let me know what you guys think of the video. If you guys enjoyed the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, share it on social media. Do you guys use Steam reviews? How do you use Steam reviews? Are they valuable to you? I'm actually kind of curious. This is a question I didn't ask. If
I use Steam reviews.
If you're somebody that's on another platform, do you come and use Steam reviews as well? I know I did. When I was on Xbox and I was using PlayStation before I became a PC gamer, before I joined maybe I can't say that on YouTube. Before I joined the Master Race. Oh, God, in this climate. I used to use Steam reviews because it was really helpful for me. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys do too. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. The cats obviously say bye. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Family, 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 family.
As cops, we know when someone is panicking.
I'm not mean to click that. Go back. He stopped using consoles when Sony started charging for online. Yes. Okay. That went down. So 6,871 players, huh? I'll switch from this to Halo Master Chief Collection, 8,300 players right now. Oof. Oh, it's not gonna let me do it side by side, huh? my other browser lets me put the things side by side, and part of the reason why the PS3 was your last console before you switched over to gaming on a laptop. Yep. So yeah, Halo Master Chief, 8,300. 24-hour peak of 8,800. Campaign Evolved, 6,800 right now. 8,024 hour. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. And a release date, technically 2019. Wow. Luckily, it wasn't War Thunder and Warframe that got their hooks into you, huh? Yeah. Man. I can't imagine losing to your prequel like this. And I mean, look at the rating, too. 91% versus 62. This is the gamers telling you what they want. Are you going to use this when you make your next game? Or your next remake? No. No, you're not. We know you're not. Man, I don't know even what to say. .343 Studios, Splash Damage, Ruffian Games, Bungie, and Saber Interactive. Versus Halo Studios, which is just rebranded 343. Man. A brand new game. That's not good, guys. That's not good. That's not good at all. You've been out, what, 6 days? 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's not, no. Come on, guys. You can do better than that. 62% is pathetic. You guys suck. You knew all you had to do was not change things, right? Just make the graphics better, and people would have been happy. It's because you changed shit that people are not happy. What is wrong with you people? Oh god, if they put the Twisted Metal series on PC, yeah. Yeah, 343's game was so damaged they changed it. And that's why he talked about that before. Where 343 put their name in witness protection and then came out as Halo Studios. Yeah, it already got a remaster, and then they remastered it again. And this is what we get. Oh yeah, there's no way they do it. They've already said that they don't want to do anything, porting over to the PC anymore. They said that sometime last year. And I think they made it official this year that they don't want. What's mine? I don't remember. For me and Pep, I have to ask him. my experience with it is pretty old. So that was that one. There it is. So I have this. The reverse conquista is now. And then I'm going to go to the X post that I just showed.
Jean Raspail's 1973 novel Camp of Saints laid it out decades ago. A massive armada of third world migrants sails for the soft underbelly of Europe, and the West, paralyzed by guilt,
His voice is worse.
bureaucracy, and a refusal to see what is happening as an invasion simply folds without a shot fired. Just sheer numbers and self-doubt has Europeans watching as if it is all normal as their civilization is destroyed, calm as Hindu cows. What we watched unfold in Ceuta this week feels like a chapter
That's how you say that, saved. Okay.
ripped straight from those pages. I have a new shop, new designs, have a look. Link is in the description. It helps the channel, I'm sure you'll find something you'll like. Thanks in advance, and let's get going. A couple of days ago, on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, Spain got hit with a straight-up migrant invasion of its North African enclave, Ceuta. Tens of thousands of mostly military-aged men stormed the border from Morocco. Official numbers came in at between 50 and 60,000 in just a few hours. By the time this video is being produced, most of them have turned around and gone back, being hungry with no free food, free shelter, or access to Spanish women to plunder, as most were barricaded in their homes. Well, there were, of course, at least one or two celebrating the invasion of the exclave, as we have seen European women doing across the continent so many, many, many times over the past decade or more. First, what we must absolutely explain in this video is that these Spanish exclaves, like Ceuta, are not some random colonial leftover. Portugal took Ceuta in 1415 as a trading hub and a choke point on the Strait of Gibraltar during the late Reconquista that pushed the invasive Islamic armies of jihad out of Europe. After the Iberian Union, Spain kept it and the other exclaves, and did so mainly to fight the Barbary pirates, those Muslim corsairs who for centuries marauded the Mediterranean and went as far afield as Ireland and Iceland, seizing
See, the Muslims have always been a problem.
European ships, raiding coastal towns, and enslaving millions of Europeans. In fact, those same Islamic pirates forced the young United States into its first overseas military engagement, the First Barbary War of 1801 to 1805, when the American envoys asked why the Islamic pirates kept attacking U.S. shipping. The Tripoli ambassador told them clearly that Islam and the noble Quran gave them the right and the duty to plunder and enslave any unbelievers, Kufr as they are known in Islam, who had not acknowledged the Prophet of Allah, the Magnificent. Jefferson then sent the Marines to the shores of Tripoli to deal with the Islamic slavers and pirates, and the phrase that is still used today, especially by neocons, was born. Millions for defense, but not 1 cent for tribute. What is clear to anyone with eyes to see is that this was not some organic trickle of desperate families fleeing war. It was a coordinated mass of young men, military age, no baggage, no money, overwhelming a tiny Spanish territory sitting on the African side of the Strait of Gibraltar. Also, what must
why were they coming there with nothing?
be understood is that part of the
It's because they thought they'd get everything when they got there.
massive draw by these migrants is to the open borders policy of Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez's government that had just legalized hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of illegals already inside Spain, and keeps on pushing the narrative that without mass, unfettered, unrelenting migration, Spain's GDP will crater. And now the very limited response by the government of Spain to this horde and their invasion now sets a precedent that this invasive behavior will not only be tolerated, but it will be allowed. And then there is the very strong draw for migrants that the political and media class pretends does not exist, but official numbers from Sweden, Germany, the UK, and other European countries show that young men from majority Muslim countries, along with sub-Saharan Africans, are heavily overrepresented in sexual plunder and sexual assault convictions compared to their slice of the population in host countries. In fact, the UK grooming gang scandals were overwhelmingly of Pakistani heritage Muslims attacking white working class girls, while the authorities dragged their feet for fear of being called racist.
Yes, and that's a problem.
Now, there have been a slew of theories flying fast and thick with regards to this invasion. Many went full conspiracy, pointing at Israel because...
No, we're going to go back to that one because that's funny. Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state of emergency in Ceuta. I guess that's how you say that. Following the crisis over its migration policy, maybe before it continues lecturing us, it's time to explain to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa.
Because Spain has been critical of that country's actions, and because Netanyahu's son once tweeted something about NGOs and enclaves years ago. Kim Iverson's video, a pundit I have just sadly learned exists, claimed Israel flooded Spain with migrants to make a point about Spain's reluctance to help it in its liquidation of Gaza and land grab in Syria and Lebanon.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Well, she's stupid, and why anyone would listen to her on such matters is a mystery to me, in fact. Conspiracy theories aside,
that'd be so goddamn funny.
All evidence, all actual
I wish it was true.
Evidence points to Moroccan leverage politics and Spanish open border signaling. Moroccan leverage politics simply means Rabat deliberately opens or closes the migrant floodgates on Spain's exclaves whenever it wants something from the country or from the EU. Recognition of its claims over Western Sahara, trade deals, diplomatic favors, whatever. Morocco flooded these exclaves back in 2021 after Spain met with a Western Saharan separatist leader. And then Spain eventually, of course, folded and backed Morocco's autonomy plan. And this was the same playbook
Where are all the women and children? All right.
This week. It was not some sudden or unplanned event. It is the materialization of political will because Spain is getting too close to Algeria. They did this, flooding the exclaves with migrants back in 2021 after Spain met with a Western Sahara separatist leader, and Spain, of course, eventually folded and backed Morocco's autonomy plan. The same playbook was
Well, apparently some of them went back to Morocco.
Used this week. And it wasn't sudden and it wasn't unplanned.
And Ceuta is a island, so it's not on the mainland of Spain.
It was the materialization of political will because Spain is getting too close to Algeria for Morocco's tastes. Also, what happened in Ceuta is the logical endpoint of years of Spanish socialist policy and broader European refusal to treat borders as something that are real. Sanchez's government has given a blanket amnesty to illegal immigrants already.
Suicidal empathy from women at the Red Cross and Ceuta. Yep.
Inside Spain. And courts have invented rules recently that make summary returns almost impossible. And this message travels at light speed across the Mediterranean and to the lands of Islam, as well as in the deepest of sub-Saharan Africa, telling all of these young military-aged men, come now. The result is not diversity or solidarity. It is an army of young African and Islamic migrant men who have no intention of integrating, no resources, and every incentive to keep moving north once the cameras leave so they can demand their share of the European welfare state's largesse. Most I should say, went back by the time this video was being produced, as there was nothing for them. Next time, however, the numbers will be larger, the preparation better, and the return rate lower. And it must be clear to any rational person that arresting them again and again and again is not a solution. They are still successfully coming into Western European countries, and if deported, they just try again and again and again to enter. Europe can either stop these people hard and for good as a deterrent to others, or they will just simply continue to be invaded. Conclusions are
It's like a fucking com car. When do they stop coming out of it?
straightforward. First, mass migration currently targeting Europe and the wider West is not a result of humanitarian pressures. It is hybrid warfare, whether the political class will admit it or not. Second, open border ideology and activist courts create the exact conditions for these surges. Every amnesty and every "you cannot turn them back" ruling is an invitation. Third, the
Yeah, if you say you can't turn them back, then they're gonna come. It's obvious.
European rights response, that being closing Schengen, demanding Spain regain control, only shows that the old consensus is cracking. Fourth, the demographic math is unforgiving. Military-aged men from high fertility, low assimilation societies do not magically become peaceful taxpayers overnight. In fact, statistics show they become a permanent parallel population, usually an underclass with parallel loyalties and financially dependent upon the state, and a drain.
Petty. It's probably mostly petty. And then as far as the governments, they get new taxpayers. Or they think they get new taxpayers.
To the national treasury. Ultimately, if the Spanish...
Also, in the U.S., you can push people in certain directions, and so they will push them towards a, Democrat area to increase the population in that area to gain them extra seats. Enlistment guarantees citizenship, yes.
Vote for this, then they vote for this. Historically, many nations have disappeared off of the map. And Spaniards, they seem to want the Islamic reconquista of their Iberian Peninsula, and they continue to vote for it. So if they want this, they will get it. But the only white pill in all of this is that Spain has recovered from such a situation before, but it did take 800 years to do so. And at the time, they were not welcoming their own destruction as they are today. If this is the new normal, with truckloads of young men dumped at the fence whenever a government needs leverage, then the only coherent response is hard borders, immediate returns, and zero tolerance for the legal and political class that made this civilizational catastrophe possible. Both groups, legal and political, must be held accountable for this. Remember, deal with traitors first, invaders second. Everything else is just more of the same cognitive dissonance that got Ceuta overwhelmed in under 24 hours. Remember, Europe went from ruling the world to being the world's doormat in less than a century. All I can say about that is grim.
Does he have a problem? Because his voice did not sound like that a year ago. He sounds like he has, lung cancer or something. But, yeah, that's just... God. And his suicidal empathy on this stuff is just crazy. It's like, okay, well, how about this? A few thousand people just came across the border today. How about you let all of them stay in your home, every single one of them, and then tell me how many more you want to come over? Because you know what? You're going to have to house them too. I think the people at the borders understand that, and I think the people who are in, some other parts of the country that we sent buses to do not understand that at all. Like Martha's Vineyard, when they sent all those people on that bus, which was hardly anybody. in a grand scheme of things, they sent all those people to Martha's Vineyard, and they freaked out. And they made sure that they were gone the next day. And yet, if you live on a border city, you're told you're not allowed to do that. Sparrow's Streamer Flamo. I don't know who that is. Recently fought off throat cancer. Yeah. It just sounds like the same kind of throat sound. When people have some sort of obstruction or something in there, it sounds like somebody who has throat cancer. I don't know. All those people in Martha's Vineyard are the rich people who kept wanting them to come to the United States. But as soon as they came to Martha's Vineyard, they said that it was a catastrophe and they weren't prepared and you have to send them back. And it was, what do they call it? Human trafficking. I can't want to say child traffic. It's human trafficking. They try to say, oh, you human traffic these people to Martha's Vineyard. And it's like, no. Nobody can live in the Martha's Vineyard. That place is way too expensive. And so, yeah, they sent a bus up there from, I think it was Florida. They sent the bus up there and they just freaked out like you wouldn't believe. They blocked buses so that you couldn't get into Martha's Vineyard so it wouldn't happen again. That is how afraid they are of having illegals on their land. But, if you live in Texas, you're just fucked. And you have to deal with it. Suck it up. They're from bad countries. Why don't you have any sympathy? No, why didn't you when we sent them to your homes? One of the times where I was streaming this and I had somebody come in there and say, what? But some of them are from bad countries. And all I could come back with was, and? Why should I care? Their countries are bad because they're in it. Don't bring them here. Don't bring them to Spain. Don't bring them to Germany, Sweden, whatever else. Because they're coming to those countries and they're not assimilating, they're taking over. They're taking over neighborhoods. And then you have grenade attacks. How the fuck they find grenades, I have no idea. But they have grenade attacks. It's like, okay, no, this has got to stop. No more of this. And then the Spain counselor from the Socialist Party who supports diversity visits a kebab shop and shows solidarity with the Moroccan Muslims and gets beaten up for being gay. Okay, I have to say this. That looks like a very, very punchable person to me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that is a very, very punchable face. And a dude with a bright yellow purse. Sorry. Yeah, come on. You should have known better. You should have known better. And just stop. Wow, he really took a dive there, didn't he? How they clock him as gay. Oh. Wait, after I clocked him. Why is she in the middle of that? This makes no sense. You're just gonna get hit. One of the employees punched him. Except that looks like a shirt from an employee, and he has the gloves on. That day, those black gloves are, a lot of times they'll use those when they're serving food. So, that's an employee. I'm not sure if that's a manager, but employee. Operation Destroy the West. Useful idiot. Happy Pride Month from Palestine. Yep. And there you go. I'll stop it there.
Extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist, I would only vote left. Why is that? I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump. Never do it. They'd give their vote to the leftist who wants to run around in pride parades. And Islamic extremists are against gays and homosexuals and transgenders, but they want the left to go and get busy with that. They want them, go speak about the climate, go speak about abortion, go kill yourselves, go do that. Ilhan Omar, she's fighting for abortion rights, and all the other, my body, my choice, yes, go do that. But would she have an abortion? Never. Never. Would she kill a Muslim in her stomach? Never.
What is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim.
Yeah. Not that close? Thank you. Yeah. Those goofy propaganda comics. And then I had this one that I was going to end with. Entitled teachers strike over only 28% pay raise.
Tens of thousands of teachers strike after rejecting 28% pay raise. That's percent, not 28 cent raise. 28% raise as Melbourne turns red. So while all the rest of us have either had stagnant pay for years or have even had pay cuts, these entitled shit stains are going on strike because 28% isn't good enough for them. And yet we're supposed to believe that they're being oppressed or mistreated? Yeah, fuck off. Thousands of teachers have gone on strike in Victoria as they took to the streets and demand higher pay after rejecting a 28% increase over 4 years. More than...
It's that thing you do with kids. You raise them. Yes.
35,000 Victoria State School teachers and principals and indoctrination support staff were expected to gather in Melbourne's CBD on Thursday to demand better pay and conditions. At this point, given how poor their performance has been, because the more we pay them, the lower their performance is.
That always happens. Whenever you pay teachers more, the results go down. Look at the difference between your bills. That's a raise. Nice. Very nice.
Have you guys noticed that? How about just replace them with AI at this point? They can't do any worse. It comes after the Strine Indoctrination Union announced on Tuesday state members have voted down the Allen government's latest offering. The revised pitch of a 28.3% pay raise over 4 years was narrowly defeated, opposed by 51.18% of members.
That's crazy.
The Thursday's rally,
how can you be against a pay raise that high?
Union's Victorian branch president, Justin Mulal.
Did you not get any pay raise in the past decade, or what?
Acknowledged the vote was tight, but said indoctrinators would nonetheless be out in force. Teachers, indoctrination support staff, and the school leaders are deeply disappointed with the state government, he told ABC Radio. Well, it sounds like almost 50% of you were not really deeply disappointed at all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Am I missing something here? And yet they're going to be expected to be out there rioting with the rest of you. I've got no doubt there'll be tens of thousands of teachers, staff, and school leaders taking their message to Spring Street this morning.
Did the stream die? Yeah, I'm looking good. Somebody want to tell me if my stream died?
Mr. Mulally acknowledged the latest pay offer was significant, but said it was not enough to meet the needs of the overworked, underpaid indoctrinators. Again, you're not going to have any sympathy because there's like, do you know that most of the population has way harder jobs than you, and a lot of them get paid less? And when they see you throwing a tantrum like this, they're like, well, shit, man, they get treated better than me and they're throwing a tantrum? Okay. I mean, you expect me to feel sorry for them? That's kind of weird. Only 3 in 10 teachers are saying they'll stick around until retirement. That's not good for our public indoctrination. It's not good for our chillins and young people we teach. Well, maybe if you actually taught them correctly instead of indoctrinating them into your toxic ideologies, that's another thing you could do to maybe get more sympathy. It was like, oh no, the people that want to chop all the boys' dicks off and convince them that their girls are unhappy? Whatever shall we do? He suggested parents were supportive of the union's efforts despite the short-term burden on classrooms. Mother of 2, Nikki Galvin, was one such parent. Most parents instinctively understand how important it is that we attract and retain quality teachers, she said.
Well, depending on... Yeah, 7 of 10 teachers suck theirs, yeah. Depending on the pool that you have to pull from, I mean, maybe there aren't any good teachers. I don't know. We're talking a city here.
So what do you have to say about the fact that the quality has been dropping as you've been paying them more? Can you even try to pretend like the quality of teachers now is anywhere near what it was 50 years ago? And it's only right that we support the union's efforts to redress the inadequacy and historical unfairness. Ms. Galvin confirmed
what unfairness?
She would take advantage of her flexible work arrangements, opting to keep her primary age children at home. The federal indoctrination minister...
Oh God, the teacher is going to keep her kids at home.
Jason Clare said teachers should be paid what they deserve and back to the Victorian governments to deliver. What if we told you that...
Do they deserve it, though? What are their grades like? Do they deserve a pay raise?
They're already being paid more. No, you don't want to hear that, do you? So I'm pretty optimistic. You told ABC News Breakfast on Thursday. The government...
Well, the last time I had a teacher was like 20 years ago, so... And even that was a professor, not a teacher. If you want to go back to when I was in, like, high school, that's, like, early 90s. It's been that long, so... Things have changed.
is determined to get a good
Most of my teachers when I was growing up are dead. They're dead. Old age.
outcome here for our teachers, and I'm pretty confident this will be worked out. Well, what's probably going to happen is they're going to end up even more overworked because just like a lot of the minimum wage increases that are going on, what's probably going to happen is like the teachers that are left are going to be having a good time, but everyone else is just going to get fired. While all public schools are set to remain open on Thursday, many classes will be disrupted. Union indoctrinators have been locked in a pay dispute with the government for nearly a year. With graduate teachers,
They need to cut the admin entirely. Have it be a principal, vice principal, and teachers who help take care of the other administrative stuff.
worst paid in the country, earning $13,000 less than those in the Northern Territory, the best paid. Former Deputy Principal Melinda Davis said the teacher strike was not simply a dispute over pay. It was about addressing conditions and class size. Well, plus, I mean, I do got to say, what's the cost of living like? Because it's kind of funny. Like, imagine if you had someone living in the boonies bitching that they only got paid half as much for the same job of someone working in the big shitty. I wonder if they even bothered taking that into account.
Probably not.
Our teachers are not only striking over conditions, they're striking over the quality of the Victorian public school indoctrination itself. Well, you realize the teachers are the main part of that. Professors as breakpoint because the system is no longer fit for purpose. Because they're not funding your indoctrination efforts. That is the message for Victoria's teachers are taking up to the Premier. The state government has urged the union to stop the strike. Deputy Premier and Indoctrination Minister Ben Carroll says,
I'm not seeing anything here where they are pointing to anything that shows any sort of increase in quality or anything like that.
insisted the latest pay offer would make Victorian indoctrinators and support staff the best
Sounds like 28% is way more than enough.
paid in the country. Working conditions would also be nation leading. Shadow Attorney General James Newbury told reporters Wednesday it was no surprise the government has dropped the ball in negotiations with union members. Our teachers have been set aside with this government for too long. Oh, so now the conservatives are trying to suck up to them. Hey guys, you see how bad the left fucked you over? You should join us now.
Yeah.
What a fucking disaster. Yeah, expensive relative to other states. Yeah. Like, again, if the results were actually good, I mean, if we didn't year over year see worse results, despite every year dumping more money into the system, you might be able to convince me to feel sorry for them. But as it stands, no. Like, it seems
They're the upside down people anyways. Who cares?
Seems like it's way too hard to get rid of the bad teachers. Like they were
Yes, it's nearly impossible to get rid of bad teachers.
talking about hiring and retaining good teachers. Well, what about getting rid of the bad ones? It needs to be easier.
The good ones get rid of themselves because they're tired of your shit. And the bad ones stay on and you can't get rid of them. Oh, God. You know what? I still have this from yesterday. Nope. That was it. Yeah, that's the one. We can just watch this to end the night. How about that? They should hire black women as teachers. The grades would shoot through the roof. Oh, God. So yeah, let's watch this. And then I'll go.
Yeah, him.
Who's him?
Him?
Bad ones are harder to remove than grease pen writing from cotton shirts, yes. Bad teachers are so hard to get rid of.
Don't call somebody's kid a
No.
What the fuck? She says fall over?
Please stop. Can we play the quiet game until they open the door? It's a library. You gotta be quiet.
Can we play the quiet game until they open the door?
On June 1st, 2022, dispatch received a call in reference to a female wearing a bikini and stumbling in and out of traffic carrying a bottle. I'm sure the officer
Okay.
won't forget this encounter anytime soon. She was a handful. Let's jump into it.
I have located that female. What's going on, ma'am?
Huh?
Are you all right?
I'm trying to find my freaking sister.
Okay, where is she?
Over here.
Where's over here? Do you know where you are?
Yeah.
Where are you?
South Beach.
South Beach.
She's over here at South Beach.
10-4, I've got contact with that female, Timothy at F's Bridge.
I cannot hear you.
Can you start EMS? South Beach what?
Can you come up?
And she's trying to find Gavin. Yes. Do the South Beach. You know how many places have South Beach in it? Yeah, you're gonna have to be more specific.
Over here?
South Beach what?
South Beach, over here.
You have no idea where you are, do you?
Yes, I do.
All right, you're at South Beach.
Yeah.
Does this also look surprisingly like Athens, Georgia?
No.
Oh, okay, well, that's where we are.
It does not look like Athens, Georgia to me.
All right, well, I'm going to show you something real quick.
Even if it does look like Athens, Georgia. That's great.
You don't know me.
I don't know you, but I don't think you need to be walking around Athens, Clark County.
So what are you doing over here?
I am working. What are you doing, ma'am? Looking for your sister.
Yes.
Okay, what's your name?
Natalie.
Natalie. What's your birthday? 1997.
She is pretty ugly.
I'm gonna find my sister, by the way.
Okay, I don't think
Okay.
you need to... She's just heavily intoxicated and has no idea where she is.
Stop.
Well, you are. So, Natalie, is that correct? Yes?
I'm gonna find my sister.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
No.
Ma'am, you're intoxicated. You've been walking in and out of the roadway and you're stumbling. You're going to get hit by a vehicle. If I see you in the roadway, I'm going to take you to jail for pedestrian in the
Oh yeah, she's drunk and she's still holding the bottle.
roadway. Can I help you instead of doing all of that?
Sure.
Okay. Where does your sister live?
I mean, with me.
Where do you live?
In Georgia.
Where in Georgia?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does, because you're in Georgia and you think you're in Miami.
I do not.
You just told me you were in South Beach.
You know what?
Mm-hmm.
Fun fact.
What's that fun fact?
My sister is here. South Carolina.
Well,
Here.
wrong again. We're in Athens, Georgia. What were you?
Now she thinks she's in South Carolina. Okay.
We're not in Athens,
You were at a
Georgia.
pool, right? Were you
No.
at a pool?
No.
Where were you?
What?
Where were you then?
At a pool?
Were you at a pool?
No.
Were you at a beach? Like Lake Oconee? That's the
Like
closest
hours
beach.
ago, yeah.
Gotcha. Well, you're still in a bathing suit, or is this something I'm not aware of in fashion?
Sure,
I like this guy.
I'm in a bathing suit.
Okay. Did you
and-
come from a pool?
No.
Where did you come from?
Like Athens.
Oh, well, you're in Athens. Great. We're getting close. You're in Athens. How much have you had to drink? You had a lot to
I really like this guy. He's good.
drink today.
This is
You're
funny.
Not in trouble. I
Not
want
really.
to get you back to where you are. Have you consumed any other drugs?
No.
Gotcha. Let's step around to the front of my vehicle so we're not standing back
Yeah,
here.
we
No
can
one.
step in front of your vehicle.
Oh, come on.
We're
going,
allowed
We're
to.
going that way.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Miss, where do you live in Georgia? Go ahead. Were you hanging out at the pool at the preserve?
No.
What's your birthday, man?
We
do you
went-
mind? Do you mind?
oh,
do you
shoot.
mind not
Sorry.
stepping and walking towards me? Would you like to sit down on the sidewalk?
No, not really.
Oh, did you bust your knee?
No.
No. It just always has blood coming out of it like that. Is that pretty standard, or is that because you fell and busted your knee? Yeah. Hey, look. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
I need to figure out where you live.
I will tell
What?
you.
Which is? And your birthday is what again?
1997.
Is that the year 1997?
1997.
6 numbers. I need more than that.
I am.
What month?
I am 26.
Perfect. What month is your birthday?
1997.
1997.
Do the math.
1997 is your
math.
birthday? 2 Flagler Central. I'm out. Her birthday apparently 297.
Oh,
I'm trying to figure out who you are so I can get you home.
I will tell you.
I know. Well, it's very confusing because you're extremely intoxicated. Okay, so this is
They're never intoxicated. Even if they are, they're never intoxicated. They're just fine to drive to.
your standard demeanor.
Especially as she walks down the street here, on the sidewalk, and collapses.
I will tell you if you're honest with me.
What would you like for me to be honest with you about?
I'm trying to find my sister.
Right. You don't know where you are. What road are you on? What road are you on?
I don't know.
You literally just walked past the intersection and you don't know where you are. So you don't know where you are. Where does your sister live?
We do not live here, but my sister is like how co-opted. She is my. She's held comp. Oh my god. My sister. She was with someone that I did not know. So.
Go ahead. All right.
You know what? Screw you. I will go away from you two.
Well, it's just me. Have you seen someone else here?
She thinks the car is another person now. Okay.
Yeah, him.
Who's him?
Him?
Who? Natalie, where do you
find
live?
my sister.
Where do you live?
In Athens.
Where is your address in Athens?
Find it.
I know where the Preserve Drive is.
Do you?
I do. What apartment number? Is that the apartment number?
No. It's right. It's like the
Is the apartment number 1987 too?
general facility.
Gotcha. What's your apartment number there?
I'm gonna go find my sister.
Gotcha. Do you know where you are?
Yep.
Would you like for me to take you home?
No.
No?
So,
Ma'am.
are we good here?
No, we're not, because you're intoxicated in public and you've been walking in and out of the roadway. You don't know where you are.
I do.
What is your address on your license?
Yeah, she's not calm. She's just out of it.
My uncle has lived here for years now.
Okay. If you can answer a few questions for me, what
I know. It's like, oh my god. How do I get anything out of her? I can't even get the month she was born out of her mouth.
road are you on right now? No.
Oh god, she finally gives an address.
No.
That's my address.
Would you like a ride to your address?
No.
No.
You're good here. You can find like someone else to like go patrol.
There's actually nothing else going on. You're the only,
So like,
the only
why
issue right now.
are you patrolling
Because
me?
Well, I'm patrolling the
She's not being patrolled. Nobody wants to. Never mind. That was gonna get gross.
area.
Next.
And I'm out with you because you have been walking in and out of the roadway. Step up on the sidewalk.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Because you have been walking in and out of the roadway. You are apparently incapable of taking care of yourself because you are bleeding from your knees, where you have fallen allegedly multiple times. You're wearing a bathing suit while walking on a sidewalk from South Beach, allegedly. That's where we are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
No, he's just playing along.
And?
It's like, let her story go back until maybe something is normal.
You guys have bigger issues.
I actually don't have any other bigger issues right now.
You guys have bigger issues than me. Stop it.
Yeah, I don't think I could be a professional tard wrangler. Yeah, he's definitely a tard wrangler right now. Either city, state, or federal. Yeah, no. I don't have the disposition for the shit.
For me, please.
Dude. You have like any bigger issues to deal with
No,
than me?
it's a wonderful
Stop.
night in Athens. There are no other bigger issues.
We're not in Athens, my God.
Okay, well, apparently
What
in
if I
South
run
Beach.
away from you?
Well, you're not free to leave right now. Do not push up on me.
I'm not. I'm gonna go.
No, I've got EMS coming to check you out because you don't
See, I like where his body cam is. I think they need to have more body cams up like that.
appear to be capable of taking care of yourself right now.
Maybe not so their face is taking up half the screen, but at least you know where they're looking.
I do.
Yeah?
God, these ants are biting me.
Can you step back up on the sidewalk, please?
Can you see
Can you
these
step
ants are
back?
biting
Step
me?
onto the sidewalk, and I'll check the ants for you. Step up on the sidewalk. I don't see any ants on you, ma'am. Do you know your sister's phone number?
I do.
What's her phone number?
I won't give it to you.
Do you want me to call her and find her?
No.
Step back on the sidewalk.
No.
Step on the sidewalk,
Nope.
ma'am.
You're funny, cute, fun times.
Step back onto the
I
sidewalk,
can
ma'am.
run away from you.
Oh my god. Well, you usually don't wear a bra with a swimsuit on, So, not exactly surprised there, but she needs something to hold those babies up. And that swimsuit ain't cutting it. I love how he's not even running after her.
254 Central. She just tried to run away from me.
Tried to run away from me. She tried to run away from me.
Fell. Ma'am, sit down. Stay seated at this point.
Hey, he's not even like running after her either. He's just walking calmly. I love it.
That hurts so bad.
Yeah, I told you not to run away, and then you just decided to run.
That hurts so bad.
All right, can we agree on a few things at this point?
Sure.
You are heavily intoxicated.
No.
I'm not going to take you to jail. I'm not going to give you a ticket or anything. I want to meet you in the middle, and I want to get you somewhere where I don't have to worry about you for the rest of the night. Can we please do that? Yes? For the love of God, help me help you.
Yeah, he just wants to like take her home and not have to worry about it ever again.
What is your sister's phone number?
That's what most cops want to do. They don't want to arrest people and have to do all the paperwork and other stupid bullshit when they can just say, you know what? I'm just going to take you home. You don't have a car here, so you don't have to have it picked up. I'll just drop you off and we'll be good to go.
Number.
I would have to tell you that.
You don't have to. You don't have to. But you're currently public intox. And if you would like to go to jail for public intoxication...
I will tell you.
Yeah, because they do shitloads of paperwork, hours and hours of paperwork. Sometimes they spend more time on the paperwork than patrol.
Stop.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where you're bleeding from, ma'am.
My knee?
And your thumb and your other knee? Yeah, okay.
My knee, dummy.
Perfect.
I will tell you where
Stay
I'm
seated.
from.
Stay seated, ma'am. Do not stand up. Do you understand me? You are not capable of standing up. You just exhibited it by whatever that was that you just tried
Yeah, she's like 4 or 5 sheets under the wind.
to do. Okay.
I will tell you where she is.
Where is she?
Can I tell you?
Yes, please.
Can I, like, ding it on your brother's
Yep, there's the ambulance.
phone number?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you do.
Mm.
Yeah, well, think you do. Cancel phone number.
Perfect. Can you talk to them for me?
I can.
Okay. Perfect. This is Natalie. She does not think she's intoxicated. That's from her attempting to run. I did not chase, and she just fell.
I did
So
fall.
if y'all would like to take care of her, she has no idea where she is.
I did
She thinks
fall.
she's in South Beach. She doesn't know where she's going.
I
think
do
the
know where
hospital's
I'm
the best
going,
bet for
buddy.
her.
Will power.
Perfect. She said, I can outrun you. And I said, I don't think you need to run away, ma'am. You're currently public intox. And then she took off from my car, and then she fell right here.
I'm honestly not sure I consider that taking off. It's more like she shuffled away and made it this far.
The one on her left knee, yeah, both knees were already injured. She hurt her thumb falling. No need, EMS is on scene. She's not willing to give me she's told me, but she doesn't have any history there. She claims she's in South Beach.
Huh?
3 out of 4 correct.
That's great for you. I'm gonna go run away from you. It's gonna be fun.
That's how your knees got the way they are.
Oh God. That would be funny. Sadly, I don't have the Sonic Rings sound effect. So, yeah, that would have been funny. Oh God, she jiggled and waddled as fast as her ankles could carry her.
EMS just said they're not letting her leave. So she either goes to jail for public intox or
With some homeboy.
goes to the hospital.
This way. And they left me. So I don't know where I'm at.
Okay, well, how about we
Oh God, she finally admits it. I don't know where I'm at.
take you up to the hospital since you don't know where you are?
That's okay.
Well,
I don't
honestly,
need you and you and you and you.
I'm gonna give you two options here. You go to jail for public intoxication. Do you want to do that? No.
Ah, even the ambulance doesn't water.
The other option is the hospital.
you had a ladybug in your hair. I'm sorry. You had a ladybug in your hair.
Yeah, I saw it.
Homeboy.
So, jail or hospital? Which one do you want to do?
I need.
Jail?
Listen, I'm sorry.
I was just told my VTube thingy is kind of creepy.
I need to find my sister.
Right. You're not helping us find her. You have no idea where you are. You cannot be
went
left
this
out.
way.
Okay, you have no idea where you are.
You were there.
Everybody who agrees, raise your hand.
She went this way. I'm trying to find my sister.
Okay, right now your options are go to jail for public intoxication
I get it.
or go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Which one would you like to do?
Say jail, please. Please say jail.
I want to find my sister.
Right. You're gonna have a hard time finding her at the jail, right? When you go to the hospital
There
and
you
they
go.
take care of you.
We'll look for your sister.
What's your sister's name? And
Emily.
we will find her. If we'll try and find her, and if we find her, we will tell her that you're at the hospital, and we'll tell her to come get you. Does that sound fair?
She's over
Can
here.
we shake on that?
She's over here.
Okay, I will go look for her, but I think right now your best bet
No,
is to.
I will go find her.
No, ma'am, you won't.
Yeah, you will. I will.
Ma'am, you can't even walk.
Are you going to the hospital or are you going to jail?
I'm fine
Say jail, say jail.
with either or.
Okay, so let's go to the hospital.
Oh God, I'm fine with either or. Oh God.
That makes everyone's life a lot easier.
It's because my model is looking deep into your soul, huh? Nice.
Come on, let's go to the back of the ambulance.
I like it.
Stop.
Natalie, come on.
Y'all, I need to find my sister.
We will go look for her.
I'm scared.
Why?
She's
Why
out
are you
there.
scared?
Okay, if she's out there, we'll find her.
I don't give a flying flip.
What is Emily's phone number?
I don't know. I'm bad with phone numbers.
Emily, how do you spell your last name?
She's out there. I need to find her. You guys have better things.
What's
to
her
deal with.
birthday? What is your sister's birthday?
1997.
Y'all have the same birthday?
Yeah,
Y'all
we're
twins?
twins.
Oh, perfect.
We're twins. 03, 1997.
Perfect. All right, well, we'll go look for her. Let's go get in the back of the hospital. Or ma'am, do not do this. Stop. All right, you're going. Stop running.
Please fall.
Do I tackle her? Natalie, stop. Natalie, stop. Put your hands behind your back. You're going to jail.
Screw off.
Put your hands behind your back. You're going to jail. Let's not do this.
I don't care.
All right, then let's walk back to the car.
Boy, you don't know me.
I know you're Natalie. Put your other hand behind your back. Come on. Come on.
Boy, why'd you have to do this?
Yeah, they'd probably just have her in there to sober up and let her out. Just a warning. Unless there's a history of it. That'd be different.
All right, let's go back to the ambulance. We're actually going to go to my car. You're under arrest for public intoxication.
Who ice riding her? Apparently they do, because it made her stop.
I might charge you with obstruction as well. Let's rock and roll.
Okay.
Let's rock and roll.
I'm trying to find my sister, you idiot.
Okay.
Okay, you're in no condition to be trying to find your sister. You're under the influence of something.
I'm trying to find my sister.
Okay.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Kitchen, Scott County Police Department.
Okay, but do you know where my sister is?
Nope.
Either one of you?
No, ma'am. And now that I have to take you to the jail, y'all are free to go. Jail will probably refuse her and force her to go to the hospital.
I can't beat you up in 10 seconds flat.
1095 with Natalie.
Alright, stop with your 1095.
Okay. Natalie, do not do this. Natalie, can you be an adult? And let's go to my
No.
vehicle. Let's go.
Drunks can't be adults.
I'm trying to find my freaking sister.
They need to sober up first.
You know what? Screw you. This really freaking hurt.
But yeah, honestly, I would charge the shit out of everybody and let God sort it out. I just throw the book at everybody for everything that they do. And maybe spending time in prison is just better for these people.
Stand right here. Do not move.
There is one face bomb after another.
Stop moving. You think the jail will take her with her cut knees and stuff?
You're gonna have to take her to the hospital first
For what?
to make sure that you're okay to be at the jail.
Oh.
Great.
And I'll do you a favor. You're probably going to stay at the hospital. Turn over them and I'll take out warrants on you. Can I have that vape that's in your hand? I'll give it to you when we get to the hospital.
You already did anyway.
Hop on in for me.
Watch your head.
Does she fit? Does she fit?
Hang on.
Watch your feet. Thank you.
Screw you.
Okay. We're going to go to
That is the plus side. She is not being violent.
the hospital, Natalie. Do you have a music preference?
Surprised he didn't put gloves on before touching her. I know. Pretty gross.
What would you like to listen to?
I mean, like a rap of some sort.
I'll see what I can find. Do you know a local radio station? I don't have Bluetooth in here. This car is like a 2000s model. Do you know a local radio station?
I do.
What is that? What radio station?
Any rap.
Well, what do you know a radio station?
Any rap.
All right, let me see what I can find for us. How about that?
I did like you, but not anymore.
Okay.
You know what? I did like you, but not anymore.
Okay.
Screw you and all your cop friends.
Okay.
Screw you.
Yep.
Is this good?
Yep, that's nice, lady.
Natalie, what are you doing? The door doesn't open from the inside. Stop. Stop, Natalie.
I hate you.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
I was gonna freaking hook up with you, but not anymore.
Well, I don't think that would have played out, but
I was gonna hook up with you.
Oh, no. Nobody stoops that low.
Screw you and all your cop friends.
okay.
You missed like the chance of me, buddy.
Okay.
You wanna hold my
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, at the school.
hand?
I would prefer you stay back there. I'm also God. Put your hand in the back seat now. 254 Central.
Okay.
She is capable of slipping cuffs.
Boy, stop. I'm okay.
Can you flag her that, please?
Stop.
Close. Stay in the back.
I'm not trying anything with you, buddy.
I think he's a Marine that's into hog hunting. Yes.
Please don't. Just stay in the back of the car. Jesus.
I won't.
Thank you.
I promise.
All right. Well, we are really close to the hospital. Natalie, you are going back in those handcuffs when we get to the hospital. You do know that, correct?
I will not try anything with you.
Perfect. Because you're going to go in those handcuffs. You understand that, correct?
He wants nothing to do with it. Never mind. That was gonna get gross.
Thank you.
Where are we going?
Take a guess. I'll give you 3 guesses.
I'm okay.
Okay, well, we're going to the hospital.
I don't care for any guesses.
Well, I ruined the surprise. We're going to the hospital, okay? That's fine.
She says, I hate you, and he just comes over. That's fine. Nice. She's not my type. Yes, I know. I don't think she's anybody's type.
Turn around. Turn around. Give me your hands. How did you do this? Stop. Stop.
What's your name?
Put your hand in there. Put your hand in there.
It is.
Just, hey, let me do it for you, all right?
I don't like chicks that weigh more than cars either, so that didn't work for me either.
Stop trying to grab my hand.
I'm not.
No, what are you doing? All right, let's go inside.
She's hitting on you.
Please, just keep them on so it looks like I did my job. Thank you. The door's over
You leave fine so it looks like I did my job.
there, please. Turn around. Turn around. Give me your hands.
Yeah, 2 girls.
How did you do this? Stop.
I did it back up.
Stop trying to grab my hand.
I'm not.
No, what are you doing? All right, let's go inside, please. Just keep them on so it looks like I did my job. Thank you. The door's over there, please.
I hate you.
254 Central. Natalie, stop.
She's not gonna get very far.
We're out of Piedmont.
I hate you. You want to let go of me for a second?
No, ma'am, I'm
No.
not, because you've tried to run from me 3 times now. We're going inside.
Can I find my sister?
Well, no, we're past that.
No, we're not.
Ah, we're past that. Nice.
Yeah, we are.
I'll go for like 0.5 seconds.
No, ma'am.
Do not call me ma'am.
No, Natalie.
Why?
Because you have tried to run from me. How many times now? Would you like to tell me how many
2.
times? No, the one in the parking lot counts. It was a short one, but it counts.
I need to find my sister.
This is Natalie.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
You could be my cousin.
I could be.
My last name is.
That's right. It's a small world.
Natalie, if I let go of you, will you not try and run again?
Natalie,
Yes.
tell me your date of birth.
97. 97.
Okay, so Natalie,
Yes.
have you been here before?
No, have not. This club is dumb. He's dumb.
I'm an idiot.
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
He's somebody's kid. Don't call somebody's kid a
Natalie,
idiot.
stop.
Let me see your thing, babe.
Get
Davis.
off of me.
What's your number?
2254.
He's a dummy. He flirted with me, and that's the end of it.
ACC. What are you looking for?
Athens Hall County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and she's in custody, right?
Yes, ma'am, unless she needs to stay.
So it goes to Athens Hall County for the insurance?
Do you know
I
who my
guess.
sister is?
I have no idea, babe.
She
He
is-
held me hostage, and I don't know where my sister is, and I'm bleeding.
She is extremely intoxicated, incapable of walking.
No. Boy, quit.
Come on, baby.
Natalie, talk to her, please.
Be respectful, honey. Be respectful.
I don't care about him.
I'm sure you don't, but just
I don't.
Pretend you do.
I cannot pretend what I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where my sister is. So
Have you ever lived on?
That's where I'm at right now.
Is there a sister? Yes. Taxpayers are gonna pay for her hospital visit. It goes through the insurance. The city's insurance.
Davis.
What are you gonna put as her symptoms? Why she?
Intoxication. She doesn't know where she is.
I do know
Can't-
where I'm at.
She can barely stand on her own. Also, she is bleeding from her knees, thumbs.
Because you beat me up.
Well, the road beat you up when you fell.
You did.
Okay.
You did.
Well,
Can I see my part?
Multiple scrapes.
yes,
Can I say
ma'am.
my part?
I just know
She
the
did it.
jail's
She
gonna
found her
turn around.
sister. Yes.
Can I say my part?
No, I'm just registration. I don't even really care.
I hate you.
Me or her? Me.
I hate
Don't
you.
hate her. She's nice.
She's nice. I love her.
Yeah, me
You're
too.
a good girl. I love you. You're doing your part, but I do.
Oh,
You're not
God.
like him.
Being in a hospital, having to deal with drunks. That's the suck.
I hate you.
No, don't tell him that. You need a face sheet off.
I don't know. Do I? No. Okay. Oh, I would actually like one. I'm sorry, because when we leave here, no, ma'am, you're not going anywhere. You're going to be evaluated, and then when they release you, I'm taking you to jail.
Hey, y'all can.
Y'all need a bed?
Yes, please.
Blood draw.
No, bed.
Okay, C39.
Hey, can we step down to C39?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's go, Natalie. Come on. Natalie, do not do this. Do not do this. Natalie. Natalie,
I need to catch my sister.
how old are you?
25.
Can we act like it? Let's go. Let's go.
I'm just trying to find my sister.
Perfect. Help me look
How old
for
are you? 25. Can we act like it? I was waiting for her to shake her head no.
room C39.
Is that where she's at?
No, that's where you're gonna go.
I don't like you.
We've established that you do not like me. That's God, Natalie.
Oh, she's right there.
No, she's going to C39 when we make it over there. Come on, Natalie.
She said, hang on.
Okay, we'll go to
said,
C39. Oh, there's.
She said, hang on.
Okay, we're gonna hang on right
Can
here.
you find my sister? My freaking twin sister. Where is
Perfect.
she?
Well, we know what she
frickin'
looks.
up.
Stop, Natalie. Jesus Christ.
I don't like you. That's
Can we tie her to
established.
something? Can we tether her?
Tether?
Tether.
It's not the 80s.
Tether is a word from every generation.
I
but-
get it.
So we're going into 5? Is that right?
I've been well aware.
Or I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. you
Perfect.
don't
Let's
know.
go in there.
Do you know where my sister is?
No.
Have a seat, Natalie. I'd suggest sitting over there so it's easier for you to crawl onto. Sit down.
Alright, let's put your feet up into that, okay?
Ah, God. He's like finally.
That's not fun for him.
Natalie, let's go back to the moment you had the option of coming here not under arrest. Do you know what you did then?
See, you had an option. Alright, I need
Yeah,
to
you
know
ran
your
away.
license.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is discharge paperwork, I'm
Yeah.
guessing? Perfect.
Alright, I'll get this off of you. Okay.
Nice.
Alright, we're good. Okay.
Is she
Oh,
done?
jeez.
Oh, Natalie, let's rock and roll.
Alright, let's. Okay, Natalie, it was really fun.
Come on.
Probably see you later, maybe.
Can you do it? Because you've been doing it the whole day.
Yes, you can stand up now. You're good.
You will not see me later,
I won't.
Miss Karen.
Close, but. Alright. God damn it. Not again.
Haha.
That's how she got the scrapes on her knees. She took off.
You can give me a few more.
I'm still not sure I call it taking off or running or anything like that. It's more like shuffling or jiggling or wobbling or something like that.
Like she said.
I don't know what you're talking about, Natalie. I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not making any sense.
I'm trying to find my freaking sister, you idiot.
Well,
Huh?
maybe she's at the jail where you're going. Is there a chance of that?
She's
Where's my sister?
Now we're going through the doors. Let's rock and roll.
No. We can stop right
No,
here.
we're going to the car. Natalie, do not do this. Natalie, if I have to
I
drag
need to
you
find my sister.
to the car.
If I have to drag you, please, I wish you'd finish that.
I need to find my sister.
It's against the rules for God knows what reason. I still think that when you have anybody who doesn't follow directions exactly, you just put them on a stretcher, tie them down to it, and deal with it that way.
I need to find her. Why?
Have it be like a stretcher, and there are 2 casters on one side, so you just drag them away.
Dang you.
Sit in the car, please.
Can you like
Sit in the
find
car.
my sister?
Sit in the car.
No.
Natalie, get in the
Now.
vehicle. Sit in the car, Natalie. Natalie,
I need to find her.
you need to get in the car. Natalie, you've already got one obstruction charge. Do you want another one? Is that what you want to do?
No.
Then get in the car.
I need to find her, dude. You don't have a heart?
All right. Oh my God, no, you need over here. We're gonna tie you up, put you in my car. 2547. Are you gonna get in the vehicle? Thank you. Your foot out of the way? Good. Would you like your vape real quick? Okay. We can work with it.
You can't freaking use it.
You want that? Go ahead. I'm gonna roll down the window so you don't smoke up my car. We can't have smoke coming out of police car windows, all right? Doesn't look good.
Where are you taking me?
Jail
For what?
for obstruction of a law enforcement officer, Natalie.
Dude. She's waiting for a girlfriend.
I wish I could lie to him and say, I'm taking you to your sister.
Well, there's a lot of other reasons, but
Huh?
nothing.
What'd you say?
Nothing. At this point, with you slipping the handcuffs, this is basically an Uber.
Huh?
Nothing.
I cannot hear you.
Okay.
What about me being
Stop! Stop!
What about me being an author?
Close. God. Natalie, for the love of all things, just please, just stop messing with stuff.
For what?
Because I'm, God.
Because you're working?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're under arrest. You're not even supposed to be out of handcuffs right now, Natalie.
It was easy.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was easy, yeah. Next time we put them on tighter.
How, but okay. Fine. By the way, you now have a thing attached to your name that you can slip handcuffs. So.
Why can we not stop?
Why do we need to stop?
Because I have to throw up.
Do not throw up in the back of this car, please.
Well, that's my
Yeah.
Stop.
No.
The cop does have to clean their own car if they throw up.
Stop. We are 3 minutes away from the jail, Natalie. Can you make it that far?
No.
Well.
I cannot make it that way.
Well, we're down to a minute and a half. How about that?
Can I hear you?
That's fine. We'll play the quiet game for the rest of the ride. I can see the jail from here, okay?
No, you can't.
It's right there. That's that red blinking light.
It's the red blinking
What'd you do with my
light.
handcuffs? Oh my God.
I get out of here already.
We're like 2 minutes away from you getting out of this car, all right? You do have to go back in handcuffs, but you were like the only person I've ever driven to jail when the whole ride wasn't in handcuffs. So, there you go.
Nice.
Natalie, step out of the car. You're going back in handcuffs.
I was trying to do, idiot.
All right, turn around. Turn around. Stop. Put your hands behind your back.
Alright, buddy. You can get the satisfaction.
Stop.
Where's my sister?
I don't know, Natalie.
Can you find her?
No, stop.
Fuck you.
Okay. I appreciate
say
you not throwing
preferably
up in my
not.
car. That was cool. Go ahead.
I guess I'm cool. Where's my sister?
I don't know, Natalie.
You left me with her in Hilton Head, so.
Well, I don't think that's accurate.
Can you
Yeah.
let me go already?
No, I promise you, I want them to open this door as fast as possible.
Your tattoos are very ugly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you do me a huge favor? Can we play the quiet game until they open the door?
I just want to leave you. It's not a quiet game. It's a quiet game. I don't want to be here.
It's a quiet game. You gotta be quiet. That's the whole part of the game.
Do you know who my sister is?
No, ma'am, I do not. We're whispering.
Do you not call me ma'am?
That's a lie.
Uh-huh.
You gotta be quiet. They're gonna kick us out.
God, she's fat. That's nasty.
I hope to God they do.
Stop. Stop. I can see.
And we all know for a fact that some nasty dude porks that thing every so often. There you go. Now you won't be able to sleep tonight.
See you in the reflection of the glass. Stop trying to pull your hands out of the handcuffs.
I'm not.
If I have to hold them, I will. God, Natalie. Stop.
They
Can
can
I
tighter.
release these and you be an adult and stop trying to take your hands out?
Yeah.
Okay. If you do it again, there's no more options. Natalie, stop. They're gonna lose their if they find you without your handcuffs on. Hey, she slips her cuffs, by the way. She slips her cuffs, by the way.
I'm trying to find my sister. That really hurt, by the way.
That's because you tried to pull your hand out.
It was easy.
Come on in, man. Just stay and face that white paper right there.
Her shit, Brent. Y'all have a good night. I'm good. Adios.
He's thinking, I'm done.
Jesus.
The suspect was booked for obstruction of LEO. Also, legend has it she never did find her sister. Just kidding, I'm sure she did. What do you think about this incident? Comment below. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe for more.
Damn. I was hoping that we'd say that there was no sister. Yeah, slipping out of those damn cuffs. I do not get it. Zip ties should be used as backup if they slip up. Yep. She ate her. That explains everything. That's why there's two of her in one person. Got it. That actually makes sense. Holy shit, is she fat? That's nasty. And she gets sex. We all know she does. It's disgusting. Nobody wants to picture this. Yuck. Anyways, now I do need to go. Off tomorrow like usual. Anime Thursday. And then I'm probably gonna filter things out a little bit better and we'll have a game on Friday. So, I hope to see you all then, whichever site you may be on. And I forget which anime it was that we're gonna watch. Now I have to remember, you'll see it in Discord if you are on Discord. Have a good night, as always.